Alrighty, welcome on into the Central Committee stream with your host Mike from PA. We are live, and what a day it is. We are on the rare Saturday stream. The rare Saturday stream, live and alive. We are in our streak. We're in a stream streak. And I'm gonna break a lot of other people's stream streaks because they're gonna miss today. They're gonna realize, fuck, I missed the streak. And I was there, chat. I was there. Now I was out on the streets at the protest, so I caught a little bit of the stream. But oh my god, you can save streams by watching VODs. Oh, I didn't know that. Chomsky update. Chomsky chatting with Jeffrey Epstein. What can you say? What can you even say? Anarchists. When somebody says they're an anarchist, I consider that to be an extreme red flag, because it's like, you don't think we should enforce any laws? Because like, when you're a normal, well-adjusted human being and somebody's like, we should have any legal system at all, and you're like, but what about rapists and pedophiles and child abusers? Your mind immediately goes to that as like, there are people who are really evil pieces of shit that harm people that are in their power. We're just not going to investigate that. We're not going to do anything about that. And to me, right there, right off the bat, you're just like, like, to prove sexual assault, having investigators that are professional investigators is very important, because it's oftentimes something that is hard to prove. And it's like, doesn't that stop you dead in your tracks right away? Every time somebody tells me they're an anarchist, you know who else was a real abolitionist? Lolo Overruled. Lolo was a real abolitionist. Now I like the goal of prison abolitionism. I think that's a very strong goal. I have to say that I'm at the part of my politics where Professor Wolf said yesterday about pragmatism, where it's like, what do we do right now versus what are we aiming at? And I don't think that I don't think there's value in alternative list critique. I think we've moved beyond that. I think we have actually moved beyond that. We need people that are practical and leaders in the real fucking world that are doing shit. I don't think it takes a lot of brain power to observe things are fucked up at this point. I'm for completely abolishing the current institution and creating a new one. Oh, I couldn't agree more with that. But the creating of the new one is important. All right, how'd it go? Thank you so much. It doesn't look like Pee-wee's Playhouse anymore. I think there's lesser forms of violence that are preferable than the maximalist version of the violence that needs to be done. Prison is a lesser form of that. I think the way that American prisons work are largely focusing on population control. The problem is there are some people that really should be in prison, but it's like 5% of the prison population that we have now. And that's kind of the issue, is that we have created this incentive for slaves, and with America in particular, and the way that we had a slave culture and the way that we keep it going through prison, it's definitely, we need a radical reconstruction. Whenever you mention practicality, ultras freak out and accuse you of wanting to commit atrocities. Yes, I know, because they're living in a fantasy land and they like fantasy. Fantasy is more often, what I've found is a lot of ultras are traumatized people who prefer to live. It's like they view theory as escapism as opposed to like something they're trying to actively apply. It's more like entertainment for them than it is a practical political project. And that's kind of always been my kind of like feeling on it. Mike from LA, doesn't strawman anarchism challenge impossible? One of the things that's very interesting about that is I'm not trying to make a coalition with liberals and anarchists, because I feel like that mentality has destroyed the left. The inability to like build an actual program and go towards an actual program, as opposed to trying to hold together a bunch of people that don't agree on anything, doesn't seem to me to be valuable. It was great seeing all the love coming to Hasan on YouTube yesterday. I'm sad I missed most of it. I got poisoned by pesticides and had to spend the day. Oh my God, Kid Cognar, are you okay? Jesus. So it was pretty goddamn exciting, chat. And it made me, you know, I've been on my YouTube arc, right? I've been trying to get some of my YouTube shit going, and it made me realize that I need to push even harder. Because honestly, Twitch is a ghetto. Let's be honest. Twitch is a ghetto, and it doesn't have a lot of relevance. Like, I stream about politics for, you know, hours every day, every week, dozens of hours every week. And yeah, I could grow on here, but it doesn't have any wider relevance. I post a video about the kill line on my Twitter, on my YouTube account with fucking 10,000 subscribers, and it starts going viral in China. And it's like, you know, honestly, what's actually very interesting, and this is some deep lore about Destiny. Destiny, I'm sorry to bring him up, but it's very important to, it's useful to talk about. When Destiny got banned on Twitch, he was much smaller than I am now. He was a 3,000 average viewer Andy, you know? And this is somebody who was promoted by all the biggest streamers non-fucking stop. You have to remind yourself of that. He was pushed by all the biggest streamers non-fucking stop, okay? Like, it's actually crazy how much he was propped up, okay? And the reality is, and in general, he's much smaller than I am now, all right? Like, he's much smaller than I am now. When he got banned, it was actually the best thing that ever happened to him, because he was forced to go on YouTube, and then and he took advantage of the Pokimane drama, and he got plugged right into all the incel content, and he got much bigger. I think he at one point he peaked at like a 10K Andy on YouTube. Like, getting banned from Twitch was actually one of the best things that ever happened for Destiny's career. Now, obviously, because it made him go on YouTube. However, I mean, preferably he would have just done that and not been banned on Twitch. If it, you know, and I have that opportunity. I have that opportunity to try to push myself on YouTube while also not being banned on Twitch. So I feel like we should try that. And let me tell you, chat, you don't have to be very smart to get an audience on YouTube. Like, look at this fucking idiot.
What is cultural Bolshevism? That's like the first type of like weird neo-Nazi, or not neo-Nazi, I'm sorry, pre-Nazi stuff. No, during the Nazi Party. I'm not gonna be able to give you much detail about it, but I think that Bolshevism was like a rise in like artistic movement in the Weimar Republic, I think.
And we were, you know, on Hassan's last stream on Twitch, we basically showed how he didn't know about margin loans and buy, borrow, die as a tax avoidance strategy. He's a fucking moron. He's an absolute fucking moron. And like, I think what he's trying to talk about is what happened in Weimar Germany. So Bolshevism is the movement headed by Vladimir Lenin that culminated in the successful Russian Revolution by the communists, which led to their seizing power over the Russian Empire. That was the Bolshevik movement. That was the communist revolutionaries who ultimately won the Russian Civil War. In Nazi Germany, there was a conspiracy theory called Judeo-Bolshevism, where they tried to argue that a lot of the, you know, degradations, what they considered degenerate culture and art and left-wing political movements were all headed by supremacist Jews. Okay? And so that was called Judeo-Bolshevism. We now call that same conspiracy theory, it was coined by Jordan Peterson, who Destiny was a fan of, as cultural Marxism. So that same kind of theory was reasserted by Jordan Peterson in something he called cultural Marxism, which is basically just Judeo-Bolshevism. So I think he's confusing Judeo-Bolshevism with Bolshevism itself. And this is kind of the problem with Destiny in general, is he's kind of stupid and doesn't know anything. He doesn't know anything. And so I don't know why it's funny that he has all these books behind him, because he's read none of these books. Why do you have books behind you when you don't read books? Where'd all your guns go? Oh, wow, I've heard other people like Hassan complain about this guy. I kind of assumed he was an annoying lib, not this uneducated. No, he's not just an annoying lib. Hassan loves annoying libs. I'm the only creator that actually hates libs. Everybody else is practically sucking their dicks half the time. They love their annoying libs. I mean, there's Hassan fans that are like, we gotta promote Pisco, the guy who was Destiny's Orbiter till 5 minutes ago, because we need somebody who's good faith. No, we fucking don't. We don't need a liberal in this moment who's going to be backstabbing us, you fucking idiots. Shut up. It's very frustrating. It's very frustrating to see. Jesus Christ. Fucking dumbass. All right, so what are we talking about today? The biggest backfiring of a ban in human fucking history. I think, I honest to God, one of the things that I hate about Twitch is how stupid they are. I mean, Twitch streamers are one of the most relevant cultural institutions that we have in society now. And Twitch manages to minimize the number of people that actually watch streams on Twitch. It's fucking crazy how incompetent they are. It's crazy how fucking incompetent they are. And they banned Hasan for criticizing Zionists who are in the ice. Here's Jules. One of my favorite accounts, Jules Nader. Hasan the Hun's YouTube stream is the second most super chatted channel on YouTube today. He's raised over 13 times as much as the H3 podcast, which ranks 21 spots behind him with a fraction of the total super chats.
YouTube, what the fuck? I can't even see. What? This is a $99 one. What the hell? Are you going to be on YouTube more? Holy shit. YouTube, what the fuck? I can't even see. What? This is a $99 one. What the hell?
And yesterday, chat, I was like, you know, if he gets more than 10,000, you know, if he gets more than 20,000 viewers on YouTube, that'll be a huge success. That'll be a huge success. If he gets more than 20,000 viewers on YouTube, that'll be a huge fucking success. And he got to 150,000. He got 1.1 million views on the live stream. Does this make you start to consider dual streaming, Mike? Yes. And I think if we realized, but I think this was really the best case scenario. Like if you analyze it, Hasan went viral on the internet for getting banned. And so everybody was all like, why was he banned? And everybody was pissed off. And then so he was able to get so many people to go and watch his YouTube. It was like a YouTube announcement. There was a Discord message where Dan Stalkman said 65K were him. I don't know if that's dumb. By the way, chat, that's just him coping. Dan Saltzman, the thing that you have to understand about Dan Saltzman is he's basically destroyed Destiny's career. That's the funnest part of all this, is that he's destroyed Destiny's career because everyone hates him now. Everybody hates him now. You know, trying to fuck with everybody's bag, ruining the political space for small politics streamers, being cut off of making like money from ads, being a weird creepo pedophile stalker. So he has absolutely no fucking hope. Like no one's going to collaborate with him. No one's going to work with him. And he's not getting unbanned. He's never going to get unbanned from Twitch because he went after Twitch staff. If he had just harassed me and Hasan, Twitch would have eventually found an excuse to unban him. They would have found an excuse to unban him at some point. Oh man, what an incredible stream, chat. Honest to God, what can you even say? I'm such a loser that it's preferable for me to say I dumped thousands into botting someone the stream of someone I hate to make them successful than admit they're successful. Dan, the saltiest man. And the best part of this is that Hasan was double the size of Candace Owens. And I think one of the things that's very important to understand is that this is only going to get better from here. It's only going to get better from here. I was feeling kind of down, and that stream lifted my spirits. It was a huge W. People revolting against ICE, him interviewing a DSA LA mayoral candidate. It's fucking insane.
What's up, guys? We're out here on YouTube.
Do a backflip.
Okay, dude. I'm 34 years old, and I already have back pain, okay? I can't be ISO speed. I can't be ISO speed. That's what they're calling me, the ISO speed of protests. We're going to downtown Los Angeles for the nationwide Ice Out protests that are happening in every city around the country right now. This is an impromptu nationwide strike that was put together after the success of the one-day general strike that took place in Minneapolis. We were there, obviously, last week. I will say I'm actually very excited to not have to do this kind of day of action when it's minus 35 degrees. Yeah. Right now in Los Angeles, it is 83 degrees. Perfect protest weather, baby. We are also going to be meeting up with Ray Huang. Ray Huang is the DSA-backed candidate running for mayor of Los Angeles in the upcoming mayoral election. You know, we're gonna see what Ray's all about. I genuinely don't know too much about her background in general. I wanted to go in with an open mind. That's what they've been saying in the chat this entire time. Every time I say we're meeting up with Ray, they're like, "What?"
Would you consider watching a video like this Very unlikely. Very unlikely.
Ray's running for mayor.
And you know what?
I think a lot of people get me confused with a liberal or somebody who's interested in politics as an intellectual exercise at this point. I've gone through it all. I've listened to the arguments. I've read all the right-wing philosophy. I know what they're going to say before they say it. There's really nothing more to say other than they need to be defeated.
She has my vote.
Yeah, me too.
Hey.
Hi.
Thank you so much
Of
for
course.
meeting.
All right, we got Ray Hogg in the building.
Hey, y'all.
DSA back, running for mayor. We were supposed to go
And
in.
by the way, I don't want a solution to political polarization. I want more polarization. If you want a solution to polarization, it's because you are benefiting from the status quo and you want to protect what you have. It's the position of upper middle class white liberals who are distressed that they can't just go golfing with their Republican friends anymore without feeling guilty. That is not my goal. My goal is to not make the upper middle class white liberals comfortable again. And it shouldn't be your goal either.
And do like a dining experience.
We were.
And you know, get to learn about your platform a little bit. But the conditions
Dennis, I agree with
changed.
you.
First we had to go to Minneapolis last week, and then now this week when we were supposed to do the same thing at the same time right now, obviously there is a nationwide day of demonstration taking place. So we're gonna go out there and we're gonna hopefully catch up with the rest of the people that are walking.
Yeah.
And you know, we'll chop it up. We'll chat it up. Are you ready to go?
Yeah, let's walk.
Is there anything you want to say to them before?
I just want to say thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate so much the willingness to hear what Los Angeles is facing right now. This is a huge historic moment for us. I know that you usually cover a lot of national stuff and you also occasionally cover local stuff. So I'm so actually proud and honored and that you're here with us. But this is a historic moment for us in the sense that the last time I remember such a huge showing of people on the streets in this way was really
Revoked. That's been the main reason. Like, being concerned about DMCAs and not understanding how to stream properly on YouTube is more what kept me from doing it. But that's not a good excuse. I just need to figure it out.
after George Floyd had been murdered. And we had 10,000 people on the streets. And now again, we're being invited in solidarity from Minneapolis to join in a general strike. And I've been so impressed by the number of even small businesses who need the money right now to close down and join us in solidarity. So this is a really big moment for us. So yeah, happy to be joining you on this historic.
This is my first day on YouTube because unfortunately, I'm sure that you saw on Twitter.
I saw, yeah.
I got banned on Twitch. So I was like, you know, maybe we won't do this. Maybe we won't do the stream, but you are the reason why we're still doing the stream because we felt so bad. We felt so bad that we had already canceled it one time and like pushed it back.
Yeah.
So I was like, you know what, fuck it. We ball.
I appreciate it.
But it worked out. It worked out. There's 135,000 people watching right now.
Well, hey,
once again, guys, Ray Wong.
Yeah.
So what's up? You're this cloth that you have on.
This is what I wanted to show you guys because this is the shit that really matters. It's us using our power. Us using our power and finally achieving and like pushing for more political action and using the streams that we have, the power that we have to win in the real world.
Great. Yes. So yes, I'll introduce myself to your
Saturday stream. To what do we owe the honor? Why are there Saturday streams happening? There's a Saturday stream because I want us to carry this momentum forward. I'm also dangerously close to 100,000 followers on Twitch, and I would like to get that at some point.
your folks out there.
Yeah.
So I'm Reverend Ray Huang. I am a pastor. I'm a Presbyterian pastor of the Presbyterian denomination, the only one that ordains LGBTQ and women into ordination, which is why it's the only denomination that I would be able to join and preach in churches of. Yeah, so that is why I'm wearing this right now. And I've been a community organizer for doing social justice education and organizing for the last 20-something years, and then here in Los Angeles as well for over 10 years now. And you know, it's interesting because actually being on the streets is my comfort zone. And so,
I agree. No, okay. This is one thing that I always stress to my audience as well, because a lot of people watch at home, a lot of people are watching at work, but and you'll see this in a second, but like there's a reason why there's a lot of people that are like HASANABI heads that are all around. I try to always stress the importance of solidarity and how good it feels as well. Even for purely selfish reasons, like when you're alienated on the internet, when we're with this like increasingly atomized culture that we have a tendency to misunderstand our neighbors and our communities and think that, like, for example, if you go to Twitter a lot, as I do, you have this false notion that there are so many radicalized reactionaries out there when that's not the case at all. So I think demonstrations like this are very important to show the rest of the country, to show all of those people that spend every waking moment on the internet fomenting hatred, that there aren't that many of them out there, because they would never be able to gather this many people together for a cause that they believe in, because love always transcends hate. Love is always more powerful than hate.
That's right.
And solidarity, and I say this as someone who's participated in demonstrations such as this one all around the world. Solidarity is the closest expression to love, in my opinion. I don't get very corny normally, but this is truly something I have experienced, and you have to be out here to see it. When you're out in the crowd with...
This is something, chat, that we absolutely need to experience if you haven't before. Solidarity is one of those experiences that will give you the energy to bust through all of your depression and pessimism and feeling of alienation. Which is why, if you are in the Los Angeles area and you have never gone to a DSA meeting, today is the day. And this is the real reason I'm streaming today. The real reason I'm streaming today is I want you to go to the DSA LA chapter meeting and organizing campaign launch. I will be there. I didn't coordinate it with them at all. I'm just going as a regular guy. I'm not going to aggrandize myself. I'm not going so I can speak and everyone can see that I'm important. I'm going because I think it's the right thing to do. Okay? So I think leaders should be chosen organically. So I want all of you to sign up. It's today at 2 p.m. Today at 2 p.m. January DSA LA chapter meeting. This is what I want you guys to sign up for. And if you're in the LA area, show the fuck up. All right, I'm going to be shilling that more as we go, but we'll keep going.
So many like-minded people who can see right from wrong. I feel like when you experience the mutual aid that takes place in these sorts of protests, you very quickly understand, like, you know, people are good. People are not bad. People are not as evil as the way we are led to believe by the experiences we have online.
I would argue that one of the things that I love about spaces like this, where we're together and we're hanging out, is you're meeting different people that you normally don't. And this is in this extremely isolated community and country and society we have right now. This is the only time you're actually bumping into other people, because we're not in a culture or society anymore when you knock on your neighbor's door and say, hey, what's up? You know what I mean? That's just not as common anymore. The pandemic gave us that opportunity, but otherwise we don't. And so these third space events, if you will, if I could call them that, new thing I just made up. It's gonna take off.
Spaces third? Like third spaces but reversed?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's gonna take off. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I tried. But you know, it gives people an opportunity to connect. And what that does, though, is that you're talking about love. And what I mean to say is that right now we're so divided because we don't talk about it. We're divided because we're not connecting. We don't have the opportunity to be with somebody else who shares a different, background, who shares a different family life, who shares a different immigration story. And then the more that we're connecting, the more that we actually can be unified and be able to create the kind of power to say, what it is that we need in this moment, right? which is housing, which is homes, which is food, which is security, right? Security in our income, things like that. We're all like organizing. I think that's the thing about my campaign is actually that the reason I'm running is because I come from this whole community where we've been doing this for years. We've been creating our solutions, we've been having to protect ourselves, we've been having to rescue our own families because nobody else is looking out for us. And so we're struggling with housing insecurity, we're still struggling with job insecurity, we're still struggling with the fact that we're dying on the streets because our streets are unsafe right now. There's 300 traffic collisions every year that kill people. There's 150 traffic collisions a day, but 300 people die from traffic collisions a year in Los Angeles City, right? There are things that we know how to fix because we figured out those solutions, but day in and day out, we still are seeing the same problem. And not only that, but our current...
People like like to honk. It's the one thing about marching is some people like to honk, but not like honk boop boop in like solidarity, but just lean on their horn, which I've always been like, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing, bro?
Legislators keep moving us backwards in what we're doing. So we'll pass a measure, for example, Measure ULA. Are you familiar with Measure ULA? Have you heard about it?
Yeah.
Okay, so Measure ULA, right, is a mansion tax. We colloquially call it a mansion tax, but it's a transfer tax. So
every property in Los Angeles County over the price point of $5 million has an additional sales tax of, I believe, 5%.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And it's progressive. So if you're selling a building for $10 million, you got
Okay, listen, chat.
the money. I didn't talk.
Or not implement necessarily, but how
Sorry
difficult it is
about
to get the Democrats on board with that at the national level.
We're gonna have to skip ahead. The policy. I love the policy discussion, but if it just drowned out by honk, we're going past.
But I think one of the major issues for a lot of Americans in the crisis of affordability is not only medical debt, but it's also housing. And obviously social housing would play a fundamental role in normalizing market rates for all of the private market housing that's out there, that's readily available. And that's precisely the reason why a lot of people don't want it to happen, because they constantly, as Donald Trump said recently, as he said yesterday, we got to keep the housing prices as high as possible. And when you increase the supply, or God forbid you increase the supply by government intervention at a much cheaper price point and forcibly lower the existing inventory's price point, a lot of boomers are going to get frustrated.
Yeah, but I mean, ultimately at the end of the day, right, like all of us are being left out. Like all the boomers' kids are...
Mike, are you going to cover the California governor's race eventually? It's possible we may end up with 2 Republicans in the general. Oh, well.
Like they have nowhere to go. They have no... And that's actually one of the things we learned in our messaging was actually the boomers might not like it, but once we talk about their kids, they're like, oh, I get it. Maybe we do have to work on housing affordability.
California politics is broken in large part because their primary system is intentionally designed to disrupt the progressive victory by doing these jungle primaries. The purpose of the jungle primary is to have, like, say there's a Democratic primary, right? And you have a progressive versus a Democrat. The purpose of the jungle primary is so that the progressive can never really beat the Democrat, the centrist Democrat, the corporate Democrat. So say you win the jungle primary, then the corporate Democrat will run for Republican votes. So it'll be like centrist Democrats, the establishment Democratic Party, and the establishment running Republican Party to try to prevent a progressive from winning. That's why there's so few. Crazy that this guy shocked his dog and nobody cares. First of all, he didn't shock his dog. He didn't shock his dog. That you made it up. And Dan Saltzman admitted to making it up. So why are you pretending? Why are you pretending like that's number one? Number two, you don't care about dogs getting shocked. Well, can you name one other person who you have complained about shocking their dog? Because shock collars have been sold in America for decades. So can you show me one other person where you pretended to care about shocking your dog? I mean, there are content creators that use negative reinforcement on dogs on YouTube all the time. So now you have the burden of proof. 1, he didn't shock his dog. 2, you don't even care if he did. Honestly, dude, if I were you, and I mean this seriously, I would like probably scrape together whatever money you have, check your couch cushions, and go to a fucking therapist, man. Like, you and I both know you need it. Like, you absolutely need it. There's one primary and the top 2 candidates that go on the ballot for the general election, so you could wind up with 1D, 1R, 2D, 2R, 2 socialists, whatever. It's nonpartisan. Yes, that's it. Exactly. Thank you, Madame Lasagna. The Democratic Party set up those jungle primaries for the purpose of countering the left. And I think one of the things that we need to get this system, to get California's to not suck as much, is to have some sort of crisis where the jungle primary results in some sort of really bad outcome. Where like 2 Republicans both get 20% of the vote and they win the primary. That would be good, because we got to get rid of the jungle primary. And I don't give a shit. I mean, like, that's what matters in the long run, is you got to get rid of the jungle primary. We have to get rid of it because it's fucking garbage. We should have ranked choice voting where people could vote for who they want to vote for without fear of being a spoiler. That's the bare fucking minimum. Did you see Elon in the Epstein files? Yeah, it's in my title. Elon must beg to go on the island. It is fucking embarrassing.
People, not for profit.
Yeah.
And I think it's a really hard narrative to crack here in the country, but it's something that we have to. If we do truly believe that housing is a basic human need, a basic human right that everyone should have, if we really want society to be able to flourish, if just for the selfish perspective of I don't want to have unhoused people living on my street, then we have to ensure that then there's enough homes for everybody. And so that's one of the things that I really care about here in Los Angeles is actually solving our housing crisis. And that is we need to be able to expand our affordable housing.
And I'll compare it to that great photo of Mike on the couch. You mean the photoshopped one? The photoshopped one? Look how obese I am. Guys, look at this. Guys, look, look how fat I am. Oh, look how fat. So you have a photoshopped picture of me, and you've got Hassan shocking his dog, which didn't happen. Anything else? Dude, you should honestly, like, and I mean it, it's not gonna get better for you, man. It's not gonna get better for you, man. You and I, you've been thinking about it a lot. I just want to be the person to tell you, today's the day. Carpe diem, man. Carpe diem. It's never going to get better. It's never going to get better. Do you understand? For you. Carpe diem, man. Carpe diem.
Options. We need to be able to get social housing take root here in Los Angeles, which I'm proud of. We already have. For example, we have CLTs, community land trusts, which are containers of a lot of these housing that's off the market and also owned by the community, owned by the residents themselves, or by a mission-driven nonprofit. And
I think California, I like her a lot. She's a huge nerd. And I like that. I like that we have that. We need more of that. Mike, don't bother with those people. Why not? It's funny. It's fun. See, the thing is, what makes them not come here is when they get laughed at. When they get scrutinized. This guy thinks that Hassan shocked his dog and I'm obese. And that means that I'm bad for some reason. By the way, none of those things happened. So why does he hate us? I want to get to the actual reason. And the answer is he doesn't even know. He doesn't even know. I want him to get laughed at for being the fucking loser that he is. He doesn't even know. And like, I don't know how to say this. And by the way, I don't like to be braggadocious because it's just cringe. But they have to create a false narrative about who I am. Oh, hold on. This camera is fucked up. They have to create this false narrative of who I am and who Hassan are for their own cope. And if you let them get away with it, they'll keep spreading it. I'm jealous that everyone thinks you're an incel who punches couches. The only reason you think that is because I cucked Destiny. And that was like 5 girlfriends ago, 7 years ago. And you won't let that girl go away. You can't let her just be. Because she has 2 clips where she kind of made me look bad. You will not let her retire from the internet and go away because you're so desperate to spread this narrative, which Destiny, he obsessed over me and her. I'm sorry, but it's fucking weird. You're a fucking loser. Like, you're following me around for someone I dated 7 fucking years ago? That's what you think? You're allying with Tectone, who admitted in court that he's never made his girlfriend have any sexual pleasure in 2 years. He was unable to have sexual. That's who you're allying with. You're calling that is a fact in court. He admitted that he was unable to sexually pleasure women, and he never had. So this is the thing that's one of the things that's really interesting about this is we live in a environment where incel guys like yourself, who are complete fucking losers, have the politics of a rapist, but don't believe in anything. Think you can come in here. Okay, now it's time for me to investigate you. Is this guy at least in his old account? Okay, he created this account in 2025. All right, you have to come on your main, man. You have to come on your main. Come on your main. Come on your main account. You can't come in here with some account that you just created to troll. You have to, if you want to try to debate with me and argue with me, you have to come in on your main. Fuck Israel, fuck ICE. What an incredible first live stream on YouTube. We'll be donating the super chats to an LA-based charity working with immigrants. 1,053,000 views. Average view duration of 30 minutes. Holy fuck. Peak concurrence 146,427. Total likes 83,561. 23,914 new subscribers and 384,837 total chats. Holy, that's insane. Holy fuck, that's insane. They use the image of you cringing as a gotcha because they think, oh, by the way, the cringe thing is so funny because it's like, that was a 5-hour stream of, to be honest, her hitting on me and following me around. And that's the one moment where I was telling her to turn off her stream because we were about to have dinner with Twitch executives. And it would have been my first time in an IRL stream and I felt a little awkward. So they made that, then they changed the narrative. They did dip where they were like, oh, Mike approaches random girl on the street and she doesn't like him. But she saw that I was uncomfortable and she bantered with me to make me feel embarrassed because that's what it is. They used that for 7 years. It's crazy. That's crazy. And it's one of those things that when you look back on, you can't help but laugh. If you're actually normal around women, you will occasionally embarrass yourself. But if you're an incel who's scared to approach women or talk to women, that fear of embarrassing yourself is what dominates their entire existence. So when they see someone who they perceive to be, getting embarrassed by a woman, is actually a reflection of their own fear. For me, I don't give a fuck. Who gives a shit? Oh no, I got embarrassed for 5 seconds 7 years ago. But for them, it's so psychologically powerful because it's to them, they think it is the expression of their worst nightmare. And if you have a big fear of rejection and it paralyzes you, chat, I gotta be honest with you, that's loser shit. That is the essence of loser shit. You gotta get over that, man. You gotta get over that, man. For real, for real. If somebody, kind of you being embarrassed is like keeping you from pursuing your life, you gotta get over that, man. You gotta get over that. Like, you need to start doing stuff that feels embarrassing immediately. And by the way, I have that shit too. I'm a terrible dancer. I don't like to dance because I'm so bad at it. Okay, I was never taught how to do it. I'm not very good at it. And it just doesn't come natural. I'm a terrible fucking dancer. Who gives a shit? I'll still go to the club and go like, you know why? Because it's comedic. When you're as bad at dancing as me, if you're vibing out, it's funny. People vibe with it. They don't give a shit. Pop around. Do the Homer Simpson dance. The sexo, yeah. Now, if somebody's some try hard and they're like, oh my God, you're so cringe when you dance. Who gives a fuck? Both clips he would play was the Tiff clip and a Bad Buddy clip back to back. And it took me years until I decided to actually, and then what happened? Vosh showed me that clip and I hated you for a year. And by the way, that's so funny. The Vosh stuff is so funny because if you go back and look at it, I'm right. If you actually go and investigate what I was saying, I was so fucking right. You can go back and watch that debate. And if you look at the substance, Zoran Mamdani is the substance. That's what I was arguing for. Like, that's the thing that's funny. Even in the examples where they think they have something where I lost a debate, but if you actually go and look at it, I won the debate clearly. They're just too stupid to know what the fuck I was talking about. That was the one thing that shocked me, that people thought that Vosh is intelligent. Oh my God, that shocks me to this day. I've been following the stream for 6 years and I honestly can't recall any of these clips. Really? You can tell these people have no actual beliefs because it's always the same 5 clips over and over. Yes, because they're trying to do a 2-minute hate. I'm sorry for getting off on this. This is so boring. Who gives a fuck? I've said these points like 10 billion quadrillion times. No one gives a shit. You do awkward hand wringing like nobody can. Everybody does that. Everybody does the awkward hand wringing. Everybody does this. This is the most human thing. Everybody does this. I think one of the things that I love the most is that if you look at this, and this is something that I posted, this is what they're trying to distract me from talking about. If you look at Destiny's entire career on YouTube, he has gotten $250,000 in super chats over the entire time he's been live streaming. And you add together all the super chat income together, he's got $250,000 over about 7 years. Hasan got $20,000 in one day and 2,500 new members in one stream. Hasan was showing us the other day Destiny not knowing what buy, borrow, die is. Yeah, whatever those. I should make a video about that on YouTube. Mods, we need to make a video. Hasan reacted to buy, borrow, die. We need to make a video of that and take advantage. Somebody get the VOD. He's banned, so he can't get to the VOD, which sucks. The thing about me is part of the reason why I didn't even bother that hard on YouTube, but I'm going to change my mind is Hasan was not there. And the only people that were there were the anti-Hasan people. So it's like, now that he's going to be there and actively taking up space on YouTube, there's going to be a lot better air cover for leftists on YouTube rather. People that are not stupid. Because a lot of the YouTube leftists are just liberals. And they're actually pretty garbage. And I don't like many of them, to be completely honest with you. You might be on the YouTube VODs channel. Oh, thank you. I might open this. I don't think you streamed on weekends. I stream every day now. Imagine being such a small man, you get mad when you're called out. Is Destiny trying to push this right now? Oh my God, they're still trying to spread the lies. Isn't that crazy? Honestly, I should try to find that stream. That might be fun. Somebody should help me find that original Bad Bunny stream. That might be funny to find. We gotta find that original. Stream. That might be fun to throw some clips up of that. Almost assuredly gone. Yeah, I know. They probably have it. Oh, and if you want to understand the difference between, I made another post. I like to make fun of them because it's necessary. So this is Hasan the Hun. It's like 10 minutes into the stream, 88,000 watching. Olivia explains Beckham drama to room full of haters. H3 show, 17K watching. And the thing you need to understand is that they bought. If you look at I mean, maybe they don't. I don't have any, maybe that's just my opinion. I don't have any factual evidence to support that other than the metrics are so bad. They have so few like messages, so few subscribers, so few like memberships. It's crazy. Does anybody know how many memberships H3 has? Maybe I missed it, but why did you remove your VODs? I had a few days I wanted to catch up on. Well, whenever another big leftist streamer gets banned, I just proactively hide my VODs. Sorry, I might republish, but usually whenever a leftist gets banned, there's some sort of spam campaign that's going on. All right, chat. Do we have? Okay, yes, it's an old account. Oh, is it flies or spies? No followers, no streams. They're getting smarter, chat. All right, this guy again. Come on your main account, dude. You can't have zero fucking followers. Zero. I think one of the things that's really crazy is people think they're on the team. Crazy. All right, let's keep going. All right, chat. This is fucking crazy. The new Epstein file leaks. We've got ourselves Voidzilla, so I know the journalistic standards are going to be high. So that's why we watch him, chat. We love the Voidzilla journalism. He's so good at it. He puts a lot of effort in, so that's why we like to watch it.
3.5 million files, and it is incredible. Huge bombshells about some of the most powerful.
H3 got a total of 15,875 chats over 3 hours. Do you have a link to those stats? Because I wanna compare them like to like before we move on. Where the fuck is it? I mean, Hasan had like over 2,000 super chats, and H3 only got a total of 15,000 chats total. 15,000 chats. Hold on, let me look at my shit real quick. That's so few. Let me look at a stream that was a good stream and compare. Oh my God, that's it? 13,000, 50,000 total chats? Oh my God, they're smaller than me. On Friday, I had 28,492 messages. They have sub only on chat on though. I mean, look at my chatters. They're all subs. Look at my messages. I had 25,000 unique viewers and unique chatters. That's crazy. The reason why I'm mentioning a chat is like, they're kind of similar in size to me now. And I don't know about you. I don't know if you know this, chat, but I have a lot of competition. And the platform is a lot smaller, and I'm not one of the OG YouTubers who went viral like and was at the top of Reddit for years. They are dying out. That's crazy. All right, let's take a look at the Epstein shit.
An additional 3 million pages of records, they say, due to concerns including victim privacy or child abuse material. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, formerly Trump's personal attorney, saying the White House had no oversight here and no documents were withheld to protect the president.
I can assure that we complied with the statute, we complied with the act, and we did not protect President Trump, we didn't protect or not protect anybody.
Among those newly released records, unverified tips investigators received over the years, including some with uncorroborated allegations against President Trump, ex-President Bill Clinton, and other high-profile individuals. Trump, a longtime friend of Epstein before a falling out, and Clinton have both denied any wrongdoing and any knowledge of Epstein's crimes. And this new video of Epstein's longtime co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, seen here in a 2016 civil deposition, giving answers that would soon see her charged with perjury.
Did Jeffrey Epstein have a scheme to recruit underage girls for sexual massages?
Objective Forum Foundation.
If you know.
So, I don't know what you're talking about.
Those perjury charges were later dropped after Maxwell's conviction. And never before seen communications with some of the world's most powerful men, like Elon Musk, whose seemingly planned visits to Epstein's island, writing to Epstein in 2012, "What day/night will be the wildest party on your island?" Musk said he never went to Epstein's island. And Trump's Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, Epstein's former neighbor, who just months ago said he distanced himself from Epstein in 2005.
My wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person.
Me and my wife. So his wife probably told him, listen to me right now. If you get in the same room with that fucking pedophile, I will divorce you and take half your money.
But the records show that 7 years later, Lutnick wrote in 2012 he would be in the Caribbean with friends and family and asked to go to Epstein's island, writing, "Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good?" His wife coordinating with Epstein's assistant,
Whoa.
writing, "We are heading towards you from St. Thomas. Where should we anchor exactly?" Later, Epstein's assistant writing to Lutnick, "Jeffrey wished me to pass along the below to you. Nice seeing you." A spokesperson for Lutnick saying he, quote, had limited interactions with Mr. Epstein in the presence of his wife and has never been accused of wrongdoing.
But also contained in those released records, unredacted...
Man, every single Trump guy is a fucking Epstein pedophile. Who knew?
Names of victims who are calling this a betrayal. In a statement, they say they were exposed while, quote, "the men who abused us remain hidden and protected," adding, "that is outrageous." Janae.
All right, Olivia, thank you for your reporting.
This can't be real. This can't be right. This can't be right. 2024 earnings was 886,000, but 2025 was 85,000 in revenue. This has to be wrong. This has to be incorrect. You're telling me they only made $80,000 on H3 podcasts last year? No fucking way. No fucking way. I mean, it says they only got 13 million views. I think they got more than that. There's no way this is correct. There's something going on here. I mean, it says last month, and here's the chart. They have how many employees? How do they afford it? Here's their super chats. They only made $7,000 and 662 super chats in the entire month of January. I think when you have, like this is obviously seems like a good chunk of change, and like it's not, because they have like 5 employees and they all claim to be making good money, right? So they're all making 20 grand or 15 grand a month. That's crazy. All right, let's get back to Voidzilla, the journalist of journalists.
Powerful people on the planet. I can't believe
who cares about
they let
H3? We know they're done. See, those of us who are in the trenches, who have been fighting scum, who have been trying to slander us for years, when they're on the verge of collapse, we'd like to take the win. This is something that you need to learn as a leftist, is you need to be able to celebrate and enjoy the win. The fact that we've crushed them, the fact that we have annihilated them, the fact that we have destroyed them. That's fun. That's awesome. And we should take that moment to enjoy it. Did you preemptively explain what probable cause is? Yeah, I know.
this stuff out. I mean, it is stunning. Honestly, one of the biggest lies we've seen is the idea that the FBI could possibly come to us and say, not only is there not a client list, there was no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals. Guys, we're about to see planned blackmail to one of the most powerful people on the planet, and that is Bill Gates. Listen, there's a lot we're gonna get to, but we have to start with probably the craziest revelation here, which is Jeffrey Epstein emailing himself about Bill Gates. Now, if you don't know, Bill Gates and Epstein had a relationship post 2008. That's a big year. You're going to hear a lot today because 2008 was the time that Epstein pled guilty for soliciting of somebody under the age of 18. He was a predator at this point. Everybody knew it. Now, eventually,
4chan's poll was relaunched on the same day Moot, 4chan creator, met with Jeffrey Epstein. Let the conspiracy theories blossom. Wait, what? So the 2016 election Trump meme wars on here was all orchestrated by them? The golem kills its Jewish creator at the end of the story. The FBI pushed his ass over the finish line. It's crazy people don't remember that. I bet you think Pepe was organic. Anti-Semitism is a psyop. How are we coping, poll? Oh my God. Poll was a Mossad psyop. I mean, it makes sense. Like if you're trying to, I mean, it really does make sense. If you're trying to protect a ethno-state, fascist ethno-state doing genocide, right? You want to create more ethno-nationalist forces around the world. Every pole brain chud on Twitter or try to act like they knew it was a honeypot all along. Cope.
Bill Gates would get divorced when all of this came out. Melinda Gates said it was part of the direct cause for the divorce. She said she met Epstein and said he was evil.
He was evil personified.
So you have to understand, this is like Bill Gates' kryptonite. He's one of the richest men on the planet. He's got this huge philanthropy arm. But this relationship with Epstein has been a huge problem for him. And Epstein appears to have known that because in 2013, Bill Gates appears to be distancing himself from Jeffrey Epstein. And Epstein seems to have a problem with that. He says, I assume the dedication to our relation went both ways. Larry has now asked me to recommit to a confidentiality agreement. Basically, he's got to shut up about his relationship with Bill Gates. And this is where the blackmail starts. And it comes in the form of like, if I were you, I would do X if I were the type of guy that you should be. He says, in that regard, I suggest I buy you the house that you had your heart set on. In addition to 5 years of severance, we'll buy you out of the investment contract we agreed upon, 30 to 40% of an $100 million partnership for $30 million in today's terms. That's what I would have done had I been in your shoes. Then he lays out what he has on Bill Gates, or what he says he has. Quote, to add insult to injury, you subsequently, with tears in your eyes, implore me to delete the emails I had regarding your STD. Your request that I provide you antibiotics that you could surreptitiously give to Melinda, and the description of your I mean,
Bill Gates got STDs from Epstein prostitutes and trafficked women? Confirmed? Not, oh my God, they're so fucking stupid. The elites are, how are we dominated by elites like this? How are we like leftism? How are we dominated by elites this fucking bad? How are we dominated by elites this bad? Why aren't you guys rebelling? Why aren't you rebelling? Why aren't you rising up and grabbing a fucking pitchfork? You're intimidated by these people? The same reason you aren't, Mike. The answer to why am I not rebelling right now? The answer is I am too comfortable. The answer is that I don't have an actual organized group that will be effective. I also don't believe that I will have mass support if I were to do it. So those are the three reasons why I'm not currently in rebellion. Like if you rebelled and you went to go after one of these oligarchs, would the American people support you? The answer is, do you consider them to be supportive of Luigi Mangione? Do you consider the American people supportive of Luigi Mangione? And the answer is they're not. If you think they are, you are an internet person. Supportive would be people protesting outside of the fucking prison, like a large protest of people outside the prison screaming that he should be pardoned. It would be all health insurance CEOs going into hiding because there's copycats. The American people do not support Luigi Mangione. As much as they want to meme that they do, they don't actually. Simple Lenin equation. Lenin didn't create the moment, he took advantage of it. That's exactly how I look at it. I'm not trying to say that I'm Lenin. I'm not Lenin in even the smallest way. I look at what the Bolsheviks did, and many of them sat in exile. And when they saw the system failing, then they returned. And they sought to take advantage and leadership of the organic uprising that was occurring. That's how I feel that it should be done. Is I can't force the issue, but if the issue happens, then I will support it. So I'm not seeing it yet. I'm doing everything I can to boost it. I'm doing everything I can with my platform that I do have to support protests to ICE. I'm trying to get more people involved in ICE Watch. I'm trying to get more people involved in organizations. We're not there yet.
Insane. It's completely insane. It's like basically laying out in text form, I would give me millions of dollars, and I can't believe you're asking me to delete the message where you were going to give STD medication to your wife.
We're sitting on our hands and letting chatters drop they in chat like we're not becoming Nazis. Elmate, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Honestly, I think if you bring up anti-Semitism on the left in 2026, you're a fucking op. You're an absolute fucking op. And I don't want you around, honestly. If you're coming into these spaces going like, oh man, the anti-Semitism on the left, you're a fucking op and I don't want you here.
Without her knowledge. It's complete. It's crazy. It's just completely obvious what he's doing here. It's just a nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Here's what you should do. But now that coming out after Epstein's death, this looks really bad for Gates, obviously, because you usually wouldn't blackmail somebody for something that's completely false or fake. I mean, maybe he did that. But we also know Bill Gates had affairs. Obviously, Melinda credits it for their divorce. So it's hard to believe there was nothing sketchy going on. Bill Gates, of course, maintains that it was completely above board. He says the fact this allegation was in here just shows how much Epstein was willing to defame people. But Epstein lays it out. He says he helped Bill get drugs in order to deal with the consequences of sex with Russian girls, facilitating his illicit trysts with married women, and to being asked to provide Adderall for bridge tournaments. Look, guys, this is exactly what we suspected the whole time. Epstein was providing services to rich people and expecting payment via blackmail. Now you might say, and it's true, that we don't know that Epstein ultimately sent that version of an email to Gates. All we know is he sent that to himself. He may have planned the blackmail and just been drafting something. But what we do know are two things. The Wall Street Journal has reported that Gates was threatened by Epstein over an affair. We also know that after this blackmail email Jeffrey sent to himself was written, eventually Gates sent a $2 million donation to MIT directed by Jeffrey Epstein, which is a bit weird if you had distanced yourself from the guy and y'all had this big falling out. Now, again, do we know for sure?
He doped himself to play bridge. Whenever you see people's secret interior lives, I'm always baffled. I am always baffled. Bill Gates invested $100,000 in the next new generation condom right after he got STD from Epstein's girls. Researchers at the University of Wollongong in Australia are working on a next generation condom that feels like skin. The project was funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which gave $100,000 to about a dozen such projects, challenging them to build a condom people actually wouldn't mind using. Bill Gates talked about the condom project during an Ask Me Anything session on Reddit last February. While the work is serious, helping to end the spread of AIDS like everyone else, he couldn't resist cracking a joke about it, saying, "This is a sensitive topic." The idea was that men didn't like the current design, so perhaps something they would be more open to would allow for less HIV transmission. We still haven't gotten the results. God, Bill Gates really is an evil little rat, isn't he?
That Bill Gates did all of that? No, of course we don't. But do I think Bill Gates was innocently looking for charity advice from a after he already pled guilty? No, I don't. I'm sorry. I'm not that gullible. And speaking of not that gullible, we've been lied to also by another richest guy on the planet. Geez, it's a shock why they don't want to put this out. Elon Musk, who has been saying for years that it is a lie that he went to Epstein's island. In fact, he says he refused to go. From Elon, he says, Epstein tried to get me to go to his island. I refused. He says, anyone pushing this false narrative deserves complete contempt. Later responding to another headline, which said Elon Musk planned trip to Epstein's private island. And he says, this is false. But of course, we start to dig through the files and we can see on Epstein's calendar that Elon Musk is booked in December 6th of 2014. But maybe you don't believe that. That's just the word of Jeffrey Epstein. But maybe you'll believe the word of Elon Musk, who was caught emailing Jeffrey Epstein to go to his island post the guilty plea. Elon Musk writes, "We'll be in BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Good time to visit." Jeffrey Epstein says, "I will send a heli for you." Later, Elon Musk writes to Epstein, probably just to Lula and me, his ex-wife, "What day and night would be the wildest party on your island?" The world's richest man is asking the most pedophile man for the wildest party on his island. And then it gets more explicit. In 2012, remember, this is the guy who said, "I refused it. I could never do that," right? It's false. But here in 2012, he says, "Do you have any parties planned? I've been working to the edge of my sanity this year. I really want to hit the party scene in St.
A peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. Elon Musk begging to rape people. He was begging Jeffrey Epstein to party. He typed that out, chat. This wasn't something think about what they said in person. I think if somebody supports Israel, you should arrest them. If somebody supports Israel, they're probably a pedophile. There's no other justification. There's no other. I used to think that people would support Israel because they were social climbing, disgusting rats who had no moral compass. Now I just think they're all pedophiles.
Barts or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. Guys, he can't even play the "I went to go study math" excuse, which is what all these guys do. They say, "Hey, I just went to go talk to scientists." Elon's like, "Hey, I don't want to do that. I'm looking for a party. That's what I'm here to do." And then Jeffrey Epstein writes, "Understood, I will see you on St. Barth. The ratio on my island might make your ex-wife uncomfortable." I can't believe these guys are lying to us and people are swallowing it still, thinking that Elon Musk had nothing to do with this guy. So again, that's 2012. That's 2014. But guess what? There's another time in 2013. I mean, this seems like a yearly thing with the boys. Here, once again, Elon Musk writes, "We'll be in the BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays." Again, is there a good time to visit? Jeffrey Epstein, any day, 1st to the 8th, play it by ear if you want, always space for you. They then plan some more, and you might think, well, if Elon ever told the truth, this is when he has to reject, right? Because he said, "I refused." But actually, it appears to be one of those cases where, like, your friend says, like, "Oh, bro, I dumped her." And actually, it was the other way. Yeah, it turns out Elon didn't dump the dumped Elon. He says, "Bad news. Unfortunately, my schedule will keep me in New York. Hopefully, we can schedule another time in the future." Jeffrey Epstein let Elon down. That's actually the real story. Is the reason he didn't go in 2013 was because he couldn't go. Jeffrey Epstein was not there. Guys, I mean, how blatant do they have to make it before we start to just see through it, right? When they issue these ridiculous...
Okay, so here's the thing. We know now. Now what?
Denials. They're totally associated with the guy after the guilty plea. They lie through their teeth, but they can't even keep their story straight. I mean, that's what's crazy. They're not even competent at this. They get caught in their own lies all the time. Remember, the FBI's official story was they didn't blackmail. Well, before we even had these files, Howard Lutnick was on the record calling Jeffrey.
To Elon Musk from Leslie Groff. "Hello, Mary Beth. I have now sent you a copy of all 3 girls' passports. Sorry, is upside down, but I figure you will print. Jeffrey will have his ID with him. Thank you, Leslie, assistant to Jeffrey Epstein." Clive Wisemeyer. Mr. Wisemeyer is actually against Israel. He's against Israel. Oh, I'll be damned.
Jeffrey Epstein, the greatest blackmailer ever.
So how come Bill Gates and all these other people could hang around him and not see?
Jeffrey's assistant had to know it was, yeah, she was given immunity by Trump's basically Trump's labor secretary was the attorney prosecuting Epstein, and he gave all the co-conspirator women like immunity. So yes, they all knew
what you saw, or did they see it and ignore it, or
no, they participated.
Right.
That's what his MO was, get a massage. And what happened in that massage room, I assume, was on video. This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Interesting. Okay, so Howard has a different perspective. Now, if you don't know, that guy, do you think he's just telling the truth there? Even this guy who's contradicting the official narrative, this guy literally lived next to Jeffrey Epstein. This guy who's like, "I'm going to tell the truth." Those guys participated. That guy lives next to Jeffrey Epstein. And by the way, he lied too. I love this video we're about to get into because this guy, Mr. He's the greatest blackmailer ever, does he know something we don't know? Because it's interesting, Mr. I'm his neighbor had to also explain how he had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. And he lays it out pretty simply. He goes, yep, I live next to him, but in 2005, I had such a horrible experience that I knew I could never talk to him again.
He was your neighbor for 10 years. How well did you know him?
We move in 2005. Jeffrey Epstein is arrested in like 08, I think, or something like that.
Right.
Knock on the door.
Hassan is attacking loner cuck on the timeline. Okay, we'll cover that. I'm just having a blast doing a Saturday stream. I forgot how Saturday streams are so much fun because you could just be a messy bitch. You know, you could just be a messy bitch and it's funny. You think this loser is riding? It doesn't matter. They're fucking irrelevant. They're fucking irrelevant. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit about Myron Gaines? He sucks off Destiny. He sucks off Destiny. And Destiny, oh my God, dude. It's a shame that none of these guys ever go outside. Ezra gets schooled on China. Okay, we might have to watch that.
On like a Saturday says, Mr. Epstein, your neighbor would like to invite you over for coffee. And there's a massage table in the middle of the room. Massage table in the middle of your house? How often do you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he like gets like weirdly close to me.
Ooh.
And he says, and the right kind of massage.
Ooh.
Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me and I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again.
Well, he couldn't be more clear, could he, right? He says, hey, I may have been his next door neighbor, but I met him once before the 2008 guilty plea. Remember I said that was a big deal? And we got invited over and it was like 5 seconds and we left and we realized he was a creep. We were out of there. He made this rude, lewd comment in front of my wife. I would never go see this guy. I mean, he makes it super clear he's gross.
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
These other guys.
Complete and utter bald-faced lie. The entirety of the Western elite is blackmailed by Mossad, bro. I've been saying that for years at this point. Like, I don't know what else to say. I can't say what I'm thinking. There's really no cute way to explain it. But basically, the scales have fallen from my eyes. I used to be someone who would look back at various revolutionary efforts and I would judge what I would call excesses harshly. And I would be like, this has created a cloud over this liberatory movement because of the excesses of violence that were enacted on elites. And we probably could have done better than that. We didn't have to do that. But now I'm realizing that every single leftist revolution that I'm aware of was too lenient. The error was the leniency. That was the error. And for the American land reform movement, whatever you want to call it, we need to ensure that these elite systems are ripped up root and stem. And then we need to burn the surface of the earth with a flamethrower to ensure that no seed remains. Nothing could spring from this system again. Like the level of, I mean, we need a military reconstruction of this country. And I think if you're a conservative at this point in 2026, you're probably a pedophile. And if it means that 25% of the country are pedophiles, well, then that's 25% of the country that we've got to figure out how do we reform that? How do we control that? Because that's fucking insane. But something must be done.
They may have participated.
They participated.
But Howard Lutnick, he could never. No. He's too good of a guy. Well, guess what we found in the old emails? Looky. It's Howard Lutnick writing in to Jeffy Boy in 2012. Hi, Jeff. We're landing in St. Thomas early afternoon, planning to head over. Where are you located? What's the exact location for my captain? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? Is this the guy you said made a lewd comment to your wife and, oh, I could never be in front of him. He's gross. Guess what the next email is? My boy's wife messaging in, saying we're headed towards you in St. Thomas. Later, the subject line, Jeffrey Epstein. Good morning, Howard. Jeffrey wished me to pass you along. Nice seeing you. They clearly met, and the guy is just lying about it to your face, to the American public's face, and they tried to hide it from us. I cannot emphasize this enough. They're lying through their teeth. You think this guy perfectly remembers a 2005 walking in the guy's house? I remember exactly what I said to him. My wife and I looked at each other, and he wouldn't remember the 2012. I boated over to his private island for a dinner. Is that what we're really thinking? Is that what we're expected to believe? This is a momentary lapse in his judgment. No, these guys don't even care about being consistent. And they're all throwing each other under the bus. Don't you remember Elon Musk saying, the time to drop the really big bomb, Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they haven't been made public. My guy, you also are in the Epstein files, very clearly doing stuff you lied about, okay? So is Howard Lutnick, who says, yeah, Bill Gates, he's probably getting blackmailed because he participated. What did you do on the island over in 2012, Howard? Do we know that? I mean, does anyone care? Now, the last thing I want to talk about is some of the most explosive stuff. It's also, again, I have to say, unverified, okay? This is the NTOC, the FBI's National Threat Operations Center. And the challenge with confirming some of this is that these are anonymous tips, or they black them out at least, so we don't know who they are. And anyone can drop a tip. Now, that doesn't mean that you should disregard them. It just means we can't verify them. The other challenge is that the FBI has a heavy incentive to discredit anything with Donald Trump in it, just because he's in the White House right now, obviously. And so I want to be clear, there are notes related to some of these submissions where they say things like complainant was spoken to and deemed not credible. Additional research showed 3 separate redacted. You know, it's hard to tell how much this is the proper due diligence of the FBI, which they should be doing, of course, and not all complaints are credible. But also there's this obvious conflict of interest with the fact that the sitting president is in some of these complaints. But here they are for what it's worth. Complaint summary. Blank reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. The friend told Alexis that she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump. The friend also said she was abused by Epstein. Later, there's very explosive claims about big parties with her, other younger girls, and older Victoria's Secret models, including...
I tend to think that this one might not be credible because I don't believe Victoria's Secret models would be involved with orgies with underage girls. Because, and this kind of shows me it's a schizo post, and the reason why I say that is a Victoria's Secret model is already someone who's incredibly famous and successful in modeling. So... and women are much less likely to be engaged in sexual abuse. I could see them like maybe they were lingerie models and this person just doesn't know what this means. Like people that were like casting couch type people that are like trying to work their way up in the industry by like allowing themselves to be exploited sexually. But I just don't think this specific thing sounds credible to me. Not really. Epstein literally was in cahoots. I guess my question is, what do they mean by Victoria's Secret models? That's like, I'll listen to you, chat. I'll listen to you. But for me, it strikes me as a little bit of an invention, right? Maybe they just, it's like when people say Kleenex instead of tissue. So maybe that's why.
And Donald Trump. There's claims third hand about a female victim of Epstein's who wants to publish a book citing Leslie Wexner, Epstein, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Ghislaine Maxwell is in the videos as well. And it goes on like this for a while. Some of the complaints are just like very graphic, and obviously I'm gonna censor out some of it. But I should also mention the DOJ claims that some of these claims were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false, and if they had any shred of credibility, they would have certainly been weaponized against President Trump already. Now, I agree that if a complaint is timed right before an election, there definitely could be some other motivations to that. But it's also ridiculous to say that anything in the Epstein files, if it were true, would have come out already. Because why didn't we see the stuff about Bill Gates, for example? I mean, that stuff apparently has been sitting in here for a long time. And not only did no one talk about it, the FBI literally like covered for it. I mean, they said that this was not the case. There are big claims against a lot of powerful people. Nobody in that file really wants to rock the boat or release the files because then they get in trouble and their buddies get in trouble, and that's a huge problem. So I don't really buy the idea that, oh, if it were true, it would have already gotten out. I don't buy that. That's why we need transparency. That's why it's important these files are out. But this is just a look at a small fraction of the files. And over the next few weeks, we're gonna go through all of the major findings we can from this 3.5 million page document dump. But seriously, think about how discrediting this has been, not only to this administration, but to so many rich and powerful people who have lied through their teeth happily towards you in order to hide their relationship with this man that many of them held post guilty plea.
Honestly, chat, now that I'm thinking about it, I think the chat is right, because Les Wexner was one of Jeff. Okay, I'm oh my God, I'm connecting the dots. Why am I so stupid? Okay, Les Wexner would use his position as owner of Victoria's Secret in order to get women and girls to trust that it was legitimate and separate them from guardians so they could sexually exploit them. Because if you're modeling and they're like, all right, get in your underwear, get in your, get naked, you want to make sure that you're talking to a really legitimate modeling agency, right? You don't just want to get naked for any random creepy guy. So if they're like, we work with Victoria's Secret and I'm a talent scout, and somebody gives you the Victoria's Secret card and then you call Victoria's Secret headquarters, so they're like, yes, that's one of our guys. You are going to lower your guard so much more. You're sanitizing it, you're legitimizing it. I mean, this is so obvious.
And some of them, now we know, Epstein prepared blackmail for them.
And by the way, Donald Trump had a modeling agency too. His wife came from Eastern Europe. The first lady of the United States came from Eastern Europe and was a porn actress. You know she was being pimped out. You know she was being exploited as an illegal immigrant. Mike, you're wrong. American Apparel, Cherry Richardson, Jean-Luc Brunel were mainstream and they did it. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. No, you're totally right. You guys are totally right. You're totally right. That was Mike being a lib for a second. That was a scrap of liberalism and like incredulity popped up there. You guys are fucking right.
And according to reports,
Chad is right. Okay, we've got the Moist Critical video on it.
Wow.
All these centrist guys, like woke is back. We are so fucking back. I fucking called it. Oh my God, we're so fucking back. We are so fucking back. You got, oh my God. Does anybody have the clip of where I said this is the peak of the right? Did anyone find a clip of me saying that? I want to find the exact date that I called it. I want the exact date that I called it when I was like, yep, this is the moment. The vibes are shifting. This is peak chud. I think it was Kaya Gate, honestly. I think Kaya Gate was peak chud. October 7th. Hassan mentioned that Charlie refuses to talk to him because he's a dog abuser. It's because I went after Charlie for being a dumb fuck. No, it's not because of me, but it's just like, Charlie is such a dipshit, dude. If you think Kaya is abused, you're dumber than fucking dirt. You know what I hate about some white people is they do this performative animal cruelty shit, but then you go to a fucking, do you know how many animals are fucking exterminated every day in America because they're born, because people don't control their pets? There's so many cats and dogs born every day from lazy shithole pet owners who don't control them, don't control their animals, and therefore they reproduce as they're naturally going to. And there's so many puppies and kittens that are abandoned and killed and euthanized all over the fucking country, especially from the South. The South is so uncontrolled. There's such a overwhelming amount of dogs and cats that are produced uncontrolled in the deep South in America. It's such a third world fucking country. Florida's included, and they euthanize so many innocent cats and dogs, and these white motherfuckers are gonna lie on Hassan. It's absolutely insane. The vibe shift started when Zoran's chances were looking feasible. Well, I was the first person to say he was gonna win. I also called that. That's how you know I'm good at this. Not only did I call that Kamala Harris is going to lose horribly, I did call that Zoran was going to win before everybody else. So you know that I'm not just somebody who's a doomer and is always saying bad things are going to happen. And I'm also not just a bloomer who's a fucking naive asshole who says we're always going to win. I call it when we're going down and I call it when we're going up. Hell yeah, brother. You also called almost the exact margins, I know.
Actually huge. Wow. A massive batch of Epstein files just dropped in hot, fresh off the battle bus here from the top turnbuckle out of nowhere. Like, I didn't think we'd even see any more with the DOJ putting up that huge stink even recently about like how courts can't force them to release it, this and that. It seemed like this was never going to happen because getting them to comply with the law was like pulling teeth. So they were a month late, but they actually released like millions of Epstein files. And there are huge, disgusting, evil things that have been uncovered in this latest batch of Epstein files. This time around, it's a little different than their previous release where there were hundreds of pages of blacked out redactions and that was basically it. This is what you saw with the Epstein files, except I thought that was going to make the camera go black. You get the idea. It was basically just staring into the fucking void. It was just pitch black because everything was redacted. It was
That's correct. I did call the primary correctly, but I was a little bit optimistic in the general. What I got wrong in the general was I didn't think that Trump's endorsement would destroy CWA as much as it did, and as many Republicans would vote for Cuomo as they did. That was the thing that people did not see coming. And honestly, Trump's endorsement really, really helped Cuomo.
A lot of nothing, but even amidst that nothing, they were so fucking incompetent that they left in the ability to unredact the files yourself, where people were able to catch them breaking the law, where a lot of the redacted names were not names of victims. They were various other things, and a lot of the redactions were clearly not victims. Sometimes it even seemed like the redactions were there to protect the names of potential clients and perpetrators, which again is a complete violation of the Epstein Files Transparency Act that they were supposed to be following. But again, even with them farting out completely blacked out pages to protect these pedophiles in power, there were still a lot of huge revelations that came from this, such as co-conspirators that for some reason they never pursued. We don't know who they were because their names have been redacted conveniently, but we learned that there were co-conspirators they were investigating, and I guess they just let the leads dry up and then just said, fiddlesticks, they're gone. Now time to pretend they don't exist. Like Kash Patel under oath lying about it. Perjury Patel, by the way, still not punished for it. And speaking of unpunished, you know who else has been unpunished? Every fucking Epstein client, all of these rapists and pedophiles, all of them still just getting away with these unthinkable crimes. No one being handcuffed and thrown in the slammer. Doesn't even seem like they're pursuing any investigations or anything into it. Across 2 administrations now, no fucking arrests outside of Maxwell, who Trump has done everything in his power to ensure she is treated like a queen at a new summer camp that she now resides at. Barely even a fucking prison. This is lunacy of the highest caliber. Now anyway, I know I'm getting kind of sidetracked here with like the previously on Dragon Ball Z with this whole saga. The most recent batch of Epstein files came out a couple hours ago. Millions of files, so people are still combing through them, but what they are finding is alarming. Trump's name, of course, is all over these files. His name appears more in these Epstein files than Green Eggs and Ham appeared in the fucking Green Eggs and Ham Dr. Seuss book.
Well, yeah, they were best buddies. Of course it did. I think one of the things that I will say, and I this is some growth that I've had, is that I thought I hated the right. I thought I hated centrists 5-6 years ago when I started my stream, when I started, getting involved in online politics. I thought I despised them more than other people. Like, and I knew that, all right? Like, I would talk to other people and I would get a little bit unhinged about how much I hate them. And I would see that it would occasionally alienate people. And I want to say something, chat. I was way too nice. I was way too nice. I should have done more. I should have been more unhinged. I should have been more virulent. I think that you don't hate these people enough. I think that you should be like dedicated to their destruction, body and soul. Like this is kind of my reaction. My reaction is like, I don't hate the right enough. I'm not virulent enough. Like, defending this. For what? What is Donald Trump giving people? The economy sucks shit. Everything looks like we're not even living, like if we were living in a golden age, if you could actually see people's lives getting better, you might be able to understand if they were, they had cognitive dissonance and they understood that their good life was dependent upon some sort of like bad shit happening. There's not even anything good happening. And by the way, chat, I want to say something, and it really pisses me off, and it is so disgusting, and it is so over the top evil. The pink woman's Alex Peretti video. You could see Alex Peretti's head being exploded, and we don't see that in America. But you know where they are seeing that? Overseas. And I now consider censorship, and with like what happened with Gaza, it's very clear that people need to see gore. They need to see the gore. They can intellectualize death in a way. We need our animal brains, our reptilioid brain needs to see the gore. They need to see the violence in order for people to be emotionally impacted. And that is my new take. That's my newest take. That's why I'm not allowed to show you shit here. I'll get banned. Why are they preventing me from showing factual news? If this is an 18+ stream, if I make it 18+, why can't I show you the facts without getting banned? I'm not running ads anyway. Who gives a fuck? My buddy told me Alex Peretti was harder for him than me, then I was seasoned enough through watching Gaza. I want you to know something, chat. I've been seeing violence and gore for a very long time because I'm an educated man. I've seen dark shit. I studied shaken baby syndrome was something that I studied a lot in law school. I've seen primarily because I don't know if you know this, but I'm a shaken baby a skeptic. I think that it's pseudoscience. The shaken baby syndrome is pseudoscience, and it's oftentimes not real. So I'm not saying that some people don't abuse babies. They do. Shaken baby syndrome is oftentimes just bullshit. It's pseudoscience. Expand, please. Well, they would argue that you could prove that a baby was shaken based on certain injuries, but there's no actual evidence of it. Like, they don't have evidence to prove that causality. They would see babies that had certain presentations and they would assume shaking, but those presentations could happen from things like a fall. And a lot of times there's SIDS and there's other like sudden death syndromes for babies they would blame caretakers for. Crypto is crashing hard. All I'm trying to say is, oh my God. Holy shit. How's the silver's down to 80? Okay, so this is just Friday. Has there been any over the counter trading going or after hours trading? I guess it is Saturday. It will bounce back during the week. It's typical market. Why would crypto bounce back? All of this shit is based on nothing. Bitcoin has no utility outside of criminal transfers, which I guess is a utility.
His name is everywhere with numerous allegations about terrible, awful things. Some things we had heard little bits and pieces about from previous Epstein releases, but this one has significantly more, including this FBI report that claims Trump has been compromised by Israel, which anyone who's been paying attention to this administration shouldn't really be surprised at. I don't think anyone heard that and recoiled in their chair going, what? If anyone's followed everything that's been going on in regards to Trump and Israel, it should be no surprise that the FBI believed he was compromised, is compromised as well, most likely.
What we need, oh my God, chat, we've got a fucking hype trade, ham and fist, open presents. Guys, gals, non-binary pals, we are dangerously close to 10,000. We're at 9,597. We're also dangerously close to 100,000 followers. I just passed 50,000 followers on Twitter. We passed 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. The Mike from PA period. YouTube is the 2026 project. Can we get the 50,000 subscribers on YouTube in 2026? Can we do it? Right now, chat, we are at 20,900 subscribers on YouTube, which is pretty great. We just hit 20,000. Hey, editors, we should probably put the kill line video as our top video, the one that you get when you go onto the home screen. You know what I mean? That should probably be our top video. Right now, chat, we have the Tech Toad files. Can I link the YouTube? Of course. How do I check if I got a gift sub? You have one. It was given to you by Open Presents. I could see who gifted who. Mike, shout out to your ops. Login required to view the information. So that link didn't work to me. Sorry, you screenshot it. 0x808080 is here. How you doing, buddy? It feels like it's been a minute. Epstein and Chomsky talked about IQ and race theories through email exchanges. IQ and race intelligence differences. Oh my God. Bernie vindicated. Of course he is.
This is, again, new information that is hitting the public here from official sources in these Epstein files. These are big. Another huge name appearing in here is Bill Gates. So Bill Gates had an exchange with Jeffrey Epstein, and I think it's been known for a long time Bill Gates was associated with Jeffrey Epstein, but this information here is new that talks about how he contracted an STD apparently and had asked Jeffrey Epstein to provide him with antibiotics that he could secretly dose Melinda with. He had contracted it from Russian girls apparently. Another massive name coming in is Elon Musk, who had an email chain with Jeffrey Epstein that was in these files about him trying to plan a visit to Jeffrey Epstein's island, and he seemed to want to find the wildest party, the best time to come through to the island, and he was trying to make plans to go visit the island. These new files also expose blatant lies that a lot of really powerful people tried to peddle to get themselves out of hot water in regards to their close connection to Jeffrey Epstein, like Howard Lutnick. Howard Lutnick...
AOC just posted, even with everything in this Epstein drop, remember, this is a minority of the files. There's still just what they're willing to release in violation of the law, which requires release of all files. Pam Bondi's DOJ is still hiding most of them. We need them all. Holy shit. This is what I just posted, chat, on Twitter. Hypothetically, what crimes committed by our elites would make you in favor of a revolution? Rex, Who 100 and Dreadmax, thank you for the gifties. John Hugs, thank you for the gifties. Chat, we are on a level 15 hype train. Oh, one more 666. Thank you for the biddies. My God, chat. We are at 9,720 subs on this channel. 9,720. I cannot believe the level of support that we're getting. And I must tell you, chat, by the way, if you are in the Los Angeles area, today is the general DSA LA January chapter meeting at 2 p.m. I want you, if you are in the LA area, to sign up for this, and I want you to come. And I want you to come up to me. Hassan Piker getting you banned gets you lots of extra subs. Nah, it's not about. Here's the thing, guys. Here's what you need to understand. I want Hassan to do better because I agree with him and I like him as a friend. I am not infected with the sociopathic brain worms of every other streamer, almost every other streamer. There's a few that aren't like this. All right. I don't need other people to do poorly for me to do well. I just like to do well. Other people, many people, even people that I like, are infected with this brain worm. And it bothers me a lot and I can't fix them. I've tried. Okay, I have tried. There's so many people that I like, or I tried to like, but they are so convinced, and it's their deep, dark, secret belief that they need to harm other streamers in order to succeed. And it bothers me so fucking much, and it sucks. And I've tried to be like, no, you don't need to believe that. It's actually wrong. But they think I'm lying, and it sucks. Is it wise to RSVP to these things online? I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to, as long as you go. Here's the thing about DSA. Yes, if you join DSA, it's more dangerous than not joining an organization and holding your opinions privately. But I have to ask you a question. What use is holding your opinions privately? What use is being an unorganized leftist? What use is being unwilling to risk your own life and you know, like if you're not willing to fight, why are you even alive? I'm serious. If you're never willing to fight, if you're not willing to fight in the face of fascism, genocide, and pedophile elite conspiracy, why are you even alive? Why do you live? Why do you exist? Sign up so we could all be in the camp together. If they try, I'm not going to a camp. If they try to take me to a camp, let's just say it's not going. I will never go quietly. I pledge that to you. I was joking. So was I.
Is Trump's commerce secretary, and he claimed he cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein in 2005. In these files, we can...
Yeah, you're just a statistic. The people that are statistics are the people that don't fight back. I think the main The crisis that we have in our society today is that the people on the left are surprised at how evil the right is. So they keep trying to appeal to their humanity and shared beliefs. They have none and we share none. Stop being surprised.
Clearly see he was emailing Epstein in 2012, planning a trip out there, saying, "Hi Jeff, we are landing in St. Thomas early Saturday afternoon and planning to head over to St. Bart on Monday at some point. Where are you located? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? I have another couple, Michael and Mary Lehrman, with me on my boat, and each of us has 4 children. 2 16s, 2 14s, a 13, a 12, an 11, and a 7-year-old. Thanks, Howard." What a disgusting freak. He's even listing out the ages of the children that are joining them on their planned trip to Epstein's Island. This is in 2012, quite a few years after 2005, Howard. Seems like you told a big-time fib. Howard said that he had visited Epstein's house in 2005, but it culminated with him getting the heebie-jeebies. He called him gross and said that was basically kaput. That was the end of his relationship with Epstein. He washed his hands of him back in 2005, but that clearly wasn't true now, was it, Howard? These emails are from 2012, planning a trip out there and making a very odd mention of a bunch of children and their ages that will be joining you to Epstein's Island. Howard Lutnick is your U.S. Secretary of Commerce under Trump right now. This is your Commerce Secretary. And he is one of many very powerful politicians whom you'll find in these new Epstein files and previous Epstein files as well. These are just a few of many names, new names as well, very powerful people who appear in these files with alleged horrible, horrible things that they have done in connection with Jeffrey Epstein and the island. It is a big, big deal. This is undoubtedly just the tip of the iceberg here. This latest batch was millions of files, so there is still a lot of information out there that hasn't been adequately combed through, and still what we are learning right now is heinous. And I feel like it should be pretty obvious that there needs to be investigations conducted here, and maybe a little bit of fucking justice. Maybe some of these evil fucking demons getting arrested, perhaps. Why are none of these people in these Epstein files even being looked into at all? Why does Kash Patel lie under oath about there not being an Epstein list or clients or like co-conspirators when we now have all this available evidence that confirms there definitely were co-conspirators, there definitely are clients, and there...
Okay, let's assume that's all true. What are you willing to do about it? I don't know about you, chat, but if we're not going to prosecute these people under a regularly constituted court, then they need to be prosecuted in the people's courts. I don't know if we have to set up tribunals and start trying these people on our own. And we could do it in absentia, or we could do it in other ways. But we need to start setting up our own judicial processes and start sentencing these people for their crimes. If the court system is unable to prosecute pedophile rapists, then it's lost legitimacy, and we should build an alternative.
There's nothing being done, not in this administration, not the previous administration, to hold any of them accountable or fine them. This is a huge deal that nobody should be trying to like minimize the importance of. For some reason, people are trying to pretend as though this is something we should just like brush aside, move on from the whole Epstein fiasco. That is craziness. There are people in the most powerful positions of government right now that are rapists and pedophiles that have got away with unthinkable crimes, and they need to be held accountable. We have so much information here. We have so many names, and we need them to be investigated. We need justice. I don't know why so many people are so okay with being governed by these monsters. It's baffling to me. It actually boggles my fucking mind. This latest batch shows even more evidence, shines even more light on these terrible, terrible things that unfolded here, and the close connections a lot of powerful people had to Epstein and the island. I'll continue to look into the files and see what else turns up from all of this. I'll be, of course, keeping my finger on the pulse of it, and I highly encourage all of you to be paying very close attention to it and the people named in these Epstein files, and the people that try and defend it as well. That is unacceptable. This is indefensible. There's no
What? Can someone... Okay, I'm not trying to be an asshole or anything, but is his shirt dirty? Like, is his shirt actually fucking dirty? Like, am I crazy? I mean, is he just Asmongold who's slightly more attractive? Like, is that because like the loose collar, dude, like the stretched collar? Okay, I'm gonna tell you something. This is how you could tell if somebody's really gross. When you stretch your collars and t-shirts have elastic. All right, they have an elastic, and sometimes they get stretched out by you wearing it. But when you wash a shirt and you dry a shirt, the elastic will snap back. Now, shirts can only go back and forth so many times before they become blown out. Or if you wear them for an extended, or if you're somebody who has the bad habit of stretching your collar, or if you're somebody who wears the same shirt for many days in a row, they'll look like this. If you hang dry it, it doesn't shrink back. Yeah, man. Charlie's out there hang drying it. The multi-millionaire he has the same t-shirts. I guess he spends all his money on figurines instead. Wrong. I manufacture knits. The elastic breaks down pretty fast. Yeah, of course it breaks down pretty fast. That's why you need to get new shirts. You can't keep the same t-shirt forever because they go bad. You can't keep the same underwear forever because it wears out.
Excuse for it. So anyway, wanted to just give you an update here. That's really about it.
I'm Italian. We're waiting for you, waking about Trump and Devil's Friends. Please, Americans, wake up. Hey, welcome in. Can you guys wake up too? You've got a pedophile fascist in power in your own country. You guys are supporting NATO. You refuse to stand up on your own 2 feet and throw America out of the European continent. Can you end NATO? Can you stand up against the fascists in power that do nothing but are puppets to America? Listen, I agree with you, but you've got to help us. You have to help us by standing up to Trump with the power that you have. Italy is a proud country. Europe is a proud continent. Stand up against Israel. Stand up against the United States. We're captured. We're controlled by a cabal of pedophiles. Yes, it's embarrassing. I'm working my ass off to try to stop it. Can you help? Hassan trying to mend fences with Charlie to keep dragging him. I personally don't. I mean, whatever, man. I'm sorry if you're silent about the genocide of Gaza for years. I just put it. You know what? I'm not gonna be a woker. I'm not gonna be a woker. Just because Charlie, boosted all of the propaganda against me and Hassan and worked with, the fascists as much as he could, and then kept silent on the genocide. And only when the fucking tide turned did he switch. I'm not gonna hold it again. You know what? It's a good sign. It's a good sign. I'm not gonna be that guy. I want Charlie fans to like me, so I need to, it is what it is. Charlie will be there to boost the smears. Oh, he loves smearing us. He loves boosting us smears against us. Thread about how the entire was moot relaunch poll possibly the same day he met Jeffrey Epstein for the first time and continued to be with him and co afterwards. Last night and this morning at SF Fun also met some interesting people. There is a cool guy that you should meet, Christopher Poole. He is only 23. Read his bio. Yes, he is great. I had no clue who he is when we met. We talked to almost an hour nonstop. He will be a friend. FYI, he is one of the greatest hackers. I liked Moot a lot. I drove him home. He is very bright. Jeffrey Epstein drove Moot home? How did you like Moot? He is very sensitive, so be gentle. Tell Chris Poole feel free to bring anyone he thinks is clever. Chris Poole has confirmed he will come see you at 3 p.m. on Sunday, January 29th. Sorry for missing this. From Christopher Poole, a 4chan founder. Sorry for missing this. I've been off email for the past few weeks in an attempt to catch up with the rest of life. Hoping to see Boris at 10 and hope to see Jeffrey in New York. Hope you're well, Chris. Oh my God. Oh, hi, Chris. Jeffrey wanted to let you know that Boris is around as well this week in New York. Oh my God. If Ghislaine had power levers in Reddit and Epstein footholds in 2010 culture war driven 4chan, that just about covers the whole field, doesn't it? I would say the online, I've been talking about this for a long time. Everything that sucks about online is from Jeffrey Epstein or Steve Bannon. Literally. Steve Bannon basically created gold farming bots in WoW. And after he created gold farming bots in WoW, ruining WoW, he learned about disaffected gamers like Asmongold, and he started to use them to push far-right, alt-right shit. They're all fucking psyoped! Oh my God! You can activate that army. They come in through Gamergate or whatever, and then they get turned out of politics and Trump. Stephen Bannon. In 2005, Bannon secured $60 million in funding from Goldman Sachs and other investors for Internet Gaming Entertainment, a Hong Kong-based company. Internet Gaming Entertainment did not make games, but instead employed low-wage Chinese workers to play online multiplayer game World of Warcraft and earn in-game gold that could be traded for virtual goods, which in turn could be resold to players of the hugely popular PC game for real money. Green writes, everything that made WoW suck comes from the alt-right. They ruin everything! This article describes why I find mood interesting. The potential for manipulation is huge. Is this real? 4chan users sees internet power for mass disruption. On one morning in June, Google's list of the top global searches began to fill up with random words. Fried chicken, comic book stores, gyms. Before anyone could stop it, a racial slur jumped to the #1 spot. Many observers concluded that Google must have been hacked. It wasn't. It was the victim of a prank that redirected armies of people. This is confirmed. Chris Hughes, former Navy intel officer, says that all right-wing podcasters are blackmailed through their search history. You really need to add the DSA emote and the Fan Emart's Discord chat. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I should do that. I want to admit I haven't looked at that channel in a while. Maybe I need to do that, chat. I need to be more conscientious. The thing about me, what makes me a bad content creator, is that I put all my energy into actually doing the content and researching for content. And I don't do a good job in the administrative aspects of content creation. Stuff that if I put in a little bit more effort would return a lot of positive return, but I just don't like it. So I procrastinate on it. And the thing is, there's no deadlines. There's no deadlines for me because I'm in charge of my everything. So if I procrastinate something, it never gets done until I decide to spontaneously do it one day. That's like a big problem for me. This explains why all of your ops are predators. One of the things that's really weird about me, being me in particular, is a lot of people who say they like Hasan then trash me for no reason. And I don't know why. That's one of the things that actually confuses me quite a bit. Maybe you guys could explain it, but like there is a bunch of like anonymous people who claim to be Hasan fans but who trash me. It's very weird. Is it just me or does Mike's hair get more beautiful every day? I styled it yesterday, chat. After stream yesterday, I tried to style it. Does it look bad? You are more blunt, I think. Yeah, I am more blunt and I'm more autistic and I'm not as hot. I mean, that's really what it is. Also, I say my takes before him, and because I'm my own independent man and I can make my own takes, I will oftentimes react to what's happening and say my take, and then people will come out against it, and then Hasan will go live and he'll give the exact same take, and those people are silent. That's actually something you'll see quite often. That means they're fans of Hasan as an entertainer. Yes, they're parasocial with Hasan. They also don't like that I'm not. That's the other thing. Like, I just like Hasan as a person who knows, and I know him and we hang out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things where it's like, I'm not his best friend. I'm not in his inner circle or anything, but we're friendly. We're cordial. We see each other at parties or whatever. We chat about China or whatever. We go about our lives. You know what I mean? Like, and I like that. That's fine by me. You know what I mean? Like, I have my own friends. It's not that big of a deal. Like, not every friend that you have is going to be your best friend. And it's fucking weird because people try to like say on to me like, oh, you're just mad that you're not in the inner circle. And it's like, but I am though. I'm exactly where I want to be. I'm a 41-year-old man. I don't want to be hanging out with 27-year-olds pretending they're still young. You know what I mean? Like, I only want the people that are like beyond that. He's 34. Well, he's 34, but he hangs out with 27-year-olds. You know what I mean? The whole drive a wedge between Hasan and Mike as a psyop, it's never going to happen. I'm unk for unk, exactly. Which is why I like the brain domain. He's the ultimate unk. Why doesn't PSL and DSA work together if we need to be locked in? They do. DSA and PSL do work together all the time. I like PSL. I like PSL. I'm not anti-PSL. It's just they're not as relevant. And maybe they will be one day. But I think that it's a little, you know, for me, I want us to be focused where the most relevance is. Like, and that's, you know, PSL is very small. I mean, DSA is relatively small. So that's really, I like the PSL. I voted for the PSL presidential candidate. You know, like, I like them. Are you not aware of high-ranking PSL members doxing SA accusers? I'm aware of some scandal that happened in Philadelphia PSL that made me uncomfortable, but I'm not really aware of that. That was years ago, though. Unless you have something else that you want to show me. No one is anti-PSL. PSL members are very annoying and demanding in an unproductive and small-minded way. Okay, this is kind of... I am not trying to shit on PSL at all. I sympathize with their attitude, which is why when I critique them, I'm not saying this to be mean. You're right, but everyone else is wrong. That's called being a leftist. You're correct. Your analysis is correct. What we should be doing is correct, but the masses aren't there yet. And there are two ways to deal with that. The first is to become bitter, angry, demanding, and annoying, and strident, or you could recognize that political development doesn't go up in a straight line, and that we need to be where the masses are and accept that they're not class conscious yet. The rupture hasn't occurred yet. Lay the groundwork, support the masses. But we are not like, there's a very inquisitorial, intense way that some people behave. And it's like, that's what you do when we're about to win. That's what you do when you have massive momentum and the recruits are flooding in like gangbusters and you're trying to prevent infiltration. You're trying to prevent co-option. You know what I mean? Like, people have these mentality, like, they don't understand that various orientations have to be useful at various times. And I think a lot of that is the narcissism of social media, where it's like, I need to demonstrate how I am the bestest, smartest, bestest leftist, and I need to never compromise. And let me tell you something, chat. I compromise all the fucking time, and it sucks. But I do it because I'm pragmatic in the sense of I'm trying to move the ball forward. And this is very unsatisfying. This is very unsatisfying. Nobody is going to be rallying around we should be pragmatically focused on pushing the masses, and, supporting rupture, whatever it occurs. That's not a very exciting message.
Saying like somebody's an operative or whatever word you want to use. They're not like walking around on their off time, pulling out their secret CIA ID card and badging into the main building. That's not what happens. Even if you go back to Project Mockingbird, they're just getting some talking points in a letter every once in a while. They're just saying, oh, you know what? Don't have this guy on your show, or don't allow this to be spoken about on your show. Or if they talk about this, you're going to cut it out. There's simple things like that. Some very basic instructions. And the way that somebody like a Gen Z person might get recruited is, let's just use you as an example. Somebody comes up and says, hey, man, I love your podcast, yada, yada. They're in a restaurant, a bar, whatever. And they say, I have a serious question for you, though. Are you a patriot? Would you consider yourself a patriot? Now I've got you locked into identity, right? And then I say, well, I have an offer for you. But before I show you anything, I just want you to say yes or no. Would you be willing to entertain the offer and look at what I have? And it might be uncomfortable. Would you be willing to look at it?
Sure.
Yep. Stage one is I show you all of your browsing history, captures from your webcams on all of your phones and computers of you doing the most compromising shit you could ever possibly imagine. Every bad thing you've ever done recorded in some way.
I mean, listen, I'm not saying this doesn't happen. I'm sure it does. I'm sure the CIA does do shit like this. I have no doubt. If they have the capacity to do it, they're doing it. Right? Like, that's my personal opinion. I don't believe that there's any guardrails anymore. That being said, this is very hypothetical, and unless we have evidence of it, it's just really a spy thriller shit as opposed to concrete evidence-based, like, and that's kind of the issue.
And I'd say,
Oliver, are you trying to get banned? CIA about to hire me for the fastest jork ever. We don't have vanish in this chat. Caught, but I'll save you by vanishing you.
I like your podcast. I think you're doing a great job, and I want to protect you. And I want to keep all this from the public eye. But we also want to give you $20,000 a month. So now you feel like you chose all of this. So you walk away not feeling like I shoved this in your face. I told you it was going to be stressful, and you agreed to it. And you agreed that you're a patriot and all the other agreements. And now if you say yes, the reason that you're doing this on your podcast is for your country, because you're not going to call yourself compromised. We have this thing called cognitive dissonance that keeps our brain from thinking I'm a bad person. So now, even though you're being asked to...
That's not what cognitive dissonance means, but okay. What you're talking about is rationalization, which is different than cognitive dissonance. although they are related.
Silence people, not have certain people on the show, leave something out of your podcast, telling yourself, and this whoever's your handler is telling you this is for the greater good, and you kept Americans safe by doing that. And you'll tell yourself that, and you'll feel good about it. When a person is like in this situation, they will feel good about what they're doing. Even if it feels a little off in the back of their mind, they'll still feel like at the end of the day, I'm doing the right thing.
I mean, possible. Whenever I hear extraordinary accusations, I like extraordinary evidence, and I'm not saying it's not happening, but it is what it is. This is a few years ago, but I have no changed behavior in my entire time interacting with them. There's also stuff I'm not going to put into a Twitch chat. They are a problem. Lots of dudes my age try to get with college. I mean, I'm sure that's true. Socialist masshole. I'm sure that's true. Guys being creepy will never stop being a thing, unfortunately. We've got a long way to go before guys stop being creepy. And I'm not saying that to say that it's okay. I'm saying that you should be vigilant to help stop it. Holy crap, chat. Bitcoin down to 78K. The crash is real. The crash is real. I'm not really interested in the going through every old PSL scandal today, but thank you guys. I was recommending a DSA meeting for today. I wasn't doing that in order for us to do some sort of like PSL. Let me go through every scandal that's ever happened. You know what I mean? Like, what's the fucking point of that? All right, chat. We've got ourselves some China glaze.
Mountains green, now in two senses of the word. This scenic hillside just outside Beijing has been harnessed for solar power. And 1,000 kilometers away, black panels as far as the eye can see, this time sprawling across the desert. This mammoth solar farm was built in record time in Longyuan.
Do you see how the solar panels are creating shade and it's kind of greening the desert? So not only are the solar panels collecting energy from the desert, the fact that there's now shaded spaces is causing some marginal hardy grasses and other desert adapted plants to be able to spring up.
2 years ago, this was just a desert. We've since installed 6 million solar panels, 2 million of them in the space of less than 6 months.
The electricity produced is then transported to Hunan, 1,700 kilometers away.
We can produce 578 million kilowatt hours. That's enough to power 4.5 million homes all year round.
This is the second largest solar farm in the country. The panels are equipped to rotate and follow the movement of the sun to max out on production.
You can see there that they're moving slowly. Every morning at 6 o'clock, all the panels turn to face east.
The mega farm is 6,300 football pitches.
So they're not even fixed panels. These are actually tracking panels, which means their productivity is even higher.
Size. So its supervision and maintenance are partly delegated to drones. Drones which spray water to clean the panels when there has been a sandstorm, and which are coordinated from this control room. They make 12 patrols a day, checking every inch of the site.
I check that none of the panels are broken and that they're all pointed towards the sun. China has become the world leader in this field.
I mean, this is, by the way, chat, in 2008, Barack Obama pledged that America would be the premier green energy job creator. And he completely fumbled it. He completely surrendered it. And at the exact same time, China made the same pledge, except they did it. And this is why America's fucked. Because centrist neoliberals of America and the Democratic Party, they made big rhetorical promises and they delivered on nothing. And China kept their promises small and they over-delivered. I don't think people understand just the level of success that China is achieving right now. They've installed more solar panels last year than all of America's solar panels that are installed in the entire country for all time. Do you understand how much we've lost? And what has been the reaction? What has been the reaction? America has sanctioned and tariffed solar panels and batteries from China. Did you know you could get a full house solar generation and battery backup in Australia for 1/4 the price as it is in the United States? Isn't that absurd? Isn't that fucking absurd? And it's not just Republicans. It's also Joe Biden. Biden raises tariffs on $18 billion of Chinese imports, EVs, solar panels, batteries, and more. And it's absurd. It's absurd. Doesn't it make you mad? Doesn't it make you fucking disgusted?
This is what $37,000 gets you in China, and I promise you are not ready. Let's start inside. You get a moonroof, speakers in your headrest, heated, ventilated, and massaging seats with a leg rest. I have ambient lighting down here, a 50-watt air-cooled wireless charging pad, and this giant display that's not only fast, but it cleanly integrates the passenger side and the driver's side. But my favorite part is if I push this, I can always keep an eye on my kids. And let's just appreciate how insane this screen quality is. But there's more. I get a heated steering wheel, this clean driving display, a head-up display, and in order to use the self-driving on this car, you have to take 1, 2, 3, 4 lessons. I don't even need to park my own car. It even has a nap mode. Where am I? But you can't forget about the back. You get a giant moonroof, a giant screen, a built-in table, and a cooler that can keep things cold or hot. But watch this. Tell me this isn't cool. My seats are also heated, ventilated, and massaging just like the front. In the third row, I have just okay space. I also get a cup holder, phone charger, heated seats, and I can recline.
$37,000, chat. $37,000. $37,000. That's what we're talking about.
Oh my gosh, I can recline a lot. When you're not in ultra recline mode, you actually get a really good amount of space. It also makes 870 horsepower and gets 932 miles of range. This is what behind me is the most powerful SUV on the planet. This has 3 electric motors, 2 in the back, 1 in the front, and in total it makes 1,400 horsepower. This has a 70 kilowatt-hour battery pack that can charge in 9 minutes at 400 kilowatts. But on longer trips, I can put gas into my engine. That doesn't power the car, it just generates electricity on the go to give me over 700 miles of range. I also get these gorgeous wheels, air suspension to keep me comfortable, and 2 NVIDIA chips to power the LiDAR for self-driving. To shut the door, I just push my foot on the brake. I also get a panoramic roof with this massive opening. I get speakers in my roof, tweeters in my headrest, bass speakers in my seats that are heated, ventilated, and massaging. I get a passenger screen, a main screen that works super fast, 2 wireless charging pads with fans to cool off my phone, this glass crystal volume knob, I get cup holders, storage space in there, secret storage space in there, and secreter storage space in my door. And did I mention how quiet this was? The back is pretty much the same. Speakers, pillows, bass speakers, heated, ventilated, and massaging. I get a table in the back of my seat. I can push this to shut my door, and this is my favorite part. Now I can fully recline with a heated leg rest. I also get a footrest, a cooler that can keep all of my drinks cold, and I get a removable tablet. Now I can use this to control everything inside of the car, and I can deploy my rear TV. Now I can watch movies in my 3K OLED display, and did I mention swivel mode? Now you can chill out and talk with your friends. The people in the third row get their own sunscreen shades, cup holders, heated seats, recline, and their own moonroof. At night, you get gorgeous ambient lighting, and my key has an actual crystal inside of it. Not bad for $83,000. Behind me is the most powerful SUV on the planet.
In America, that would cost 300 grand. It doesn't even exist, to be honest. It's a plug-in hybrid EV, ultra luxury. I don't even need that shit. Try to buy a plug-in EV. Try to buy a plug-in EV in America. They don't exist. The Chinese made the tech from Star Trek real versus Americans who gave themselves psychosis by convincing themselves the computer is alive. The guy tweeting has a... I don't even want to get into it.
The country's wind power rollout is every bit as ambitious. 3 years ago, this factory didn't exist. Now it's producing blades of up to 130 meters in length and other components, rotors, nacelles and hubs, churning them out at breakneck speed. A single turbine takes 5 days to produce.
We manufacture about 800 units per year, but that can go up to 1,200.
Blades are made out of composite materials in these gigantic molds. And outside the factory, they are already preparing the next generation of turbine blade, which will have to face wind speeds of up to 120 kilometers per hour.
We're carrying out a resilience test on this new model. This will last 6 to 8 months. The blade needs to have been bent back and forth more than 4 million times.
China is installing solar and wind capacity at the same rate as the rest of the world combined, and in doing so aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 7 to 10%. But despite this, the country is far from kicking its fossil fuel habit. On the contrary, its coal consumption is on the rise, accounting for 60% of Chinese electricity.
That's just not true, by the way. The reason why they have to use coal is because that's what's in China. And there's the Malacca dilemma, which we've talked about, which is basically the United States blockading the Malacca Strait to prevent oil and natural gas from being shipped from the Middle East. China's coal is actually going down. And it's actually a major economic crisis and structure. This isn't our, so they just spread lies. Analysis. Coal power drops in China and India for first time in 52 years after clean energy records. They just lied. They had to lie about China. By the way, they're burning coal in Europe too. They opened a bunch of coal plants in Poland and Germany. They're just lying. Oh my God, the propaganda. Oh my God, I searched it and look at the propaganda. Coal power in the European Union is experiencing a temporary short-term increase driven by the need to replace reduced natural gas supplies following the Russia-Ukraine war. Oh my God. All I can say is China keeps winning and the West remains in Delulu land. Mike, get rid of AI overview. The point was the AI was doing propaganda. That's the entire reason I showed it to you. That's the entire reason I showed it to you. Look at how the AI did propaganda. I know we moved on from the files. Oh no, I wasn't. I was just doing a palate cleanse. For whatever neurodivergent reason, Musk is incapable of talking a code and innuendo, which makes his exchanges with Epstein interesting. In this case, the dialogue went something like this. Epstein, do you want to come over to my place for a party? I'll have many interesting people during UN General Assembly. Musk taking Epstein literally, not interested in meeting diplomats. Too busy. Do you think I am R-worded? Just kidding. There is no one over 25 and all very cute. Oh my God. Any plans for New York? The opening of the General Assembly has many interesting people coming to the house. I run and lead product design engineering for 2 complicated companies. Moreover, SpaceX is about to launch what is arguably the most advanced rocket in history. Flying to New York to see UN diplomats do nothing would be an unwise use of time. Do you think I am R-worded? Just kidding. There is no one over 25 and all very cute. I think that, I mean, guys, for me, this is enough for a death penalty charge, in my opinion. Like, there should be this is probable cause that he's a fucking pedophile. 25 is code for 18 with these freaks, by the way. Yeah.
Joining us now is Virginia Democratic Congressman James Walkinshaw, who sits on the House Oversight Committee. So, Congressman, the ranking Democrat on the Oversight Committee.
Asmongold's biggest fan, Elon Musk, caught. Holy fuck.
Congressman Robert Garcia released this blistering statement after the files were released, saying, quote, in part, "We are demanding the names of Epstein's co-conspirators and the men and pedophiles who abused women and girls." Do you accept the government's explanation for the redactions they've made?
No, I don't. I mean, look, the Trump administration and the Department of Justice has slow-rolled this release at every turn. Today, they released 3 million of the 6 million documents we know they have. We know they have 6 million because they said it. They released 50% of the documents, and the 50% we have today are heavily redacted. So they continue to cover up the full truth that's in the file. So we're going to continue to push the Oversight Committee's investigation. Will continue throughout this Congress and into the next Congress, I suspect. We're not going to stop until we get the transparency that the survivors are demanding.
I mean, some of the claims in some of these files are I mean, pretty bizarre and don't sound very credible. In your view, should the general public, what should the general public take away from these files? How are people supposed to know what's credible and what isn't?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair. And, you know, there are a number of uncorroborated or perhaps unverified allegations against President Trump there. And I think what I would say is all of that deserves additional scrutiny. Some of them have been revealed publicly in the past and perhaps have limited credibility, but all of them should be explored. You know, the Oversight Committee in the coming weeks, we're going to be deposing Jeffrey Epstein's accountant, his attorneys, the attorneys for his estate. So we're going to continue to ask questions. And I think this release, although limited, not what the law requires. This release will provide information to guide our questioning as we move forward.
Among the materials that the Deputy Attorney General Blanche said were withheld from this release were files that would jeopardize an active federal investigation. Is it clear to you what investigative avenues remain at this point, or if there are any active federal investigations ongoing into this?
I have no insight into the active investigations that the Department of Justice might be engaged in. Obviously, we know President Trump has done what he has done repeatedly and directed the Department of Justice to investigate his political opponents or Democrats with respect to Epstein. I hope that's not the path they're doing. If there are real, legitimate investigations based on what they've learned in the files, those should proceed without any interference or involvement from President Trump.
And as we mentioned, the Deputy Attorney General Blanche said that unredacted files would be made available to lawmakers who coordinate with the Department of Justice. Is there a plan to do that? I mean, obviously, it's a lot of files. Is that even possible?
I know that Congressman Khanna and Massey have written a letter asking to review those unredacted files. I think the Democrats on the Oversight Committee, and hopefully Republicans as well, will be talking about how we can coordinate to review those unredacted files. I certainly want to understand what's been redacted and, more importantly, why.
Congressman James Walkinshaw, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Criticism mounts over DOJ's new Epstein files that contain identifying survivor details. The MSDNC, their strategy is to try to complain that they do what?
More than 3
Not
million
surprising at all.
pages, 2,000 videos, and 180,000 images. CNN teams are carefully sifting through the largest, and what the Justice Department says is the last, batch of Jeffrey Epstein files. It's an enormous trove of documents, and it includes references to some of the richest and most powerful people on the planet. That includes the current president, a former president, cabinet secretaries, a former prime minister, billionaires, and the list goes on and on and on. The Justice Department says tonight that its job is done.
We complied with the statute, we complied with the act, and there is no we did not protect President Trump. We didn't protect or not protect anybody. I mean, I think that there's a hunger or a thirst for information that I do not think will be satisfied by the review of these documents.
I should note that just because someone is mentioned in these documents does not mean that they've been accused of wrongdoing or did anything wrong. Many of these claims are unverified or they rely on secondhand information. But these are the
Jeffrey Epstein's wife was friends with Nellie Bowles, LOL. Oh my God. Of fucking course, dude. Of fucking course, dude. Am I surprised?
key findings our team has uncovered so far, and I should note, millions of pages have come out. We are still digging right now in this hour. Donald Trump's name appears thousands of times in these new documents. In some, he's merely mentioned in emails that Jeffrey Epstein sent to other people. But the files also contain a complaint from a woman who accused Trump of raping her in 1994 when she was just 13 years old. According to the FBI document, this accuser, who is identified as Jane Doe, said that Jeffrey Epstein was, quote, angry that Trump was the one to take her virginity and that she was also raped by Jeffrey Epstein. This woman had previously launched lawsuits against Trump and dropped them. The last one happened right before the 2016 election. The president has previously denied these allegations. Also included in today's release was a list of sexual assault allegations related to the president compiled by the FBI in August, many of which appear to have come from unverified tips. We don't know why tonight the FBI made this list, and there are more than a dozen allegations that are included in it. But recall what the president has previously said about these documents, about the Jeffrey Epstein files. He said that they are a hoax and that the release of them could ruin people's reputation.
I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had Christopher Wray and these characters and Comey before him.
I would say that, these files were made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama. They were made up by the Biden, we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it.
Just to be clear, Christopher Wray was the president's pick for FBI director that he put into that job. This also comes as we're learning for the first time about Jeffrey Epstein's contact with Elon Musk. You may remember Elon Musk dropped what he described as a really big bomb last year. He said Trump was in the Epstein files, and that was the real reason that they had not been made public. It turns out, based on what we saw today, Musk is also Epstein files. Emails show that he tried coordinating multiple visits to Jeffrey Epstein's private island. In one from 2013, Elon Musk asked Jeffrey Epstein, "When should we head to your island?" The year before, he said, "What day night would be the wildest party on your island?" Now, this is after Musk claimed, in all caps, I should note, last year that, quote, Epstein tried to get me to go to his island, and I refused. Musk's representatives did not immediately respond to CNN's request for comment for explanation for those emails and that contact. And speaking of distancing and denials, recall what President Trump's Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said just last year about a 2005 encounter that he had with Epstein at his Manhattan townhouse.
I say to him, massage table in the middle of your house? How often you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he gets weirdly close to me.
Ooh.
And he says, and the right kind of massage. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room.
Wait, what happened? Elon trafficked victims to Epstein. Yeah, we saw that. We talked about that one already.
With that disgusting person ever again.
Okay, so that was 2005. The files released today show
Have you seen Socialism for All's video on HASANABI DSA? It sounds boring. Sounds cringe. Sounds cringe as fuck. I think there's a lot of people that are quite frankly frauds. And if you basically see someone in their entire career is, I hate Hassan, but I'm on the left, you probably just immediately ignore them. And I mean that. It's not to say that Hassan shouldn't be criticized. I criticized him pretty robustly Thursday. I think there's a ecosystem of anti-Hassan hate that gets boosted by Zionism. And they're trying to create a cloud over Hassan. It's literally what they're trying to do. The Zionists are trying to create a cloud because they don't want people organized and joining the left in droves like they are. And if you pay into that, you're a fucking dope. And Hassan saying I disagree with Zoran on X, Y, and Z, but I still like him, is not him defending a bad policy. View count so high, I finally understand why so many YouTubers dedicate their lives to trashing his shit. I might start doing it too. I got kids to feed. That's exactly right. And yet he will be going back to Twitch. I wonder why. Because he's probably the most successful political streamer to exist on the planet.
Howard Lutnick tried to meet or call with Epstein.
What do we got this morning, Vio? Oh, we got the breakfast lunch pasta. Lemon bro? Yeah.
Times after 2005, much longer after. A 2011 email to Jeffrey Epstein from his assistant reads, Howard Lutnick will come see you at 5 p.m. That same year, the heading of an alarm message reads, Drinks with Howard Lutnick. And Lutnick also emailed Jeffrey Epstein's assistant in 2015, inviting Epstein to a Democratic fundraiser for Hillary Clinton that he was hosting.
Very intimate fundraiser event with Hillary Clinton. Very intimate fundraiser with Hillary Clinton is referring to raping kids, right? That's gotta be, that's barely even a euphemism. Wow.
For comment on these emails and the correspondence between the two, a spokesperson for the Commerce Department told CNN Secretary Lutnick had limited interactions with Mr. Epstein in the presence of his wife and has never been accused of wrongdoing.
Some of the victims of Epstein have expressed frustration with the entire process. I want to give you the opportunity to speak directly to.
Well, I don't know what you're speaking to. I mean, if there's frustration with quote, the entire
on
process,
YouTube again? Nice.
Same here. I mean, you have a situation where for many, many years, nobody even breathed a word about Jeffrey Epstein. And then all of a sudden, it was all anybody would talk about. Listen, victims of Mr. Epstein have gone through unspeakable pain. And there's nobody that should say anything differently. I hope that the work that the men and women within this department have done over the past 2 months hopefully is able to bring closure.
And tonight we are hearing directly from Jeffrey Epstein's survivors who are angry.
How about some criminal charges against the pedophile rapists and their collaborators, you fucking scum? Your tweet says 2000, was it at 2005? Oh, was it? Oh, it was 2011. Let me edit that. I thought it was, I don't know why I thought it was 2005. I guess I just invented that. I don't know why I thought it was 2005. Thank you for pointing that out.
And Lutnick also.
Some of the victims of Epstein have expressed.
And tonight we are hearing directly from Jeffrey Epstein's survivors who are angry, some of them frustrated that their names showed up unredacted in the files that came out today, despite what we heard from the Justice Department about a pledge to prioritize their privacy. More than a dozen of the survivors issued a new joint statement. It reads in part, this latest release of Jeffrey Epstein files is being sold as transparency, but what it actually does is expose survivors. Once again, survivors are having their names.
You can see in the email it says 20. I thought it said 2011. Edit again. God damn it. Okay, we can. I might delete and repost because, like, fuck me. The double edit.
And tonight we are hearing directly from Jeffrey Epstein's survivors who are angry, some of them frustrated that their names showed up unredacted in the files that came out today, despite what we heard from the Justice Department about a pledge to prioritize their privacy. More than a dozen of the survivors issued a new joint statement. It reads in part, this latest release of Jeffrey Epstein files is being sold as transparency, but what it actually does is expose survivors. Once again, survivors are having their names and identifying information exposed, while the men who abused us remain hidden and protected. That is outrageous. As survivors, we should never be the ones named, scrutinized, and re-traumatized, while Epstein's enablers continue to benefit from secrecy.
I mean, they're right. Hassie needs to dual stream. The vibes were immaculate. Yeah, I know.
This is a betrayal of the very people this process is supposed to serve. One of the Epstein survivors who signed that statement is Jess Michaels, who says she was sexually assaulted by Jeffrey Epstein when she was 22 years old. And Jess joins me now. And thank you for being here on a day like today. We've spoken with many of the survivors on this show before, and I know it's not an easy conversation to have. So I really do appreciate you joining us. When you heard the Deputy Attorney General today talking about closure, is that what you feel after this release?
Firstly, thank you so much, Caitlin, not only for having me on, but for continually having Epstein survivors on so that our voices are heard. There is not a single bit of closure today. I actually brought a little show and tell for you, Caitlin. You know how I heard you speaking with the attorney before this about the 302s, and this is what the only 302 that could be found so far in the files by someone that was combing the files for hours. It was 7 pages and 4 of them looked like this. So we know that the victim's name is here, right? And that's appropriately redacted. So what is all of this? So there's no way for me to say to you that there's closure here. This is the exact opposite of transparency.
I mean, it must be so frustrating for you to look at that and to see just completely blacked out in the entire page.
And then we've seen pages where they're blacked out and the only thing not.
Yeah, that's Donald Trump raping kids. That's what that is. That's Donald Trump raping kids.
Blacked out was a survivor's name. It is such incompetence. It is. It's
not incompetence. It's a cover up. Incompetence would just be like, fuck it, and release everything. A 302 is an interview conducted by agents. A 209 is a record of contact with informants. A 472 is wiretap forms. 888 is a preparation for a federal arrest. A 1023 is an unverified human source report. And a 1057, internal mail, leads, and tasks.
Sloppy. I mean, if any one of us did our jobs the way the DOJ...
Why would I never said that. I never said that.
Did this job, we wouldn't be working humans. We would lose our job. We would lose our place in a company because this particular job has been so egregiously done, horrifically done.
If you had been at that press conference today at the Justice Department, what do you think you would have asked?
I would have asked, then what's this? What is missing from this page? Because one of the things that he said was about the fact that there's no list of men, there's no treasure trove of men.
Oh my God. New York Giants co-owner Steve Tisch, the brother of the police commissioner that we on the left have been fighting to remove in New York, was in the Epstein files. In a different email, Epstein opened up with Tisch after he connected with one of the women. Report just in, you did very well. She wants to go to the play. She is a little freaked by the age difference, but go slow. I will try to convince her not to return to Ukraine. Having her crying worked. Tish responded, nice report, funny comment on crying. There are also emails between Epstein and women in which they discuss meeting with Tish. Some reference the possibility that Tish could help them with their acting careers. After the coup, after the fall of the Soviet Union, Ukraine was known as probably the #1 place to sexually traffic children. It's one of the dark that's why Ukraine was considered, quote, very corrupt. There's some shit like, you don't hate, like, the people that celebrate the fall of the Soviet Union are actually evil people, because the suffering that people went through after the fall of the Soviet Union is almost incomprehensible. And if you actually know what it's like there's shit I could show you that I don't even want to show you, honestly, because it just depresses me so fucking much. The collapse of the Soviet orphanage system led to hundreds of thousands of homeless children in the streets. It's the main cause of this phenomenon. I mean, what's the main cause is the collapse of the Soviet Union. Watch The Trauma Zone by Adam Curtis. Honestly, I want you to watch it. If your heart is not full of hate for the liberal, go watch that shit. There's a reason that most snuff films were from Russia, Ukraine, online in the early aughts. Like, people do not understand the experience of the former Soviet bloc and what happened to them when socialism fell. It's called The Trauma Zone. Russia, 1985 to 1999, Trauma Zone. Subtitled in promotional media as What It Felt Like to Live Through the Collapse of Communism and Democracy. It's so fucking evil, man. Let me see if I can find a clip. I don't even want to get in there. We're not going to get into it yet. But so I'm just saying that you should know that when somebody says girl from Ukraine, that means someone that they can rape and murder. That's what they mean by that.
What is this? What is missing here? This is not a survivor's name. There's no survivor's name that is this long. So what I'd like to ask any of them in the Department of Justice is, what is this? This is a victim statement. The only thing that was supposed to be redacted was her name. So this is clearly protecting someone, something.
Because what would be in there would be, theoretically, and what we've seen from other 302s is that's when they interview someone who has filed a complaint, and that's their account of what happened to them.
Exactly. And so to stand on that podium and say, well, there's no names here, and to hear for months now, there's nothing in this, there's no reason, but then there should be no reason to have a black page. If there's nothing there, then what are you redacting? That's what I would have said to her.
Jess Michaels, I'm sorry. I really am, because I'm sure it's frustrating, incredibly frustrating. I don't even know if that puts it even sums up the feeling. Yeah. But I am grateful to you that you're willing to come on and share that and let people know how you feel about what came out today.
Thank you for having me.
What the fuck is a wrecker? You don't know what a wrecker is? You don't know what a wrecker is? Can you speak English? Like, wreck-er, a person who wrecks. There's a specific type of, there's something that we should talk about very quickly. There is a discussion of
the files.
A discussion of how you critique something from the point of view of an academic who's unorganized versus critiquing something democratically for the purpose of making it better. And there is a big incentive to stand aside from a movement and try to snipe it from outside while getting attention from talking about it. That's a wrecker. Why do you hate non-English speakers? I was flabbergasted that they didn't understand what the word wrecker means.
Also showed that Epstein repeatedly took the fifth during a 2016 deposition when asked more than a dozen questions about former President Clinton.
Oh, here we go. This is what Ukraine and the Soviet bloc went through. Extreme trigger warning. Extreme content warning. Glorious day, Hassan is banned. Hold on, I need to bring up this. He got 1.5 million views, or 1.05 million views on YouTube. He had 146,000 concurrent viewers. Got 83,000 likes. 24,000 new subscribers. All that happened is he became the largest streamer on YouTube. Holy fuck, man. And average view duration of 26 minutes, 26 seconds. That's insane. He got $18,000 in super chats. Holy shit. So I don't know if you should be celebrating that, man. He kind of mogged everybody. All right, let's talk about when they say girls from Ukraine. This is what they mean. How old are you? I'm 11 years old.
11. То есть ты нюхаешь с 8 лет?
So you've been snorting since you were 8 years old?
Да.
Yes.
А среди девчонок проститутки?
Are there any prostitutes among the girls?
Да.
Yes, many of them.
Со скольки лет?
How old?
С 13 до
From 13 to 16.
16 они уже...
At 16 they are, at 13 to 14 they are doing blowjobs.
13-14 они сосут.
Как ты зарабатываешь?
How do you make money? By sexual means.
И сколько лет ты этим?
Since when?
Таким образом.
Since 9 years old.
С 9.
What are we watching? This is from a BBC documentary called Trauma Zone about the fall of the Soviet Union and what Western liberals and what America and European countries did to places like Ukraine and Russia after the Soviet Union fell.
А много девчонок зарабатывает?
How many girls are doing this too?
Каким же образом?
Everyone.
Ты зарабатываешь проституцией?
Do you work as a prostitute for a living?
Нет, почему?
No,
А
what?
как это называется?
And how do you call that?
Ну, так-то да.
Oh, well, correct. So you guys are doing the different things with
То
guys?
есть ты занимаешься разнообразными делами с мужиками?
Нет, не разнообразными.
То есть ты занимаешься тем, что ты...
Ну,
How do you call it?
Миньет.
Fellation.
Зарабатывают таким образом только девчонки или мальчишки тоже?
Are only girls involved or boys involved too?
Мальчишки тоже.
Boys
Гена
too.
есть. Он в
There is Gina. He takes it in the ass.
дает.
Много таких?
Are there many such boys here?
Нормально.
A fucking shitload of them. That's what Bill Clinton and Larry Summers. Now, Larry Summers, who is one of Obama's main advisors, many advisors, Larry Summers was one of the key architects of that societal collapse in Russia and Ukraine. And then Larry Summers came to the United States and he recommended that Wall Street be bailed out and 9 million Americans lose their homes. And that's what they did. They want you so desperate. That's how desperate they aim to make you. If you remove the regulation, if you remove government, if you remove civil society, and you let the capitalists do what they want, they will turn you into a prostitute or else you'll starve. They'll force children into prostitution. And they loved it. And they did it in New York on Jeffrey Epstein's mansion, on Jeffrey Epstein's island. That's the goal they have for you. There is... Elon Musk can have $1 trillion. What's he going to do with that $1 trillion? Turn your children into
Among
slaves.
them, several...
And if you think I'm exaggerating, I'm not. So when somebody tells you, you know what we need to do? We need to deregulate the billionaires. That'll fix our country. I don't know if they're just stupid or they are evil.
About whether Mr. Clinton visited Epstein's private island and flew in his private...
Wasn't Jeffrey Sachs involved in shock doctrine too? The difference is Jeffrey Sachs admits it was a mistake and the West is evil. Jeffrey Sachs actually regrets it.
The former president has denied ever having visited the island. So has Elon Musk, yet the files contain at least 2 emails discussing just that. In one from the 24th of November 2012, Epstein writes, "How many people will you be for the heli to island?" Musk responded the next day that it would probably just be him and his then wife, adding, quote, "What day/night will be the wildest party on our island?" A year later, Musk wrote Epstein saying, quote, "We'll be in the BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays," BVI's British Virgin Islands. "Is there a good time to visit?" To which Epstein replied, "Always space for you." It's unclear if that or the other visit took place. Representatives for Musk did not immediately respond to a request for comment about the new emails. And Musk in 2019 told Vanity Fair, quote, "He tried repeatedly to get me to visit his island. I declined." Now, Musk, you'll recall, famously posted this during his beef with the president this year, quote, "Time to drop the really big bomb. Trump is in the Epstein files." Minutes later, he followed up with, quote, "Mark this post for the future. The truth will come out." Now, keeping him honest, that's kind of hard to do. He seems to have taken the post down along with the first one. Also in the files, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, who famously said he'd broken ties with Epstein in 2005, vowing to, quote, "never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again." The files, though, reveal Lutnick or his wife, Allison, were in touch with Epstein as recently as 2012. In an email from Alison Lutnick in November of that year, she writes, quote, "We are looking forward to visiting you," adding, "We are traveling on a yacht called Excellence, and I am CCing the captain." A spokesperson for the Commerce Department did not immediately respond to a request for comment. So a lot to talk about tonight. Starting us off, CNN Chief Legal Affairs correspondent Paula Reed. She's been going through the documents all day. So what stands out to you from the documents you've reviewed so far?
So the document that really stands out at this point is this list of accusations against President Trump, because the FBI compiled this list last summer, and this is a lot of the kind of information that investigators gather when they're looking at whether charges should potentially be pursued. For example, they're looking at unverified tips. Some include secondhand information that came through a tip line. It appears the FBI followed up on some tips. At least one was found to be unverified. But this is the kind of information they collect but do not usually make public if there are no charges.
They had 3,000 FBI agents working for a week straight to redact Trump. They have been hiding this shit. Donald Trump is a fucking rapist pedophile. Hillary Clinton is a rapist pedophile. Bill Clinton is a rapist pedophile. We need to arrest every single one of these fuckers. And we need to have people, if they're not going to do regular courts, we need people's courts. We need to go and grab every single fucking person that was involved in this shit and put them in goddamn prison.
Brought in a case. Now, of course, President Trump has always denied
and if it means we have to rip up the Constitution to do it, so much the better. If a government is constituted in such a way as to frustrate justice, that government should be abolished. That was the lesson of the founding fathers wanted to teach more than anything. Not slavish devotion to something they said 300 fucking years ago.
Wrongdoing connected to Epstein, but there are a lot of questions that are raised here. First of all, why did the FBI make this list of accusations specifically relevant to President Trump, though President Bill Clinton was also mentioned in there? The document was also taken down at least twice today. Last time I checked, Anderson, it was back up. But this list of allegations will likely prompt more questions for the Justice Department and the White House, even though this release is, of course, part of an effort to try to tamp all this down.
Trump in the Epstein file. The Justice Department releasing millions of new pages of documents from the Epstein files, and among them is a list that Trump's own Justice Department compiled, his own Justice Department. This list details a list of sexual assault allegations related to the president. Now, this list was released this morning as part of this document dump, but then suddenly disappeared from the Justice Department's website. That was noticed, called out, that got posted again. The administration claims that that snafu was because the site got overloaded. Now, many of the allegations appear to have come from unverified tips. Some are incredibly graphic and disgusting and upsetting, frankly. The files also today released included a complaint from a woman who accused Trump of raping her in 1994 when she was 13 years old. According to the complaint, the woman identified as Jane Doe claims, quote, Epstein was angry that Trump was the one to take Doe's virginity and then went on to rape Doe. It's just disgusting and depraved. It goes on in graphic detail. These descriptions do mirror the allegations of Jane Doe made in her 2016 lawsuit against Trump, a lawsuit that was eventually dropped. Now, at the time Trump denied the allegations, his attorney telling Politico it is categorically untrue, it is completely frivolous, it is baseless, it is irresponsible. I won't even discuss the merits because it gives it credibility it doesn't deserve. And Trump's DOJ, again, stressing, quote, this production may include fake or falsely submitted images, documents, or videos, as everything that was sent to the FBI by the public was included in the production that is responsive to the act, referring to the act.
Except you're redacting massive sections. Why are you redacting massive sections if you are publishing everything? That's a complete contradiction.
Congress forcing them to release these files, of which this chunk they're releasing, of course, is a month after the deadline. And while Trump is not accused of any wrongdoing in relation to Epstein.
By the way, chat, Hassan is so fucking watching my stream right now. He's so fucking watching my stream. He just posted 3 minutes ago. Makes the most sense. Bannon, another Epstein associate, deployed Gamergate as the online front for the MAGA movement after finding out about WoW gold farmers to invest in during a stint at Goldman Sachs. Hassan! I just had this take. Either Hassan watches me or I literally pre-watch what's good. Like, I can calculate what he's going to say perfectly. So either he watches me and he takes my takes, or I could just pre-watch him before he does stuff. I've got precog. Let a fan be a fan. Chill. I know.
fought vehemently and obsessively against the release of the files, lashing out at reporters.
I don't even know if he's watching me. I'm shit talking for fun, chat. He needs to put you on stream more often. I don't really ask. You know what, chat? I'm gonna ask him. I have a project that I'm doing that I'm gonna be releasing next month, and I'm calling in the Hasan favors. I'm calling in the Hasan favors for that project because I think it's a really important project. I think Hasan watchers would like you more if you were on the stream more. Oh, Hasan watchers like me. There is a group of people that are parasocially attached to Hasan, and they get very fucking weird when anybody else is a political streamer that likes Hasan and who's friendly with Hasan. And oftentimes it stems from the fact that they are fans of other streamers who are not successful. So they kind of like take it out on me. And like, I'm the one person who doesn't care if people associate me with Hasan. I don't like some people get very, and it's their prerogative. They're allowed to be this way. I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just a lot of people that are friends with Hasan get very weird when people call them like Hasan friends or orbiters or whatever. And I get it. It is annoying to be considered a Nepo baby and that you didn't earn what you got. But I personally don't give a shit. You want to say that I'm friends with Hasan or whatever? Fine. I don't care. You want to say that I orbit Hasan? I don't give a fuck. Who cares? I like him. I've watched his content before I streamed. I watch it now that I stream because I agree with this project that I want it to succeed.
Trust him for a long, long time on why his...
I was hoping to see you guest appearance on yesterday's Ice Out. That would have made me smile. I was actually downtown. I was at City Hall, but I didn't see him. I also don't do weird shit like I don't try to like crash the stream. You know what I mean? I was doing my own thing. I was downtown though.
Justice Department has been
I found you from him. You guys have a similar core, but you see both different by bring up ways as talking through it. Yeah, I know, because we're different people that agree on a lot of shit. It's called a movement.
So slow to release anything.
I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. You just keep going on the Epstein files. And what the Epstein is a Democrat hoax. We have nothing to do with Epstein. The Democrats do. All of his friends were Democrats.
I need to see you, Hasan, and Caroline all together. I mean, that's happened many times before. Funnily enough, that's happened many times before. I think I've been on Hasan's stream like 12 times. And Caroline and I have, collaborated on each other's streams like at least half a dozen times. Okay, but more. Okay.
When you talk about the Epstein hoax, it's just a hoax.
I brought up that you were going live yesterday to support Assad during the ban at Hoscord. Yesterday I got dogpiled. They kept trying to lord dump leftist drama on me to make me dislike you. It was dumb. Yeah, there is a core of like really weird and uncomfortably parasocial mods in Hoscord who I don't know. They blame me for Ethan Klein not liking Hasan. And it's very fucking weird. And I honest to God don't understand it. And it's kind of scary, to be honest with you. One of them tried to like stalk me at one of the like LA protests. Oh, it was at the Bernie Sanders rally. I don't know what to do about it because it's like completely unhinged and insane. But there are weirdos convinced that Hasan hates Mike and just pretends to be nice to him. It's weird. I mean, they also blame me for any time Destiny gets brought up. They want to go back to the time where Hasan never engaged with Asmongold or Destiny, and they blame me for it as well. It's very weird. It's very weird. And honestly, if you are in Hoscord and people start shitting on me, shit on them back. Oftentimes, they're also either former or current Vosh supporters. That's another thing. I don't know. It is what it is. You should let those people roll the roost. I posted a screenshot you ducking on Dev at Hoscord. Yeah, there's about 5 to 10 people that are weirdly unhinged. It's not like it's a majority or anything. But they spend the most time in Hoscord. It is what it is. It is what it is. Frogan and Austin show are mods at Hoscord. Yeah, I have friend of the show status at Hoscord. Like, duh.
The whole Epstein thing is a Democrat hoax.
Joining us now is Virginia Democratic Congressman James Walkinshaw, who sits on the House Oversight Committee. So, Congressman, the ranking...
I hate that it has to cover all these drama dipshit. It sucks that they've got so loud you can't enjoy them. I wanted to go back to when they were irrelevant, but they aren't anymore. I mean, the reality is it was always wrong. It was wrong to let Destiny and all those other people slander us nonstop. That was incorrect. I disagreed with it at the time, but now that Hasan is fighting back, they're getting absolutely mogged, and it's way better. And it doesn't, in fact, it actually enhances.
Democrat on the Oversight Committee, Congressman Robert Garcia, released this blistering statement after the files were released, saying, quote, in part, "We are demanding the names of Epstein's co-conspirators and the men and pedophiles who abused women and girls." Do you accept the government's explanation?
Yeah. A lot of the people that hate me are also like anarchists that are anti-China as well.
For the redactions they've made?
No, I don't. I mean, look, the Trump administration and the Department of Justice has slow-rolled this release at every turn. Today, they released 3 million of the 6 million documents we know they have. We know they have 6 million because they said it. They released 50% of the documents, and the 50% we have today are heavily, heavily redacted. So they continue to cover up the full truth that's in the files. So we're going to continue to push. The Oversight Committee's investigation will continue throughout this Congress and into the next Congress, I suspect. We're not going to stop until we get the transparency that the survivors are demanding.
I mean, some of the claims in some of these files are I mean, pretty bizarre and don't sound very credible. In your view, should the general public, and what should the general public take away from these files? How are people supposed to know what's credible and what isn't?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair. And, you know, there are a number of uncorroborated or perhaps unverified allegations against President Trump there. And I think what I would say is all of that deserves additional scrutiny. Some of them have been revealed publicly in the past and perhaps have limited credibility, but all of them should be explored.
Oh my God, chat. This is what's making me so happy. Can we all be clear that in this wave of woke, we destroy these fascists utterly? No redemption, no apologizing. We destroy them. Yes, no mercy, thumbs up. Peggy, you are a queen. Peggy, you are a queen. And this is another thing that I've been saying for years and years and years. I've always defended wine moms. Grev, do you have a clip of me defending wine moms like 5 years ago? I've always defended wine moms. I know there's an old wine mom clip where I was defending wine moms like 5 years ago. I've always defended them. I've always recognized them as when we have the wine moms on our side, that's how you know we're winning. Why are you guys saying Nana? She looks young to me. Still staying out here in Milwaukee, fighting it every way I can. Our police chief went to Israel and we let him have it. Police chief blasted for Israel training trip. Remember how they used to be like, oh my God, I can't believe you're saying Israel trains cops. That's so anti-Semitic. Wine mom radicalization of Minneapolis is what, oh, they're all getting radicalized. It's amazing.
You know, the Oversight Committee in the coming weeks, we're going to be...
Mr. Reboot says we're holding a new DSA or member orientation for a medium city chapter, and there's like 30 people here. It's crazy. No clips, but the Democratic Party is turning against the wine moms. Repeat, the Democratic Party is turning against the wine moms. Damn, legitimately the first bit of good news we've had since the catastrophic defeat. If Pod save wine moms like Hassan, we have a shot. In their defense, wine moms show up to knock doors for DSA-endorsed candidates at a higher rate than 25-year-old irony-poisoned Twitter shit posters. Anyone who does real work on the ground knows that pleasant wine moms in their early 60s are the backbone of many grassroots movements. They are adorable. That's in 2021. Oh, and then I said the same thing in 2020. Anyone who has ever done real organizing knows the awesome power of wine moms when used for good. What did people reply? Oh, there's a bunch of hidden... How many fucking bot accounts reply to me? Jesus Christ.
Deposing Jeffrey Epstein's accountant.
Caroline has been talking to the liberal women are waking up. Yes. Yes. The thing about women is that they are actually the backbone of logistics because they have empathy and care for other human beings. And so they can anticipate people's needs and they're used to care work, so they deliver on it. And logistics wins wars. They are the social fabric. What Marx called, there's actually a really important theory book that everyone should read by Engels. It's called The Origin of Family, Private Property, and the State, which I consider to be, it's why it's very important that you understand that feminism is not liberal, it's communist. And they were not class reductionists who ignored the oppression of women. The oppression of women and feminism and the liberation of women has always been a core feature of socialism. Engels wrote The Origin of the Family, Private Property, of the State in just 2 months, beginning toward the end of March 1884 and completing it by the end of May. Focuses on early human history following the disintegration of the primitive community and the emergence of a class society based on private property. It's very, 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 very important. Very good. And really is a key pillar of feminist thought. Red Pen has on it, women were the first proletariat, men the first bourgeoisie. Exactly. Men are the bourgeoisie of gender. That is correct. And unironically, like, as somebody who sees women as equal, it is so frustrating. It is frustrating how many guys cannot live. Like, you know how rare it is to find a man who can actually live with women as equal? Because there's a lot of men who are disgusting misogynists, but then there's a lot of, like, I would call them little boys who want a mother to take care of them, who are like stunted. So they want to be dominated and they want to be cared for like a baby. So it's either men who are like disgusting misogynists, or they are stunted little submissives who want mommy to take care of them, and they're emotionally stunted. And honestly, I find both of them equally annoying. You just described 90% of my exes. I know. I hate guys like that. And there's a lot of those type of guys in leftist spaces, and I find them obnoxious. And I think they suck shit. You're a man. You're an adult. Like, stop acting like, mommy, take care of me, mommy. No.
His estate, so we're going to continue to ask questions. And I think this release, although limited, not what the law requires, this release will provide information to guide our questioning as we move forward.
Among the materials that the Deputy Attorney General Blanche said were withheld from this release were files that would jeopardize an active federal investigation. Is it clear to you what investigative avenues remain at this point, or if there are any active federal investigations ongoing into this?
I have no insight into the active investigations that the Department of Justice might be engaged in. Obviously, we know President Trump has done what he has done repeatedly and directed the Department of Justice to investigate his political opponents or Democrats with respect to Epstein. I hope that's not the path they're doing. If there are real, legitimate investigations based on what they've learned in the files, those should proceed without any interference.
How do you know that you truly see women as an equal deep down instead of just believing you do? The answer is, I am not a perfected human being, and that I am constantly reflective and self-critical, and that there is no doubt that I am perpetuating misogynistic beliefs or behaviors, and I have not lived up completely to the idea of equality. But the answer is, I'm constantly reflecting and constantly taking criticism and constantly evaluating and trying to improve and perfect myself. And that I am a work in progress, like every educated man should be. I am not perfect. I am not faultless. In fact, I'm very flawed. And I'm sure, you know, if you look at my relationships, there's still a gender division in a lot of the way that we share, for example, household tasks. There is some element of gender division there. But what I try to do is have it be mutually consensual, and constantly be reevaluating. Like VO, for example, enjoys cooking more than me. So because VO enjoys cooking more than me, VO cooks 85%, 90% of the time when we cook. That's just reality. That's me being honest. Whatever VO cooks, I clean it up. You know, and like this is a basic division. Now, you could say that that's gendered in the division because women traditionally cook in the home. Just because something was traditionally gendered doesn't mean it's anti-feminist to have that be the division of labor in your own home. It's about consent and respect and mutuality. And we could spit ourselves into the ceiling going like, is it really consensual? Because she is acculturated through patriarchal society and you're right. You are right about that, which is why we're constantly checking up on each other and we're constantly reevaluating. And if Vio doesn't want to cook for a week, then she doesn't cook for a week. Because we are constantly caring for one another and acting like equals. And we're acting like actual partners do, which is if a person needs a break, you step up. Some of the times your partner is going to be stressed or busy and they're going to slack on their chores and you love them, you care for them, so you step up and do it. And sometimes it's the other way around. That's called being a good partner. But even then, we're going to have our disagreements. We're going to have our, you know, and it's important that you maintain all those aspects, you know, and recognize that being in a monogamous relationship is hard work and it's a continuous process. My wife does pretty much all the cooking. I work while she stays home and takes care of our kids. I actively, and we do together, work to balance the division of labor and generally try to take care of each other. We're just positioned currently with this arrangement makes the most sense for us. I don't see a problem with that. I don't see a problem with that. I don't like relationships where one partner exploits the other. I find that disgusting and distasteful, personally.
Involvement from President
Very
Trump.
hot take. You're right.
And as we mentioned, the Deputy Attorney General Blanche said that unredacted files would be made available to lawmakers who coordinate with the Department of Justice. Is there a plan to do that? I mean, obviously, it's a lot of files. Is that even possible?
I know that Congressman Khanna and Massey have written a letter asking to review those unredacted files. I think the Democrats on the Oversight Committee, and hopefully Republicans as well, will be talking about how we can coordinate to review those unredacted files. I certainly want to understand what's been redacted and, more importantly, why.
Congressman James Walkinshaw, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
How many Americans lost their homes in the Great Recession? 10 million Americans to lose their homes. Okay, type today. Okay, we could type today. Jesus. So, typing in front of 5,000 people or 4,500 people, it can be, there's a lot of pressure there, okay? There's a lot of pressure. I think undermining the power of Obama is an important project that we're not doing, and that's what really scares me. I think one of the things that I'm really scared of is liberals liking Barack Obama and then listening to him in 2028. That's the thing that's really scaring me, is I could see him coming out and doing what he did with Biden and liberals falling for it again. That's what scares. That's the one thing I'm scared about. I'm really, really scared of that. You're a confident man. Is that all it takes to get a foot in the door? Because I have female friends that I don't want to pursue or friends, and striking friendships is easy, but dating never goes well, usually because I don't have the charisma to approach. I think, sorry if I'm oversharing. My general feeling is if you have a lot of female friends that are your contemporaries, it's totally fine to be like, hey, what you could ask them for reasonable advice. Like if there's something about me that, I could do that would improve my appearance, or do you have anybody and look for mutual friends. Like if you have female friends, you guys probably have some social events that are happening, right? Go to those social events and meet friends of friends. Having honest, open conversations with people that care about you is always a good strategy. Maybe you're stinky. You don't know. It could happen. And then I'm not saying this is something that you should plan to do, because it's creepy if you're planning to do it. It's very calculating if you're planning on doing it. But I can't tell you how many times in my life someone was my friend, and then later in life, we were both single. And then, we realized that maybe we liked each other, and then we gave dating a try. That is a completely legitimate thing to happen, but it could also ruin a friendship. So be aware of that. You have to, if you're going to try to date friends, you have to make sure your vibe detector is correct. If you have a very bad vibe detector, do not do it. But, life is about taking risks from time to time. And, it is what it is. It is what it is, folks. Okay, chat. I heard Ezra Klein was talking to Adam Tooze. Now, Adam Tooze is a very interesting character, which we have not talked about on this stream before. I'm not a Tooze head myself, but a lot of people I respect like Tooze. So he went and talked to Ezra Klein about China.
This churning innovation around the cell structure that goes down right into literally the household level now. The reason why they were able to do COVID lockdowns in the way they were able to is they've built out in private housing estates. You think of this as the heart of the Chinese bourgeoisie. Why is the CCP there? Because the CCP is the beating heart of a large part of the Chinese bourgeoisie, right? So they've managed to continuously innovate. It isn't just a kind of fossilized Brezhnevite static party structure. It's very dynamic. And as a European, I have to say there's elements of the EU system which in all of their frustratedness are also kind of open for change, right? When they, for instance, responded to COVID with a really big green and tech stimulus, they had to invent common debt issuance to be able to do that. And broadly speaking, I think it's healthy for a polity to have to constantly rethink. Whereas in the US, we did a great big stimulus, but basically it was a simple sugar high because that's the only thing you could politic, and it's the only thing you could administratively engineer because it had to go out basically via the IRS or checks, something as simple as that. You weren't able to do the complex governance architectures that the Europeans and the Chinese produced during the COVID crisis. When this goes wrong in Europe, you get the Eurozone crisis. But in good moments, it's politically dynamic in the way that...
So what he's trying to say is that the Chinese governance system is more responsive and more democratic and more innovative than America, and America sucks shit and our government's trash.
That we don't see,
which everybody
in
already
the
knows.
US.
It's funny. I think that's in a way too harsh on the U.S.
Okay, fair enough.
For two reasons. One,
I
think
don't agree with that. It's too harsh in the U.S. You fucking upper class liberal fuck. Shut your fucking mouth. I can't even believe anybody says this shit anymore. Do you go outside? Are you ever not in a fucking security controlled space, you fucking worm? I honest to God believe they never are outside of a bubble. He goes from his fucking doorman, the heavily security department, to a black car, and then he gets driven to the fucking New York Times studio, probably goes into a fucking basement garage with a steel rollaway door, and then he's escorted by security to a fucking booth. That's the only way you could believe what you fucking believe. If you go outside in New York or Los Angeles or Philadelphia for 5 fucking minutes in an uncontrolled environment, you see genuine societal failure. I'm serious. And it is absolutely aggravating. Like, I cannot believe these fuckers are defending this society. It's fucking broken.
About Donald Trump, who has reinvented an entire political party and is governing in a very different way. But during the financial crisis and after, and you've tracked a lot of this, I mean, we did some very aggressive things in terms of debt issuance and what the Fed is doing.
But I used to say, I think there are zones of innovation and dynamism in the US. Like, where was the unemployment insurance innovation that should have happened during the COVID crisis? We both know they couldn't do it, so they ended up just doing checks. Whereas what America actually needs to do is to build a national unemployment insurance system worthy of the name, instead of having this extraordinary hodgepodge where New York has a system, but Florida really doesn't. Like, that's unbecoming of 330 million people in an affluent society. But, you know, why would you burn the political capital to try and get that done?
Well, because the reality is that the federalized system that we have, the system of having states, it's an artifact of a democracy that was developed before the telegraph and the railroad. Now that we have the ability to communicate and travel seamlessly across the country fast, and that technology was the point where that became reality, you shouldn't be running a society with all these like little mini states. It's duplicative and it's stupid. We should abolish the states. We should abolish the states. There should be federal policy and local administration. We don't need the states. Now, maybe you could have regional cooperation zones, or there needs to be a superstructure that hangs over certain types of regions where they could have common best practices or whatever the fuck. Maybe that's it. But the idea of 50 fucking states is stupid.
The Biden administration, when you've got so many other things to do.
So there's something strange about this conception of China, because it has moved very fast back and forth in the last couple of years, right? You just mentioned Biden. End of the Biden administration, after many years of China hype and China fear, there is a sense that actually China might now be in decline. She is wielding terrible authoritarian power. You see Chinese tech CEOs and startup founders, suddenly disappearing, like Jack Ma, who ends up coming back. But you have parts of the upper echelons of the Communist Party being marched out of meetings. In fact, just now, the other day, we saw the top.
If we marched Hillary Clinton to a prison cell, 80% of this country would cheer. This is a sign of a successful society. And if this general committed crimes like spying for the U.S. or fomenting a coup, he deserves to go to prison. Sort of like Donald Trump deserved to go to prison. Bolsonaro is in prison because he tried to do a coup. It is a sign of America's failure that there's elite impunity.
General, functionally defenestrated. There is a sense that China had effective authoritarian government for quite some time, but now the thing that always happens with authoritarian government is happening, and the leadership is out of touch, and it's turning on itself. And the capacity to continue governing this, very, very complicated state well, and, as the demographics change, is going to weaken. And I remember doing interviews with Jake Sullivan and others at the end of the Biden era. And one of their big things they would say is, look, America's never been stronger, and our opponents and antagonists and competitors have never been weaker.
Yeah. So Janet Yellen literally said, don't worry about the Thucydides trap because we're not declining, so we won't start war with you. If you were going to overtake us and we were declining, ... you might very well have reason to be concerned. But since we're not, relax, there isn't going to be a war.
This is a rapid change around in the conventional wisdom on how to think about China.
Which is why you should never trust conventional wisdom on China in this country.
But now this is a conventional wisdom.
It's a bear trap.
So should I not?
No, it's
now that they're great and they know what they're doing is now the conventional wisdom.
Well,
not great morally, but
it's I think
capacity-wise.
I think it's truly.
What makes America better than China morally? They have less people in prison. They have less homelessness. They're focused on reducing crime and hardship. They focus on reducing addiction. Yes, they're probably too harsh in a bunch of areas. But I understand why China is harsh in a bunch of areas, because they were traumatized. Their country was literally enslaved. They had hundreds of millions of opioid addicts. They had dozens of millions of people starving to death in famines. And it wasn't just because of Mao bad. They had nonstop famines for 500 years. Mao's famine was the last famine of China. What the fuck are you talking about? They're leading the world green revolution, and they're actually investing in the shit. If the human race is going to climb out of the slime that we're in, it'll be because of Chinese leadership. Make no mistake, that's reality. I wish my country had vision like they do. They're the country that's investing in fusion energy. They're the country that's investing in making EVs cheap as fuck. They're the country that's investing in making renewable energy the default energy. And it's not just investing, they're actually getting results. Now, yeah, it's behind the United States because 100 years ago, it was among the 5 poorest countries in the world. But since the communists took over in China in 1949, no other country has improved their condition faster. None. And the only countries that are even in the realm of competition are now in utter collapse. Master of the O, thank you for the 10 tier ones. You're the best.
Difficult for any of us, and I absolutely include myself, coming from the West, to steady a stable analytical position on China. And we are torn between a kind of fascination and indeed infatuation with it. And it is, after all...
But the problem is, I may be fascinated and infatuated with China, but I actually try to understand what's happening. If you look at these people, they're not talking about anything. Like, Tooze is at least trying, but Ezra Klein is not saying anything of value. It's an unverified melange of bullshit.
The single most dramatic, transformative socioeconomic transformation in the history of our species, bar none, full stop, in history. And on the other hand, a kind of, but it can't possibly work because, and you can make the list. And I can sit with my liberal colleagues at Columbia and we can all make the list, right? And I think we basically need to check all our prejudices at the door. And at an even deeper level, I think we need to recognize the fact that what's happening in China, one way or the other, it's the big N. All of our history today is small n in terms of sample size by comparison with what they're doing there. This is the fundamental foundation of their belief in what they call 21st century Marxism, is that if politics is experimental and driven, they believe by experience and success and failure, and they right now think they're succeeding, then doing that in a society of 1.4 billion, raising yourself out from the kind of poverty that they were in 50 years ago to where they are right now, is simply the experiment. This is the actual historical test of all theories about the world. So all of our theories that we have, our middle income trap theory, all of this is really just a kind of minor preface, right? And where do we even get off placing them alongside some small European country in the data set where we say, oh, well, you could end up like Italy? Famously, Mao said, to the Italian Communist Party when they were talking about nuclear war, there's nothing in the scripture that says that Italy survives into the 21st century, right? So I think we have to be willing to be humble, frankly, in relation to this experience and not quickly extrapolate one way or the other.
I mean, Two's heads are feasting because he's dead fucking right. And the thing is, the reason why we're going to lose is because our elites are Ezra fucking Klein, 2.2 GPA, Ezra Klein. And they're just cynical. They're cynical social climbers, and they don't believe in their own fucking mothers, let alone a belief system. So when China says we are doing, 21st century Marxism, we are going to let experience guide us. They don't believe it. They don't believe it because liberalism is dead. Liberalism in America is dead. We don't have liberalism. The liberals don't believe in liberalism. They are Western regime defenders. Whatever the Western regime is doing, they defend. Even if what the Western regime is doing flies in the face of what liberalism is supposed to believe, they defend it nonetheless. Is Israel's genocide in Gaza liberal? Liberal is supposed to believe in universal human rights, international institutions like the United Nations and the International Criminal Court. All of that was thrown in the fucking dumpster. Whatever happened to Westphalian sovereignty and the UN Charter against aggressive war? The United States violates that every day, 17 times a day. And the liberal order defends it. Where are the liberals? They don't exist. And so when somebody says, hey, China is experimenting on how do we get past this stage of human development to something better, they think it can't be true because they're evil. It's like a cheater always thinks everybody else is cheating. A cheater always thinks everyone cheats. A thief thinks everybody steals. And a cynic thinks everybody's cynical.
The other, either our disappointment at ourselves and our like glamorization of what they've done, or the converse, namely our scorn, our fear.
A racist thinks everybody's racist. Yeah, exactly. That's dumb fuck Asmongold.
Contempt, even mistrust of their politics, and turn that into a kind of social scientific necessity. It's really difficult to do. There's no safe space here. To me, it's deeply analogous to the dilemmas that many progressives faced in the 1930s and 1940s when faced with Stalinism, which in the end ended up being utterly decisive for the history of the World War II and the aftermath. The good world that we built, that is the West built, we think good, after 45, depended critically on a war fought with huge sacrifice by both Stalin's Soviet Union and the Chinese.
You spent a fair amount of time traveling China in the past couple of years. And as I've tracked your commentary coming back from it, and people could hear it in what you just said, I feel like it has been a bit of a mind-bending experience for you.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
And I've heard you say things like, the whole prehistory of modern industrial organization is just prelude to what is happening there right now. So there's some way in which I'm...
Wow. The Twos is even more of a glazer than me now.
Watching you try to grapple scale that feels very inhuman. You sometimes sound to me like somebody who's just on psychedelics.
Yes. I mean, this summer I had this moment where I realized, like, we're in the position of people watching the pyramids being built, not afterwards.
So describe to me what, from where you were 4 or 5 years ago, the Adam Tooze writing Deluge and Crashed and your pandemic book. What are some things you saw, or some numbers and that have passed through your chart book? What helps you convey the sort of portal your own thinking has gone through on China's centrality and power and what it means to absorb that into your view of the world and its order?
I mean, when it comes to 08, 09, it's just the scale of the stimulus. I mean, you were referring to the electric, the high-speed rail is built in the aftermath of 08, 09. That's, when they look back at the stimulus, famously, if you look back at the Obama stimulus, though it was large and by historical standards, highly significant, larger than the New Deal, and we think really did make a positive difference, what could you point to in America that resulted from the Obama stimulus? You'd have to be an expert to know. In China, it's a railway system unlike any in the world, right? So there's a drama and scale.
I think I have this number in my book. They've built something like 23,000 miles of high-speed rail.
That's old. That's old. How many miles of high-speed rail has been built in China? 50,000 kilometers. December 25th was 50,000 kilometers. So 50,000 kilometers to I'm sorry, not miles to kilometers. Kilometers to miles. 31,000 miles. So in his book that published at the end of last year, he said it was 23,000 miles. They've added, 8,000 miles since? Which would crisscross this country 2 3/4 times? Can I get Adam Tooze on? Maybe. That might be Hassan might be able to. Me, that might be a bigger lift.
Well, we were failing to build the 500 miles of the California project.
And when we say high speed, we're talking 200 plus miles an hour, and you can sit with a cup of coffee and it will not move. Like, it's smooth as silk. I mean, the Europeans can do this too, but the Chinese and the Japanese, but the Chinese have acquired their technologies and done it even larger. Then there's the stimulus of the early 2010s when they built more concrete in 3 years than the United States in the 20th century. And when you go there, you see it. You see the extraordinary fact that 88, I think, maybe 89% of all homes that Chinese people today live in have been built since the early 90s. Of every home, every house, like place where people live and reside, all in 30 years, essentially. I mean, there's also the destruction that's implied by that, right? The erasing of the traditional Chinese city, the thirst and the hunger that you see in Chinese tourists when they come to Europe to actually see something old. And then more and more for me, it's all about climate and the just staggering speed with which China has begun to build out green energy, such that now, and this is the thing that the Biden administration, for my mind, this is the central question. China, by the early 2020s, was in a position to roll out enough solar and increasingly also battery backup to actually get the world onto a climate stabilization track. The Chinese have created the industrial capacity to actually get a key component, not the whole thing, but a key component of climate stabilization on track for the entire planet. Fundamental failure of Western politics in the face of that is to say, no, thank you very much. We'd like to argue about this, that, and the other. We don't really like. There's too much subsidy. You know, and you've got Brian Deese and people like that talking about green Marshall plans, and they're talking about geothermal engineering and small SMR nuclear reactors. And it's just like, in front of your nose, there is the capacity to do about 1,000 gigawatts of new solar panels every single year. And that's without us even helping in any way. That's just the local Chinese effort. That's utterly transformative. That is industrial policy. That's literally providing what we need to farm solar power for the entire planet.
So the analogy.
And by the way, the liberals hate this. The liberals despise the fact that we're able to solve climate change, and they're fighting us. They're fighting us, and electricity rates are going up. These scum, these bourgeoisie will kill the planet for their own petty little tyrants. You don't hate Ezra Klein enough. They're all pedophiles too. And they're exterminating the diversity of this planet. They are pure fucking evil, and you don't hate them enough. And it's Democrats and it's Republicans too.
You're making here, you mentioned the Russians in World War II. You know, as people know, there is no winning World War II without the Soviet Union.
Well, there is, but it's really ugly, and it would not have left us feeling good about ourselves because it would involve nuking a large part of Germany.
So here, the analogy here is to climate. And if you want to, quote unquote, win the climate change fight, it would require making China central.
Well, who knows? But we're certainly not making a concerted enough effort to explore other options. And this one is literally the $100 bill on the sidewalk.
And we're heavily tariffing.
America doesn't import any Chinese solar panel. The Europeans, to their credit, take 90% of their solar panels from China, because where else are you going to get them from? And they are pushing. And you speak to Biden administration veterans, and the honest ones will admit that they knew exactly what they were doing, which was retarding America's energy transition for a political reason, because they didn't think there was a political bargain to be done any other way.
Well, wait. That's not, I think, what they think they were doing.
That's what happened. That's what happened, you fucking propagandist scum. You liar. Truth happened. Gotta stop it. Gotta stop the truth. We gotta propagandize for the corporate centrist scum. I'm sorry for getting so fired up, but this is a crime against humanity that, when I think about it, drives me, I'm fucking murderously mad. Like, I think these people should be tried in climate court. Like, I'm not kidding.
Well, I spoke to one just the other day, and that's exactly what they. But
the way they describe it to me is not that they don't think there's a political bargain to be made. They actually believed, I think, going up to Joe Biden, that it would be losing a key level of geopolitical power to see this to China. That they think there was power in this. You don't buy that.
I think there are two different versions, and it depends whether you're a more climate-centered person.
By the way, if somebody gives you a solar panel, their power over you ends immediately. Because you don't need fuel. You just stand it up, pointing out the sun, and you get electricity out of it for 30 fucking years. Like, what are you talking? It's not when you build a fucking coal plant, or you build a natural gas plant where you need to keep buying natural gas and coal, and then who has that? And then you're fucking dependent upon the vicissitudes of the market. Whereas if I buy a solar panel, it's The cost that I paid for it is fixed on the date of purchase. I know what it's going to be. I know what electricity I'm going to get out of it. I know approximately how long it's going to last, and I'm free. All the expenses up front, and then it's free unless I finance it, in which case my solar panel is in my country. What, you're going to fly over to my country and take the solar panel if I default on the loans? What do you mean dependent? You are fucking scum. You're a liar. You're an obfuscator of truth. You're scum. Ezra Klein is scum. Derek Thompson are scum. These are scum. These are evil rat fucks. And you do not hate them enough. I can't even say anything more. I wish I had the freedom of speech. I wish I had freedom of speech, but I don't have freedom of speech. I wish I could be as unhinged as I really am, but I can't. And it's fucking bullshit.
Whether you're ultimately in the Jake Sullivan camp, I totally agree with you. There is the even narrower version, which is that we actually need to compete in this technological space.
Yes, I think the Jake Sullivan camp had a view that...
Absolutely. We're not doing that. That's make-believe. That's magic. We're not competing. You're doing make-believe, you fucking liar. Well, hypothetically, if Barack Obama had actually done the thing and it built a green energy manufacturing capacity, then yes, that would be real. But they didn't. They bailed out Wall Street for trillions of dollars instead, you fucking scumbag.
More important to maintain...
I hate Ezra Klein. There's probably about 10 or 15 people that if they never uttered another word, the human race would be significantly enhanced in its probability of survival. And Ezra Klein is one of those people. Ezra Klein is one of those people that his every utterance is fucking worthless and damaging and makes other people... It's virulent stupidity. It is mimetically transmitted stupidity. Legitimately, he's stupid as fuck.
Power over China than to accelerate the green transition.
And they always saw the green transition. They basically got it from Mazzucato, right? So the idea is you need missions around which to organize policy and motivate coalitions. And this was a great mission.
Yes.
It wasn't in and of itself. I think if you think about Podesta and people like that who have a much longer track record in the climate space, they're the people who articulate the trade-off.
But they were not the ones.
They were not
the
calling the shots. No.
And so this brings me to something I was asking you at the beginning, which is, I was asking, what do you think the Trump administration believes power to be based on? And one of the things that I think we can all agree power is based on is energy.
They think oil, fracking.
But for the Trump administration, it is petrofuels.
Yeah, hydrocarbons. Yeah.
Hydrocarbons.
Yeah.
And for China, which is nevertheless doing a lot of hydrocarbons, but it is in the future. I mean, you describe them as an electrostate. Like, part of the fight is going to be energy. That's true on AI, which is going to be, rate limited by energy. No matter what you look at, energy is going to be key here. And one of the things that is so striking to me about Trump is that they talk a lot about energy, but they're kneecapping the energy sources of the future, even as they're trying to increase the amount of oil we have access to. China seems to be doing something else.
It's fundamentally contradictory, and it's not helped by this concept of energy, which is, in practice, we need oil for one set of issues, mainly transport and some petrochemicals. We need gas for petrochemicals, heating, and power generation. And then we've got solar and coal competing head-on in the electricity generation space. And furthermore, America's in this profoundly conflicted position, which is that it's both a huge oil consumer and a huge oil producer. And so unlike the Saudis, who unambiguously have an interest in high oil prices, the only thing that would dial that down is they're worried they put their consumers off. America's like betwixt and between. So you unlock Venezuela, quote unquote, right? And who complains? It's the shale people that complain because the last thing in the world they need is more oil on the market, which would cut the price even further than it currently is at. So there's that dimension of conflict and incoherence. And then on the other side, you have the whole dilemma if AI is your big play or just tech is your big play in the industrial policy tech space.
Remember, as Ezra Klein's Epstein takes. This is the other big topic we've been talking about today. This is what Ezra Klein said about Jeffrey Epstein and the files.
I think I should say, before I start this episode, where I am on the Epstein story. If you force me to give you my best guess, given what we know, I think this guy had a lot of very powerful friends. I think this guy was a predator and a pedophile on an extraordinary scale. And I think those sides of his life were mostly separate. I don't think there is a list of bold-faced names somewhere. I think I should say, before I had a lot of very powerful friends. I think this guy was a predator and a pedophile on an extraordinary scale. And I think those sides of his life were mostly separate. I think this guy had a lot of very powerful friends.
That Dokes from Dexter, probably one of the best characters of all time. Fuck, we love Dokes.
The single common denominator is electric power, and it's just a fantasy to think that, gas, let alone nuclear, is going to fill that gap because we can't get the turbines, the gas turbines, quickly enough. So the pipeline, quite reasonably, everywhere in the world is full of the sort of thing which the Trump administration is trying to anathematize, like solar and wind and battery backup now, which is also affordable. So it's deeply contradictory. And around the edges, you see them shifting. I mean, the Times had a rather good report on the way in which a quiet battery diplomacy has actually emerged in the Trump administration. Because if you talk to the military people, like modern army guys, carry 20, 30 pounds worth of batteries. Like the actual effective operational range of the special forces is largely determined by when they need to recharge their battery packs. So high-tech battery technology is just crucial increasingly for every dimension of power, and you can't really sustain an economically viable battery industry without the big source of demand, which are electric vehicles.
During the Biden administration, one thing you began to hear a lot from foreign policy hands was that we should understand the world as split into an axis of democracies and an axis of authoritarians, and you had...
Honest to God, I don't know what else to say. It's just absolutely laughably fucking stupid. And I honestly think if you say something like that, you should be punched in the face in Minecraft. It's just dumb. It's just embarrassing. Yeah, UAE, Egypt, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, our favorite democracies, guys. El Salvador, we love our democracy, don't we? With our concentration camps.
Russia, China, then sometimes it would be expanded to Iran, sometimes beyond that, even a little bit. Sometimes you'd hear North Korea.
Syria as well was thrown in at times.
So to what degree do you think that tells you something real about China, that it should be understood as an ideologically authoritarian project, and that's what the alliance with Putin is about? And to what degree is that a sort of self-comforting way for at least American liberals to view the world that is not helping you understand what the incentives are back and forth?
It's definitely an unhelpful way to understand the world, because essentially it defines the world in negative terms. The only thing those people have in common is they're not like us. And so then they must all be the same. And that's just a profoundly unhelpful place to start from. Is it true that Russia and China align and that they will be hard to break apart? Absolutely. But it's really not a relationship of identity. It's a relationship more of like a common perception of problem. And I was speaking to a Central Committee member in Beijing, and he was going on about the Putin-Xi relationship. And at some point I interrupted him and said, don't you think the fundamental thing they have in common is their understanding of 1989 and what happened there? And the conversation stopped, and he just nodded, okay, fine, we get it, we're on the same page. That's the common thing.
Why don't you describe what that thing is?
So the common thing is that Putin and the Chinese regard the collapse of the Soviet Union as an absolute world historic disaster. Putin has said as much, right? It's the greatest catastrophe that's happened in modern history. And the Chinese agree. And of course, the Chinese have a diagnosis of the degeneracy of the Soviet party that goes all the way back to Khrushchev's speech, where he denounced Stalin's violence. And this for them is what they call historical nihilism, which means a rejection of your own history, even if that history is bitter and violent. And the Chinese don't deny that it was. You can't just distance yourself in a moralistic way from it. And so Xi Jinping and his cadres are fundamentally committed to this idea that there was a degeneracy inside the Soviet regime that led to that moment in 89, that somebody like Gorbachev, as weak as him, so infected by Western thinking, could be in power and collapse. By contrast, of course, what happened in China is that in
they're completely correct.
In 89, Deng Xiaoping and the cadre around him had in their view, guts to oust the party people that were aligned with the Tiananmen Square demonstrators and do what was necessary. It was a disaster that you ended up in that point, not from the point of view of humanitarian loss of life, but because the party had to turn the guns of the PLA, which is the party's army, on the people, which you never want to have to do. But it was the right thing to do under those circumstances. And that common understanding of the world and its subsequent consequences unites China and Russia, because what it does is to create the unipolar moment, the increasing unhinging of American power, which runs by way of Kosovo and the bombing of the Chinese embassy in Serbia, and then to 2003, and then on from there. in their common opposition to that world that emerges from 89, they are deeply, deeply bonded. Beyond that, it's largely pragmatic, and China has deeply ambiguous feelings about the Soviet Union and Russia. The Soviet Union was, after all, highly aggressive towards China at various points. Mao was very serious in his suspicion and fear of the Soviet Union. So it's not and no one in
listen. Obviously, I have a disagreement over various aspects of what the Chinese may or may not believe. But are they wrong about much of that? I mean, it is. Ezra Klein has nothing to say. Ezra Klein has nothing to say because what is he gonna say? The fall of the Soviet Union was a disaster for people in the Soviet bloc. Only a couple countries left the Soviet bloc and have managed to improve in measurable ways. Like most countries of the Soviet bloc are far worse off today than they were then.
CCP indulges in kind of liberal nonsense about, well, Putin's the same as us because he's also not. I mean, liberal. It's just like, does Putin have a CCP, a party of 100 million people organized in an incredibly powerful cadre apparatus, where there is literally a party, official in every single major organization? Of course not. They're not even close. Like, no one in the world has that. So China is unique. And they regard Russia increasingly, I think, as a useful wedge. I don't think they really, really need Russia's energy, but it certainly helps to have it there. You were mentioning earlier on, of course, China is, hugely advanced in green tech, but it still is it's the largest fossil fuel consumer we've ever seen, mainly reliant on its own coal. But gas and oil are helpful, and if you can get them via Russia, you get them cheap and you get them without Western strings. Not that they would buy from the West anyway. They go shopping in the Gulf and they're only too happy to provide. But I think that's the level at which that alliance, sits tight. And it's not they have a sufficiently capacious and coherent and independent view of modern history not to need to define themselves as like Putin, cause not like America.
So if communist authoritarian...
What he's trying to say is that the Communist Party of China is smarter than you, Ezra, and they recognize that Putin's Russia is not their forever friend because they're both evil. They recognize that Russia is a huge neighbor that's very powerful, very relevant, very threatening, and opposes a lot of the same people for different reasons that they oppose. And if they can have mutually beneficial arrangements, they'll do that. But they don't support Russia doing evil shit to do evil shit because they love evil.
Industrial juggernaut is rightly or wrongly the way America often sees China, who's taken our jobs. How now does China see America?
I mean, it's a continuously evolving. So on the one hand, as I was saying earlier, they see strength, and it's very difficult to persuade them to see anything.
Right. America is strong. America is strong. And this is something that people don't recognize, is that America is profoundly strong. We have a fucking terrible government that's doing our best to destroy that strength. But fundamentally, our strength is deep, and our strength comes from the people. Americans, there's a lot to say to make fun of them, and I've said it. But we are an immensely tolerant, even with Donald Trump in office, most people don't agree with it. We are immensely tolerant. We have good institutions when they operate correctly, especially in higher education and research. We have strong innovation. We have a well-trained populace. It could all be better. But the strength of the United States, you have to compare it to other places. And when you do that, America is profoundly strong. Now, it's being squandered. It's being wasted. It's being dismantled. It's being damaged. But it's going to take a lot. America is a redwood. It's going to take a lot of cracks at it with the axe before you get it to fall over. But it's not invincible, and it's not indelible. Enough damage, and this place is going to topple over.
They see strength.
Is Hasan going to stream today? I think he said he was.
They believe America's... I'm speaking from talking to from a sample of one, the central committee member, so top 200 or so type person, highly placed in the party structure and think tank organization, deeply convinced that America has its finger in every pie, deeply convinced of the most conspiratorial views of the Ukraine war, like that this is America's doing ultimately, and they are orchestrating this to tie the Europeans closer to them and all this sort of thing. And on the other hand, bemused. And they literally said they had a think tank working for the state council that was trying to track Trump on a daily basis. And after a couple of months in term 2, they gave up. And they just used these really crude sort of psychologizing rules of thumb about what make him tick. And so far, after all, it's kind of worked well for them. Like, you'd have to say that China has come out of this, by contrast with the disciplined, I would say highly ideological kind of position the Biden administration was rolling out on China. They're getting a level of pragmatism and deals making that even a tariff level, right, which is lower than India's. Like, they don't think they imagine that that's how this would play out for them.
Why do you think that is? I would not have imagined the tariff on India would be higher than the tariff on China.
I mean, I think there's always been two theories of a Trump administration, and we saw them both. Again, I always go back to 2020 because that's where I think we see the seeds of this second Trump administration. And one is the boss wants to do deals, and he loves doing deals with a big guy with a nice palace, and Xi Jinping ticks the box. He's the other really big guy. So if you go do a deal with him, it's the biggest deal you can do by definition. And that's, I really think, I mean, it sounds ridiculous, but I think that's an absolutely fundamental motivation. And we saw it in the phase one deal the last time around, like utterly crude, bizarre, trade economists can't even fathom it. Like, it's like soybeans and pigs, like it's bonkers compared to modern trade policy. And then there's another element in the Trump administration, which is more hawkish, more classically neocon. Say it's a kind of Marco Rubio group. And then I think there's a retrenchment, kind of J.D. Vance, let's get the hell out of Dodge, sort of settle back into the Western Hemisphere. Military people I know who've been reading these documents in the US, that is, are struggling to figure this out as well. They can't quite figure out what the position on Taiwan actually is at this point. But we are not seeing the long-range, highly strategic, industrial, economic warfare, I called it. I still think it's essentially that the Biden administration was engaged in against China. They really thought they could, wonk the hell out of this and figure out which chips not to give the Chinese so that we'd win the AI race. I think they really believe that.
Oh, they believe that?
Yeah. And lots of people at times said that's silly because you can't, because people will innovate around whatever blockage you put there.
I think that
But anyway, that's
you need a lot of
mindset.
things, but the Trump administration then just coming and being like, here are the chips.
Hey.
Was
we'll have some
surprising to
crap
me.
chips, and then they argue amongst themselves whether they've done a really cunning deal and only given them the rubbish ones.
Well,
out loud.
Yeah, it's wild to watch. One of the things I began by asking you was the degree to which Davos this year, it's not that something that happened at Davos ended the old order. It's more that it was a moment, I think, when Trump's performance, Carney's performance, it was a moment of recognition of a thing that had happened. Do you feel that what is coming has shape? There's another order visible? Or are we just in a possibly quite dangerous interregnum where nothing is quite structured or stable?
I think, I'm dying on the hill that we're not even in an interregnum. Because an interregnum implies another regnum afterwards. It implies a vision of history which has this as an ellipse between two.
Yes.
And I don't see why we would feel that we're entitled to make that assumption. In terms of global financial hegemons, to make it more concrete, we have one example of the transition from a British-centered model to the US model. Why do we assume that something follows? You can do these weird things where you extend this back to the Dutch and the Genoese, but I just don't buy it. Look at the curve on which we think climate politics. Does it look on that curve? Because it's one way, and it's just going to more extreme levels of disturbance. If we take that vision of history seriously and link it to the fact we have one instance of a financial transition that went reasonably well, why would we think that the most obvious way of thinking what comes next is, 20 years down the line, we'll somehow have some kind of new order? I don't get it.
Well, I think the reason people would think it is that there is a desire among many different players simultaneously in a globalized world to have rules that they roughly understand how to play by. Lots of people have their profits bound up in that. Lots of people have their political stability bound up in that. And so you see it with Mark Carney. In a way, you see it with China, which has wanted things to be fairly predictable, that there is a desire for predictability. What makes Trump, and in some ways Putin, but I would say specifically Trump, quite unique as a world leader of a major power is he has no desire for predictability. Most of the global economy, and you talk about the Chinese officials who speak Davos better than even the Davos officials now do, they have a desire, as many others do, as Mark Carney, going back to his days as a central banker does, to say, well, we got to figure out some way of making the transactions make sense.
But I mean, I like the way you put it. Like, I would definitely think it's literally desiring thinking. Like, it's literally based on the idea that there's some sort of philosophical anthropology that says people need, or a sociology that says people need stability, so therefore stability will somehow emerge, right? Or there'll be very powerful people motivated to make it. Mm-hmm. If that's the level at which you pitch the argument, it's hard to disagree with. I just don't know what follows from that. What Carney himself argued back in 2019 in this very interesting Jackson Hole paper, you should maybe link it in the show notes or something, it's really worth going back to, is that it could be the case that a multipolar order, which isn't a single order, but is multiple different orders that are overlapping, so very unlike a simple hegemony, more like a kind of mesh, could have stability properties that, say, a bipolar order doesn't have. That's how he argues in that.
Chat. I think this is a good place to call it, because new evidence is emerging that major Democratic Party donor Reid Hoffman created a forbidden research that proposed child-sized sex robots and considered inviting benefactor Jeffrey Epstein. Reid Hoffman is one of Joe Biden's biggest supporters and one of the most vicious anti-left donors, billionaires on the planet. From Jeffrey Epstein. Day 2 of Forbidden Research is at the AAAS building, which is a block away from my house. Reid will be there too. I could drag interesting people over to the house for meetings with you. Me and Reid, if you think this might be an interesting format for you, Tenzin will be there too. July 23rd, 2nd, 23rd, with 23rd being the main secret one. Thank you for guiding me away from the conference. Snowden's lawful abuse, simply translated, is the same as white hat hacking. Ironic equal no complaint. Katie Darling on pedophiles. Funny, especially warning the audience they may want to leave before listening. Institutional, taboo conference, too difficult. All binary questions, right or wrong, silly. Tensions between group and individual. Most of the issue at death, harms, tension over time. Exclusive, Epstein-funded MIT lab hosted panel on giving pedos child sex robots. Epstein hosted a panel where attendees openly discussed using the idea of using child-sized sex robots to treat pedophiles. The MIT Media Lab's July 2016 conference on research questions without social and moral constraints included a panel discussion arguing that pedophilia should not be seen as a moral failing, but rather a medical condition, and that development of child-sized sex robots is an inevitability. This is an unlisted video on MIT Media Lab.
We talked about the concept of using recoverable DNA for the woolly mammoth, for the passenger.
Questions about whether we should tie our hands somehow to the mast.
GOV'T raid. Hey, welcome, you GOV'Ters. I'm doing a Sunday raid because I am dangerously, or Saturday raid, because I am 3 followers away. 3 followers away from 100,000. I'm at 99,997. I'm 3 followers away. Let's fucking go! Oh, we also dropped off a little bit of subs. It is the very last day of the month, chat. So any subs that were given in December are now fully expiring. So it's, you know, this will be the final 100,000 followers accomplished. Holy shit. Holy shit. Wow. Wow. What an incredible day. What an incredible day, chat. Bravo, Unk, I love you. Yeah. 100,000 followers on Twitch from hard grinding. Because I never got, you know, other than Hasan, I was not promoted by big streamers. So I had to do this through hard grinding effort. And we finally did it. We finally did it. And it's only just begun, ladies and gentlemen. We've only just begun. The modern online neo-Nazi movement was exposed as a psyop. Yes, I did see that. Holy shit. You've got to have the higher concurrent viewer to follower ratios, right? Yes. Yes. Because I don't have any bots. Yeah, I've never botted, and I've never been botted. So all of my followers are actual human beings. Actually, somebody tried to bot me once, but all of them were removed immediately. And viewer to sub too, no? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. My fans have jobs. They're old. They're old unks with jobs. 100,000 followers, the big 6-figure. All right, let's take a look at that. Thank you, everybody. Follow GOV'T. Follow GOV'T. If you aren't already following GOV'T, what's wrong with you? Here on the Central Committee stream, we were just going, oh, do we have a treasure train? Oh! Holy shit! Ladies and gentlemen, for the next 5 minutes at least, all gifted subs greater than 5 have a 35% discount. And today is the last day of the month. Today is the last day of the month. And that means, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, NBs, all the money you give to me will be paid out by the 15th of next month. That means dirty Amazon will only be able to hold your money hostage for a mere 15 days of interest. So the single best way and single best day to support a stream is on the last day of the month. So if you enjoy this content, there has never, not one time, been a better time to subscribe to the channel than right fucking now. So if you enjoy the fact that I did an extra stream, if you want me to stream 7 days a week, supporting this stream right now, and I'll get back to my old schedule. The grind must go on. Holy shit, we've got so many people. Slime and Bee, Slurgo, The Pale Horse, Time Travelers 101, Phase-In, Fresh Bison, X Luvi, Kept Nice, the King of Wit with the 20 bomb. Can we get some bended knees? Tana Tuva with 100, or with the 10, excuse me. Pondering Pessimist, Captain S-Pog, Obsidian 84, Master of the O with 10, Walla Walla with 5, Constant Raider with 5, Green Bass Guy with 10, Chirp'em with 5, Tana Tuva with 30 months at tier 3. Thank you so much. You are the best. Apollo Noir, thank you for the 5. Stugly, thank you for the 5. Yagopnik with the 5. Yagopnik, you started the fucking thing. You started this. Look at all the money you're getting me. Thank you, Yagopnik. Socialism or Barbarism, thank you for the 10. J Mint B, thank you for the 5. SS Suck, thank you for the 5. Harmonious Cacophony, thank you for the 10. QE Streams gave out 50. Can we get a fucking bended knee? Level 18, chat. We're at a level 18 hype trade. This is unprecedented. Bismuth, 83, thank you for the 10. Dude What, thank you for the 20. Rex Hugh, thank you for the 10. Everybody, if you're not gifting mass subs, there's just so many of you. I'm never going to be able to stop talking. Carbon KC, thank you for the 10. Subdirt, thank you for the 5. Cool Bean, thank you for the 5. Noodle Mixing Sound, thank you for the 5. Commoner in Minnesota, thank you for the 5. And thank you for fighting back against ICE. UB Devoid, thank you for the 5. Deep Fried Luigi, thank you for the 5. Gamma Newfie, thank you for the 5. Asa, thank you for the 5. Dead Guy Drives, thank you for the 5. Holy fucking hell. We are undergoing the deep pedophile lore of Jeffrey Epstein when this raid came in. Apparently, there's a secret video showing that MIT, from a panel paid for by Epstein, was talking about designing child sex robots.
Weather, like, extreme weather events.
It was called Forbidden Research.
And while no one would argue with the importance of protecting children from sexual offenders, there are ambiguities that...
Honestly, chat, I'm starting to think that maybe Vosh and Destiny are part of this because they both made these arguments as well. Destiny was exposed for having that child porn from that Rose person, and then obviously, oh my god. Chat, Vio wants you to see something.
Not see something, chat. If you hit the 10,000 subs again, we're getting a cat. 2 cats. Right?
Vio face reveal.
Is that a yes? Say the words.
I'll think about it.
Say yes! I will never bring you food. Chat, come on. Come on! Think of all the times I've given him boops. I deserve this.
Only if you get a dog as well. Nice. Holy shit, a level 23 hype trade. I've never seen numbers like this. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't believe you guys did this. We hit 100,000 followers and 10,000 sub points. Unbelievable. We are at almost level 23. What was my all-time high? Does it say? Level 33. Oh, that's crazy. We're not hitting level 33. The level 33 is batshit. We're not even going to talk about that. I can't even... Chat, I want to talk about the Epstein files. The cat will change your life. We've had cats before. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, chat. The amount of subscribers. I mean, how could I? We're at 100. We're at 10,110. No surprise, Israel is the central entity of the rich pedophile elite baby eating ring. Every Zionist is under suspicion. Every public Zionist, if they are associating themselves with Israel in this context, that's insane. Now, I want you to understand, chat, that I'm not saying Jewish people are under suspicion. I'm not using Zionist as a some sort of substitution for Jewish. I want that to be very clear. I'm talking about Christian Zionists primarily. Okay, some of these Zionists are Jewish, but the majority of Zionists in America are not Jewish. They are Christian. So this has nothing to do with the Jewish religion. This has to do with the defense of the Jewish ethno-state and so-called Jewish. It is just an American colony in the Middle East, Israel. That does not represent Jewish people. Just like South Africa does not represent the white ethno-state for all white people, just because it was an evil colonial project that was white supremacist. Get a cat or we riot. I mean, I said I would at this point. We hit 100,000 followers. We're at 10,177 sub points. 10,000. All right, that's not subscribers. We're only at 9561 subscribers. Good point. We're still, that's good. We're still 400 away. Phew. Phew. See, those are sub points. What are sub points? They're basically the equivalent of a subscriber. So like if a subscriber is 1 sub point at level 1, a tier 3 is like 6. Sub points count or I'll poison your food. I won't be greedy, chat. Level 23 hype train. Level 23 hype train. 100,000 followers, 50K. I don't usually stream on a Saturday, so to see so many people here, fucking crazy, man. Thank you so much for all the support, everybody.
With the Justice Department's release of more than 3 million additional pages of Jeffrey Epstein files, the DOJ has claimed that it has met its obligation, finito, in releasing all of the files in its possession, as legally mandated by Congress. Congressional Democrats were quick to disagree, with some pointing to the 6 million pages Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said the DOJ had identified as, quote, potentially responsive to the law during its collection efforts, but only releasing half that number. Here's what the top Democrat on the House Oversight Committee, Robert Garcia, had to say.
They made it pretty clear, the DOJ, that they're done releasing files. It's only about 50% of what they have in their possession. So half of the files in their possession, they're choosing to not release. This continues to be a major White House cover-up. And they went on today. Mr. Blanche went on to talk about what they wouldn't release. Things that they basically are creating themselves. They're creating laws themselves that don't exist, by the way, in the subpoena that was passed during the summer for the files.
Joining us now is Congressman James Walkinshaw, Democrat from Virginia. He is a member of the House Oversight Committee. Congressman, thank you so much for making the trek in the ice still that's happening here in the DMV. 50% of the documents, that seems like a lot. So what we're supposed to take from that, I assume, is that the DOJ is saying the rest of this does not have to be released because it comports with the law, and that at the end of the day, these redactions can happen. I want to read from, you know this, but on list the kinds of documents that can be withheld based on the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
I don't think it is.
They can be withheld based on victim privacy, child sexual abuse materials, active federal investigations, graphic content.
Chat, we're at level 24 hype train. I haven't seen numbers like that. Oh my God. 20 gifted subs only moved the number by like 10%. It's exponentially harder to level 25 hype train. Now I have to get a cat. I have more subscribers than Asmongold. Wait, really? He only has 6,000? Is mine working correctly? Let me see if it's working correctly. Okay, mine is broken. Interesting. Why is it broken? Do I have to log in or something? 100 tier 3s. I'm pretty sure I have like almost more tier 3s than most people. If we go to Asmongold, yeah, he only has 13 tier 3s. That's crazy. How are his fans so broke? That's crazy. Nobody? You have 40,000 people, only 13 give you tier 3? That's crazy. Oh my God, Hassan has at least 50K. I have way more tier 3s than Hassan. That's crazy. I might have the most. Who would have more than me? I guess it's because I actually asked people to tier 3. That's crazy. Who has more tier 3? I should get an award. If I have the most tier 3s, I should get an award. I should be getting awards about how I have the most tier 3s. I guess I need to log in or something in order for this to properly work. Tier 3 gets you to read my chats once in a while. Oh, definitely. See, it worked right there. If you support MBs, you will get me 3 more tier 3s. Here's kind of the thing I would say about subscribing to the channel is like at this level, you guys are giving me like crazy opportunities in my life. I would never have gotten the chance. Maybe I'll be able to pay off my student loans. Like 10 years ago, I was like I was like, oh, I'm not paying these off. Like 10 years ago, I was like, oh, I ain't ever paying these things off. I remember 10 years ago, I called the fucking student loan because my deferment after graduating was over. And I called them up and I was just like, yeah, I ain't going to be able to pay these. But because of you guys, I've actually been able to fix my credit score. So now it's like good. My credit score is now good again because I've been given the opportunity to like pay down my debt because of this stream. And I know that many of you are struggling within those same problems. And so maybe this is annoying for me to bring up. And I'm sorry if that's the case. But I don't believe any of you should have student loan debt. And I've been dedicating my life to like getting this shit canceled because it's fucking bullshit. And it's if it wasn't for this stream, I would have been fucked. You know, I would have been fucked because even if I had gotten the good jobs that I was trying to get, it would have been such a nearly impossible feat. It's frustrating, you know? I have a JD, comic trespasser. I appreciate that you've been covering this shit since day one. I know it's not the biggest issue in America, but damn, it makes my life hard. And sometimes it's nice to have someone who constantly bang that drum. You should be able to get an education and not have your life fucked. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, what a day. What a fucking day. What a day. We broke 100,000 subs. We hit a level 26 treasure train, which was 1,024 subs. 1,024 subs and 3,360 bits. Holy. We ended at 9,839 subscribers. Damn, so close. So close. So close. Damn. It's unfortunate. I'm kidding. We were always going by sub points. So it's 10,456. Vivian Wilson is corroborating the email date ranges on her social media. Link immediately. Judge Barry has ordered the release of 5-year-old Liam Ramos, who became a symbol of ICE aggression in Minnesota. The case is as its genesis is the ill-conceived and completely implemented government pursuit of a daily deportation quotas, even if it requires traumatizing children. Philadelphia, September 17th, 1787. Well, Dr. Franklin, what do we have? A republic, if you can keep it. With a judicial finger in the constitutional dike. It is so ordered. Signed this 31st day of February. It's 31st day of January, sir. 31st day of January, sir. I don't know what happened there, but there's no 31st day of February, but that doesn't go as hard when you do that. Whoops. And here's the thing. Look at what these fuckers are. Look at the secret Epstein MIT shit. This is fucking insane. Forbidden research. Kairos, thank you for the raid, brother. I'm just going to speak directly instead of being vague or cryptic. I can confirm we were at St. Bart's at the time specified in emails, and therefore I believe they are authentic. This has basically already been confirmed through his attempts to paint them as out of context. I know something about the emails previously, so I knew nothing about the emails, so I'm learning about everything at the same time as y'all. If there's any other information I learned that I could corroborate, I will do so. Literally, what the fuck is my life? LOL.
Those who prey on children, those who
because we're going to start the next act of this conference.
That's the guy that's doing the pedophile presentation? This is it?
With another wonderful piece by Missing Pieces.
Wonderful piece.
There are a few issues as taboo or as emotionally charged as the subject of sex offenders, and particularly those who prey on children. Our legal system deals with them ruthlessly. doling out penalties that are second only to murder charges.
I'm going to declare that you guys stop calling that guy Stavy and start calling him a Vosh. That's not Stavros, okay? That's Vosh.
In some states, the sentencing can be as severe as life without parole, or even the death penalty in Florida. And while no one would argue with the importance of protecting children from sexual offenders, there are ambiguities that come up that are difficult to address, precisely because it is such an inflammatory subject. One example is the question of treatment. Many of the punishments for sex offenders drive them out of their homes and communities and offer no options for treatment, rehabilitation.
They're like, they're like, listen, you've been focused on like homeless veterans and homeless working class people. They're focused on protecting the homeless pedophile.
Or reintegration. Many people believe that there is no treatment possible or that it isn't worth the risk. But new areas of research are being explored to manage how pedophiles might be able to redirect their sexual desires using virtual reality and robotics.
This is the MIT Epstein-funded research.
Some say this could be a healthy way to live out fantasies without inflicting harm on real children. Others fear that legal virtual child pornography will only encourage the possibility of real...
This is what Destiny was arguing for. This is the research that Destiny was arguing for. Does anybody have that clip? Destiny was Destiny part of this? Was Destiny part of this? Somebody give me the clip. I want to show you. I'm not making that up.
Sexual assault.
Epstein is
While
real.
we may not have any answers, we can still ask ourselves whether this research should be continued, and if we are at least open to having the conversation.
Someone give me the link right fucking now. I think WAP Goblin has it.
So
yeah, somebody
back
asked
from lunch,
WAP Goblin for it.
If you attend a lot of conferences, as I do, you know that this slot immediately after lunch is the slot that's really hard to speak in because everyone just wants to be having the conversation they were having over lunch. Everyone's in a food coma. And so we thought we would complicate matters by taking both the hardest slot to fill in a conference and then taking on perhaps the most that we're going to work on today. You'll remember that when I started this, I said that...
The second, his name is Stephen Bonnell Jr. Was he part of this? Was he part of this?
Pornography.
That's kind of a different thing.
What about child pornography?
That's kind of a different thing. There's like moral versus pragmatic sides of that. I've seen a little bit of evidence on the pragmatic side, and it seems like an okay thing. I probably shouldn't say that, or it sounds.
What about child pornography?
Okay, this isn't the full clip. There's even more, and they're worse. Oh my God. Was this the research? Was it Epstein-funded research that he was referring to? Was he plugged in?
Part of our goal in all of this was to make sure that we made everybody in the room uncomfortable. My guess is that this topic is going to get a lot of people on that front. One of the big things that we're going to talk about here is paraphilia. We're going to talk about sexual deviance. We're going to talk about the problem of people whose sexual desires lead to attraction to children, lead to attraction violent, lead to sexual transgression in one fashion or another. To be really clear, we're not showing explicit imagery in this panel, but this is a panel that may well be triggering.
Oh my God. What year was this published? Oh my God. 9 years ago. This debate was 8 years ago. Was Destiny involved? Is Destiny involved?
Via therapy to control their urges. If we make child pornography available to them, what we find is that they have half the likelihood of abusing a child. Would you tell that researcher, well, okay, if that's 100% what the research says, then you should incorporate that as part of your treatment? Or would you say, no, you still shouldn't do that?
That's assuming.
Yep,
that
that's making some
exists.
assumptions. Sure, yeah.
Sure.
So Destiny was in a debate, and he wanted the person to assume that this treatment worked. He wanted people to assume that the treatment worked. So and by the way, in case you don't know, what he's doing here is he's trying to normalize the idea that it might work. Therefore, we should allow this research to go forward. Was Destiny involved with Jeffrey Epstein? Was Destiny involved with Jeffrey Epstein? Is a question that needs to be like, does he agree with Jeffrey Epstein? Is he involved? Because this panel happened, this debate happened pretty relatively close to this panel.
If you're a survivor of sexual assault, if this is an issue that you know that you
Here's
have...
another clip. He's insane.
pragmatic.
How is killing people the same as consuming child pornography that's
Like
already
I
been
argued
produced?
earlier, what if the stats show that killing people is therapeutic?
The problem is that killing
because you would,
Brittany,
because that's all you
can
are.
you
Is numbers.
please shut the fuck up for 2 seconds? There is a huge difference between consuming child pornography that's already been produced, so there's no child currently being harmed, it's already been made, versus going out. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. There is a huge difference between
the same thing again?
Yes. Well, you never let me finish, buddy. There's a huge difference between consuming child pornography that's already been made versus going out and killing somebody. That's not a fair comparison, Brittany.
If I were a judge, I would sign a warrant based on probable cause, and I would search every device he has and I would hold him in custodial detention until every single scrap of his walls were ripped apart, every single ceiling tile examined. I would smash every container. I would rip apart the walls down to the studs, rip up the carpets, rip up the subfloor. Every place he has lived in should be investigated. Every website every ISP record should be investigated. I have never seen someone that I think is more likely to be an offender.
Hard time with. It's a beautiful day. I would encourage you to enjoy the balcony, to have another conversation.
More? There's more?
I don't like predators, period. I don't care if you're offending or not offending.
Okay, hold
it's
on.
Fucked up.
Who disagrees with Brittany? Who disagrees with Brittany?
If you just because you
Yeah,
molest a child doesn't make
I
you a
don't disagree
pedophile.
with
That's
her.
not.
I don't like predators, period. I don't care if you're offending or not offending.
Okay, hold
it's
on.
Fucked up.
Who disagrees with Brittany? Who disagrees with Brittany?
If you just because you
Yeah,
molest a child doesn't
I
make you a
don't disagree
pedophile.
with
That's
her.
not.
I don't.
What? All right, chat. Let's get back to the main story. This is I don't know what else to say. I thought Epstein was a joke. I mean, I guess the Rose accusations were very, very, very suspect. But I didn't realize that he was actively and totally in favor of child pornography being consumed, and then he downplayed the moral injury of consuming child pornography.
Blanche said that he would comply with informing Congress on explanations for each of the documents withheld, but he also added some of them were not released because of attorney-client privilege. That one seems very confusing to me. That is not on this list I just read.
Yeah, right. The law doesn't allow for that. And the delta of 3 million files, right? So Blanche said there were 6 million. 3 million have been released. Of that 3 million, they're heavily redacted, right? So the redactions aren't even counted in that 50%. Blanche has said that they over-collected when they got to the 6 million files. The law doesn't allow them to refuse to release files that subjectively Donald Trump's personal lawyer believes were over-collected. They got to release all the files, all 6 million that are in their possession, with the appropriate redactions. And I have a lot of questions about the volume and the extent of the redactions, even in the 3 million we've received.
And they have 15 days from the end of their release, based on the law, to then explain all those redactions to Congress.
This parallel investigation that oversight you and the committee have been conducting in terms of subpoenaing associates of Jeffrey Epstein and trying to essentially replicate the work of the Justice Department by obtaining as many documents as you guys can. Can you give us an update on where that stands, if you've received any new materials that you guys are going through, any new subpoenas that have gone out?
We haven't received new materials and there aren't new subpoenas. However, we do have depositions scheduled with Epstein's accountant and his attorneys, the attorneys for his estate, in the coming weeks.
Destiny had a spreadsheet with all the girls he was trying to groom and what their current probability of being able to have sex with. Obvious predator. What? No fucking way. No fucking way. Yeah, we talked about that poll relaunch on the same day as Moot met Epstein. What the fuck?
My hope is, as we go through these 3 million files, that we'll get information that can help guide the questions we ask of those individuals. One of the things that we have been working very hard to do as oversight Democrats is follow the money, because I'm not confident, we're not confident that the FBI in their initial investigations of Epstein did a good enough job of following the money. There were millions and millions, tens of millions of dollars involved in this sex trafficking, this child sex trafficking ring, and we need to understand what financial institutions were involved, how were they involved, who knew what was going on, and following the money is the best way.
A lot was released yesterday. Was it like 120,000 pictures, 3 million documents, and all of that. Of the materials that were released that you were actually able to take a look at, anything new, anything jump out at you as either concerning or new or maybe not a bombshell, but something that gets you and therefore us closer to the truth?
Well, I think we learned yesterday that there are some high-profile individuals who haven't been truthful about the extent of their communications and involvement with Epstein. Elon Musk, Howard Lutnick, Steve Bannon corresponding with Epstein in 2019. Right, everybody knew what Epstein had done by 2019, and then obviously
Peter Attia,
that's right, yeah, others, and obviously and you know, it's fair to say unverified allegations against President Trump that are included, and some of those have been made public before and have been evaluated by the media and others. Some are new. I think they all deserve scrutiny, and we need to run them all down. And if they're false, okay, they're false. One of them in the subscript said, you know, the woman who made the allegation was not. And I want to learn more about that as someone who has worked on sexual and domestic violence issues. I have a lot of questions anytime an investigator says that a woman coming forward is not credible. So I think we need to explore all of those and understand fully whether they were investigated to the extent they needed to be.
Can we actually stay on that topic for a second? Because Donald Trump is also mentioned extensively throughout all these documents. A lot of that information, though, has not been corroborated. Is there anything in particular that stands out to you that is at the top of the list in terms of trying to pin down that information, verify it, and corroborate it?
One way we could verify and corroborate it or not would be to have some of the FBI's statements, right, or the statements that survivors.
The host of that panel, Ethan Zuckerman, invented pop-up ads.
The FBI. What we have in the file.
Oh my God, the fucking pedophile child porn guy also invented pop-up ads. Oh my God. Chat, I'll do it. I'll do it. I volunteer to do it. We need to organize a movement to start seriously prosecuting these people. And obviously innocent people being harmed is not what I want to see. I don't want to see people caught up into some sort of witch hunt, but I've seen enough that we need to figure out something. I think the worst thing that we have right now is all this anger and not an outlet.
Files is a summary, a spreadsheet basically summarizing them. We don't have the written statements that were taken. We don't have transcripts of interviews that were conducted. So I think that could help us learn more.
Okay.
I want to play something from Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who's the former personal attorney of the president, who said and claimed that the White House played no role in the Epstein.
Look, my team has certain communications with the White House. Let me just be clear. They had nothing to do with this review. They had no oversight over this review. They did not tell this department how to do our review, what to look for, what to redact, what to not redact.
That is difficult to believe for those of us who have been paying attention and have eyeballs and ears, because this president, at the very least, has made very implicit direction to the DOJ on Epstein, talking about who he thinks should be investigated, talking about that, saying what he thinks his relation with Epstein was. Yeah. Do you trust that the White House had no hand in this? There was also reporting, and I think, as a matter of fact, Susie Wiles said herself in a Vanity Fair article that she had talked to her attorney.
Two things I would say. I want to see the Deputy Attorney General and
it's bad enough to be the humiliation to be crushed by the billionaire elites, but knowing they're pedophiles makes it so much more humiliating. I mean, it makes perfect sense. Only the most depraved person would want to be a billionaire. I don't even own my own home, right? And I'm already like, well, as my life gets more secure, I'm thinking about ways I could help people. To want to be a billionaire is a sign that you should probably be executed in the first place. It's insane. To even want to be a billionaire is a criminal offense. Now, Gloria found the Excel sheet comment.
does that mean? What's this Excel spreadsheet? Let's hear about it.
Okay, I have a sheet with all the people that I'm currently talking to, and then their name is either green, yellow, or red. Red means that for whatever reason, there's no chance of me hooking up with this person in the near future. Yellow means probably, but there's some dumb shit or drama going on, and I probably shouldn't. And then green usually means like this person is clear for takeoff. And then I have them all organized by geography, so depending on where I'm going, it's like people I can talk to or whatever. That's my sheet. Organized.
Get on the green area. Sorry, how do you get on the green area?
If I'm talking to the person and they're like, ideally they're single, and they're like relatively chill, it doesn't sound like they're about to get obsessed or clingy or freak out, and they don't like fucking hate Melina for.
Oh, awesome. Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
So my rating scale is a little bit different. Do you want to hear about it, or is that boring?
Go knock me.
Who the fuck is he talking to? God, these fucking pieces of shit are subhuman. Like, they're not even in the same species. Like, what is this fucking disgusting rat? Parenti, right as always? Throughout the Eastern European nations, the legal, financial, and psychological independence that women enjoyed under socialism has been undermined. Divorce, abortion, and birth control are more difficult obtained. The release from the Soviet yoke, the autonomous region of Ingushetia decriminalized polygamy and made it illegal for women to be sold into marriage. Instances of sexual harassment and violence against women have increased sharply. In Russia, the number of women murdered annually, primarily by husbands and boyfriends, skyrocketed from 5,300 to 15,000 in the first 3 years of the free market paradise. In 1994, an additional 57,000 women were seriously injured in such assaults. These official figures understate the level of violence. The Communist Party committees that used to intervene in cases of domestic abuse no longer exist. Women also are being recruited into unprecedented numbers for the booming sex industry that caters to foreign and domestic businessmen. Unable to find employment in the professions in which they originally trained, many highly educated Russian and Eastern European women go abroad to work as prostitutes. Women are not the only ones being channeled into the sex market. Prague and Budapest now rival Bangkok and Manila as hubs for the collection of children to serve at visiting pedophiles. Last year, one investigator was stunned to find stacks of child pornography in the reception rooms of Estonia's parliament and its social welfare department. Free love is regarded as one of the new freedoms which the market economy can offer, she wrote. Simultaneously, sex in the market economy has become a profitable commodity. In some cases, children are kidnapped and held like slaves, says Thomas Katau, a specialist with the Council of Europe. This is happening more and more. It is organized crime. Life conditions for children have been deteriorated greatly throughout the ex-communist world. Free summer camps have been closed down. School lunches, once free or low priced, are now too costly for many pupils. Hungry children constitute a serious school problem. Instead of attending classes, children can be found hawking drinks or begging in the streets. Juvenile crime is booming, along with juvenile prostitution, while funds for youth rehabilitation services dwindle. That's what they want here in America. That's what they want. That's what they're aiming for. That's what the capitalist class has in store for you. That's what they plan to do. They can get away with it. You let them live in the same way that they've been living.
Answer that question under oath. And I think perhaps in a future Congress, he'll be asked to do that. But the other thing, look, the way this administration operates, and I won't compare it to any other kinds of organizations.
He really did seem to want to defend Epstein aggressively every time it came up. It's hard to find a debate or time where he's mentioned where it isn't his reaction. It's not. This link doesn't seem to work. Did you? It's weird because there are previews there, but then I can't go to it. Like, it's there in the preview, but when I click, it's not there. Weird.
People know what the boss wants. So the boss doesn't necessarily have to always explicitly direct
Bizarre
it.
video of Epstein chasing girls around his kitchen was released to the Epstein files today. Yeah, I can't watch that on stream, I don't think.
You said it, not me.
Politico reported that the House Judiciary Committee has scheduled a hearing with Attorney General Pam Bondi on February 11th. So
Even on the Jeffrey Epstein case, like, what's suggesting government involvement?
What do you mean? What do you mean what's suggesting?
Like, what part of the Jeffrey Epstein case is like, oh my God, the government is like playing a part in that?
Well, the fact that he had ties to the Mossad and the CIA, and that when they raided his home, he had his face and about, what was it, 6?
She's underselling it. He was close friends with Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump, and former prime ministers of Israel who would visit his house. She's underselling the connection.
Different passports. Who can issue passports?
Sure, but when we look at
who can issue you a different identity?
I
in
don't know
different
about
countries.
different identities, but for passports, I imagine you can get that illegally, or you can just get it from countries depending on citizenship status.
Well,
but what I'm saying is that, like, for when we look at Epstein, right? Epstein was a billionaire, right?
Why was he a billionaire?
Trading or whatever he did. I'm not
No.
entirely sure.
No, that's the question.
No,
Nobody
sure.
knows why
I don't
him
know
or his
why.
brother
Yeah, but there's like
had
a million
billions of
different.
dollars.
Sure.
Why is he interrupting her? Why is he interrupting her? He became a billionaire and you can't explain why he became a billionaire? It's pretty obvious there's something suspect going on there, Destiny. You know what we're not finding in the Epstein files? Any tax advice he ever gave. Any work he actually did. Any stocks or bonds he ever bought or sold.
There's lots of people where I don't know how they made their money, but to fill in the gaps of all of this with some...
Okay, dumb fuck, you stupid piece of shit, pedophile defender, scumbag. Just because you don't know how someone made their money doesn't mean nobody knows how they made their money. Do you understand the difference, dumb fuck?
No, you should always
Huge
know how
conspiracy.
somebody became a billionaire. That's like a very easy thing. Like somebody should just be like, I became a billionaire and you have no idea how. Like
I'm sure there are tons of people who
it's
are
like, I
billionaires that
sold the
aren't...
product. You know why Elon Musk has money. You know why Jeff Bezos has money. You should not say we can't connect the dots on how this person became a billionaire that was able to purchase
filings
an island.
aren't always going to be public. That like, oh, well, I can figure out exactly why this person became a billionaire. If they don't work in like public traded companies or something, how will you ever know? There's no way you're going to know. Then what's the question?
It's not a question. It's just nobody understands why Jeffrey Epstein or his brother have billions of dollars.
So he wouldn't have made it.
Did you actually look into the Epstein case, or are you just, because I can't tell right now if your thing is just to be contrarian?
Okay, hold on.
No, I'm being serious. No, I'm asking you because it seems like you're just like, whatever your position is, I'm going to take the opposite and I'm going to say something really quickly and try to say, well, how do we know?
It's so funny how Candace Owens read him to fucking filth. Clocked instantly. Clocked for being totally stupid by even Candace Owens. That's crazy work. It's crazy work to be clocked as a fucking moron by Candace Owens right away. That's crazy work.
And it's like, that's actually quite boring.
Sure,
you know what I mean? Like,
so
it's like, dude, like, let's actually have a real conversation because tons of stuff is happening right now. A lot of stuff is being exposed, right?
Mm-hmm.
People are, for the first time, able to grasp a theory that finally makes sense, right? It finally makes sense. It makes sense that there is a blackmail ring operating in DC because we don't understand why we keep sending our politicians to DC and then it's like they completely serve anybody other than the American people.
God, I wish a time traveler would go back in time and plant a nice vase of flowers. That maybe that will be the moment of kindness that causes them to change.
She might as well be on the side of a milk carton when it comes to the Epstein file release. One, why do you think she hasn't been anywhere near this? And two, what do you hope your colleagues on the Judiciary Committee will ask her?
Well, look, Pam Bondi is on the ropes inside the administration. I think that's been widely reported. The president's frustrated with her inability to explain the inexplicable, in my opinion. So they're frustrated with her public appearances. I want to understand, and I think the Judiciary Committee, Democrats will get to this. Why didn't they follow the law? The law was very clear about the deadline. The law was very clear.
Right?
That's right. We're long past that. The law was very clear about the redactions. They did not follow the law. They have not followed the law. She needs to be asked that question.
Congressman James Walkinshaw, please come back, especially if you're able to actually ultimately see these redacted documents and tell us what you're not supposed to be telling us about them.
This is my take. Secular Talk says the Epstein class is even more depraved than the most jaded among us thought. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a pedophile, rapist, torture, cannibal, billionaire cult. These people must be defeated and locked up for life. The death penalty should be reinstated for the Epstein list. I opposed it for general law enforcement, but this class of people represent an existential threat to humanity. We can't risk them being later pardoned or released. And that's reality. I can't stop laughing. What the fuck? Translation for normal people. Epstein was sending around links to the white nationalist podcast, The Right Stuff, which played an active role in Unite the Right in February 2016 before they made such national news. Epstein is behind the Unite the Right rally? Oh my God. Is Nick Fuentes on the Epstein files? Is Nick Fuentes in the Epstein files? Gotta do something about these missing children grabbed by the perverts. Too many incidents, fast trial, death penalty. Jesus.
To take a break for about an hour. But we're going to try to deal with this very challenging topic because it's a topic that has lots of real world implications.
Okay, chat. I need to make sure oh fuck. I'm gonna make sure I have the right label on, because this is some pretty fucked up shit.
There's something like 11,000 registered sex offenders in the state of Massachusetts. There are 1,300 at the moment serving time for sex crimes. Perhaps most challenging, there are several hundred people in this who are in indefinite civil confinement. And the reason for this is that these are sex offenders who have completed their prison sentences, but there are concerns about releasing them into the general population because there's fears of recidivism. And Professor Arkin and I have been really trying to research this question of what are the statistics on recidivism, what's the rate on this. We, just doing some Googling over dinner last night, found numbers ranging from 10% to 50% for convicted pedophiles, which suggests more than anything else that there just isn't a ton of research on this. When you have a range that wide, it suggests that we know very little. One thing that we do know from research in this field is that most people who are afflicted with pedophilia actively trying to fight. And when they talk to therapists, what they end up saying is that they're trying very, very hard not to act on the urges.
Okay, I want to be honest with you, chat. If you have this level of empathetic argumentation in favor of child molesters, that's a red flag in and of itself. You're telling on yourself. You're telling on yourself. You're telling on yourself. And honestly, I don't think that's actually fucking true. I think this is made up bullshit.
They're suffering from, and they do describe it as. And so the topic that we're looking at, which is really this question of whether there are ways of treating paraphilias, computer imagery with virtual reality, possibly with intimate robotics, which is a term that I hadn't heard until the other day. This is the topic that we're going to try to take on. So it's a challenging topic. We're lucky to have an incredible set of people willing to take on this issue here with us on stage. To the very far side of me, my friend Dr. Kate Darling. She's a legal scholar who looks at a wide variety of subjects, but lately has been looking at sort of real-world implications of human-robot interactions, and not looking to the distant future in Asimov's law, but really looking at right now, what are we doing in our interactions with robots? How does this work? How do we interact with one another? Slightly closer, my colleague and friend Christina Couch, who works in the Comparative Media Studies Department, is also an accomplished technology journalist and freelance writer who has written on this question of computer imagery, virtual reality, and how it fits in with questions of paraphilias.
So basically, this is a forbidden research at MIT funded by Jeffrey Epstein in favor of constructing virtual reality, child pornography, and lifelike child sex robots. That's what we were watching here. It's an unlisted video posted by MIT Media Lab. MIT Media Lab forbidden research live webcast from 9 years ago. If you're wondering what the fuck we're watching, that's what this is. Jeffrey Epstein funded research at MIT. I don't really want to watch more because I don't want to have to like sit here and debate every point, and it feels like I'm just I'm passively watching, and I don't want to give that impression. You know what I mean? Like, I just wanted to show you that that's actually what was being funded.
Today, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche just unilaterally declared that the Justice Department had completed its review of the Epstein files. Case closed. And he was very clear about whose identity would and would not be protected in that release.
The categories of documents withheld include those permitted under the Act to be withheld. Files that contain personally identifiable information of victims or victims' personal and medical files, and similar files, the disclosure of which would constitute a clearly unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. We did not protect President Trump. We didn't protect or not protect anybody.
Did they accomplish those goals, Todd Blanche stated? Not exactly. I mean, Nemes Now's initial review of these documents found that the names and identifying information of more than a dozen survivors appear unredacted. And as for Donald Trump, well, the initial release of documents did contain a spreadsheet containing multiple allegations of impropriety made against Trump, most of which appeared to be unsubstantiated tips at this point. But then that spreadsheet of Trump allegations suddenly just disappeared from the release, only to reappear about an hour later after many people pointed out publicly that it was gone. Now, several members of Trump's inner circle also appear in these emails, like an email exchange between Epstein and Elon Musk that appears to be about travel plans, in which Musk asks Epstein, what day night will be the wildest party on your island? There's also a 2012 exchange between Trump Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, where Lutnick appears to make plans to visit Epstein's island with his wife and children 7 years after Lutnick claims he, quote, vowed never to be in a room with that disgusting person again. So there is that. And we do not know the broader context of either of those emails either, and we don't know if knowing it would make it less creepy. But there is still a lot that the Trump administration is keeping back. The roughly 3 million documents released today are only about half of what the Justice Department has in its possession. So a lot more we don't have. Joining me now is Democratic Congressman Robert Garcia, the ranking member on the House Oversight Committee. So, Congressman, we got 3 million documents today. It's a lot. I'm sure you're still going through it. We're still going through it.
There's some sort of cover-up
but still only
happening.
half of what they have. I know you're very used to this administration violating this particular.
Epstein tells Bannon he's with Macron. Is Barack Obama in the Epstein file? Epstein tells Bannon he's with the entire Macron government. Now at the pyramid with the entire government. What are your plans? Macron government? Yep. The ministers of the elite. If you guys remember, Obama makes video endorsing Macron. When did Obama make that video? When did Obama make that video? Fuck, do we have any dates on this? There's no dates. December 2018 exchange.
I've always been grateful for the friendship of the French people and for the work we did together when I was president of the United States. I'm not planning to get involved in many elections now that I don't have to run for office again. But the French election is very important to the future of France and the values that we care so much about, because the success of France matters to the entire world. I have admired the campaign that Emmanuel Macron has run. He has stood up for liberal values. He put forward a vision for the important role that France plays in Europe and around the world. And he is committed to a better future for the French people. He appeals to people's hopes and not their fears. And I enjoyed speaking to Emmanuel recently to hear about his independent movement and his vision for the future of France. I know that you face many challenges, and I want all of my friends in France to know how much I am rooting for your success. Because of how important this election is, I also want you to know that I am supporting Emmanuel Macron to lead you forward. En marche. Vive la France.
Hey, NBC News fans, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe.
The guy on the right is the director of the new Melania movie. Oh my God. And they're fucking posting Melania AI porn shit in their replies? What the fuck? Epstein says that, here between Bannon and Epstein, Epstein says he's getting John Bolton on board with the idea that Qatar is the linchpin in the Middle East. And Bannon says that why he got Bolton his NSA job, he will not cross Sheldon Adelson. Bannon says all roads lead to Beijing, but Epstein says, or Tel Aviv. Are you ready to make this film? It's going to be very tough. Now you understand why Trump wakes up in the middle of the night sweating when he hears you and I are friends. And this is in 2019 after Epstein had been convicted of being a child rapist. Israel is always have the answers. Aging cancer. It's the Jews in the States that produce results. Bannon, WOA, inside baseball. I got an Israel co a day. Arabs invest, smile face.
Law. But have you and Chairman Comer, have you talked about what you can do next here?
Look, I haven't talked to him today, but we certainly will be communicating in the next few days. Let's be really clear about what actually was released. They made it pretty clear, the DOJ, that they're done releasing files. It's only about 50% of what they have in their possession. So half of the files in their possession, they are choosing to not release. This continues to be a major White House cover-up. And they went on today. Mr. Blanche went on to talk about what they wouldn't release. Things that they basically are creating themselves. They're creating laws themselves that don't exist, by the way, in the subpoena that was passed during the summer for the file.
Glenn Dubin, who trafficked his own daughter to Jeffrey Epstein, is a major Pete Buttigieg donor. Oh my God. This is from Vanity Fair. For billionaire Glenn Dubin, the Epstein saga isn't over. Uncle Jeff, Jeffrey Epstein's relationship with the 24-year-old daughter of a billionaire hedge fund founder Glenn Dubin is more complex than previously known. The convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein told associates that he considered marrying Selena Dubin, the 24-year-old daughter of his ex-girlfriend Eva Anderson Dubin, and the hedge fund billionaire Glenn Dubin, a source told billionaire Business Insider. Epstein named Selena Dubin as a beneficiary of a trust that he also used to pay lawyers, models, and other associates in his orbit. He told associates that marrying Selena would permit him to leave her his vast fortune, including his private island, without paying estate taxes. A different source familiar with Epstein's finances told Business Insider he used trusts and other accounts to send money to alleged co-conspirators and apparent victims of his sex trafficking operation as recently as this year. He told associates as recently as 2014, according to one source close to Epstein, he told associates that if he ever married, it would be to Selena Dubin, who was 19 at the time and once called him Uncle Jeff. She had a trust worth $50 million in 2019. They founded the Dubin Breast Center of the Tisch Cancer Institute. We just said earlier that the Tisches were very close to Epstein. Earlier in the stream. She was named one of the 15 hottest freshmen in her class by the Harvard Crimson in 2014. Such a weird fucking thing to have in Harvard Crimson. What the fuck? Epstein established the Irrevocable Trust in 2004. How old was she in 2004? She was 9? Here are the billionaires backing Buttigieg presidential campaign. Oh my God, these are all these are Epstein associates. The only people who raised more money that were Warren and Bernie Sanders. Oh my God. What did I tell you? What did I tell you about Pete Buttigieg? What did I fucking tell you about Pete Buttigieg? I've known it. I've always known it. Holy shit. Apparently Robin Leach strangled a young girl to death at an Epstein party. Okay, this is from the unverified tips, right?
Files talking about the removal of conversations between government officials or agencies, talking about removing information if there's ongoing government investigations. That may be the case in the law that was passed by Congress, but not the case in the subpoena. So all those files legally have to be released. And I want people to understand that they included multiple names of survivors in the release today. They're putting these women in danger. The carelessness, the lawlessness. Pam Bondi needs to be held in contempt. Republicans refuse to do so. And Donald Trump needs to understand that our work and our investigation is ongoing, and we're just getting started.
I think it's so good for people to hear that out there, because just Todd Blanche declaring the case closed here, the case is certainly not closed. Our team has been going through these documents. I mentioned some of the things in them. What stuck out to you about the set that was released today and what was in there?
Look, first, I think the idea and the clear, I think, deception that we're seeing to somehow include and remove mentions of the president, of Donald Trump, regardless of whether there were allegations or not, highly irregular and suspicious. We also know that Trump's name appears hundreds of times in these files, and we have gone through a small batch of what is right now millions of additional documents that we have received. But a couple that stood out. Look, Trump's Commerce Secretary, the fact that Lutnick said clearly that didn't communicate, he stopped communicating with Epstein after 2005 and lied multiple times, where now that actually we know that was not true. Why is it that everyone in Donald Trump's circle continues to lie about their relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? That mentioned, of course, of Elon Musk. Stephen Bannon clearly was a lot closer to Jeffrey Epstein than many folks understood. But what's also important is we haven't found so far. It is not acceptable for us to not get the names of Epstein's co-conspirators and the men that raped and abused children and girls. If the Department of Justice thinks we're going to be satisfied with them leaking the names of survivors, with them putting survivors in harm's way, protecting the president, and not giving us the names of the men that abused the women, that's the fight for justice that we are in, and we're not going to stop till we expose those men and get justice for the survivors.
I'm going to talk to Annie Farmer about that in a moment. Very quickly, before I let you go, I mentioned this spreadsheet that appeared. It's appeared to be unsubstantiated claims. I mean, they're from a tip line, but there were some it's not clear the FBI followed up on. Are you planning to look into your committee, I guess, any of those claims that were in those documents that were released today related to Donald Trump?
We are. And we've actually already started today. I mean, look, when we saw that document, of course, it was of high interest to us. The fact that it was removed immediately and then posted again, I think is also incredibly interesting. And I want to remind folks that we have to go back to the key question in this investigation, is why has Donald Trump been so obsessed with hiding the Epstein files? Who is he protecting? Why is he protecting them? And why did Jeffrey Epstein say that Donald Trump was his best friend for over a decade? And why were people trafficked from Mar-a-Lago? Why does all of this center around New York and Palm Beach? These questions all need to be answered, and the arrows continue to point back to the White House. So we will get justice for the survivors.
Congressman Robert Garcia, thank you. You're tireless. I always appreciate talking to you. Thank you again for being here.
Thomas Massey just posted, if your representative, Democrat or Republican, is still silent about the Epstein files or claiming it's much ado about nothing, it's time to elect a new one. Check their public statements today. Our country is being conquered right now, and you're worried about what a dead pedophile and his friends did to women who refuse to speak out about it. Make it make sense. His friends are running our government. That's the point. You've already been conquered if you don't understand the magnitude of this, or go back to your happy distraction today if this is too much. Brock, is this really from Elon Musk? Yes, this email appears authentic. Based on the DOJ's Epstein files released yesterday. How fucking awesome is that he wrote an AI which basically calls him a fucking pedophile all day, every day.
Okay, late today, survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse released a statement expressing their outrage about how these files were released today. And Congressman Garcia just referenced this to Annie Farmer is one of those survivors. She has been tirelessly fighting for justice, and she joins me next.
He didn't write shit. Yeah, sorry. Funded his AI that he funds. Yes, he obviously didn't write
Pictures
anything.
appearing to show Andrew Mountbatten Windsor crouched over an unidentified woman are featured in the latest disclosure of files linked to the late American sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The images are among more than 3 million documents published by the Trump administration. It's not known where they were taken. Mr. Mountbatten Windsor has been asked for comment, but he hasn't responded. He's previously denied any wrongdoing. The US Justice Department said this was the final batch of material that would be published. John Sudworth has the details.
In and amongst the more than 180,000 images released are these pictures showing the then Prince Andrew kneeling over and touching a female whose identity has been hidden. There's no context, location or date provided. Andrew has always denied any criminal wrongdoing, but this latest batch of files once again contains items raising serious questions of judgment, not least an email exchange from 2010, long after his close friend Jeffrey Epstein had been convicted of sexual offences involving children, suggesting he meet with a 26-year-old Russian woman in London who he might enjoy having dinner with. Andrew replies he would be delighted to see her and adds, "Will she be bringing a message from you? Please give her my contact details to get in touch." Epstein writes back, "She's 26, Russian, clever and beautiful, and yes, she has your email."
We will continue reducing.
The new files also contain further revelations about Peter Mandelson, who last year lost his job as British ambassador to Washington after it became clear his friendship with Epstein had been deeper than previously known. They include the claim that the sex offender sent Lord Mandelson's then partner, now husband, Ronaldo Avila da Silva, £10,000 to cover the cost of an osteopathy course. Lord Mandelson has described his friendship as a most terrible mistake and says he wasn't aware of Epstein's crimes. There's little, though, to pose a real threat to President Trump, apart from some unsubstantiated allegations which the FBI had already ruled out, nor, his administration says, anything to prove a wider conspiracy. But with so many documents withheld or redacted, Jeffrey Epstein's victims do not believe they've yet been given the whole truth.
When the president signed the bill in November, it was to release all the files. All the files need to be released. They haven't been released. So that's what closure looks like. That's what justice looks like, whether anyone's prosecuted or not. Get the full information out there so the public, the survivors, and everyone can really know what's going on.
With continuing calls for him to give evidence in America, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has yet to respond to the latest.
All right, chat. I don't normally do this, but I made a brag post. I made a brag post because I know it's going to piss off a lot of people. And sometimes you have to draw on the rage that people experience. Sometimes it's the right thing to do. So sometimes you just got to do it. And I'm so humbled to have broken 100,000 followers and 10,464 paid memberships on Twitch. Thank you so much to my amazing community. What a day. I'm so humbled. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. I want you to, you know, I couldn't have done it without you guys.
Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein, defender of genocide, helping small creators grow a larger size. In 2025,
you can see how much chubbier I was in Vegas, huh? Like 25 pounds ago. Okay, B has been evicted. B has been evicted because he fell for the I'm gonna make a post criticizing Hassan, and now he's trapped in that rabbit hole, which he will never escape. Because once you fall down the bad faith criticism of Hassan algorithmic rabbit hole, you just get stuck, and it is what it is.
And Mike, thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend.
And the reason why you may be like, Mike, don't give credit to Ethan Klein. He didn't make you. And it's I want you to understand that you're right. He did it. However, if you look at my stream and you look at my analytics just a little bit, you'll realize that when Ethan Klein decided he would try to go after me, that was the moment. I used to be like a pretty standard 2K Andy. Mike, what do you think about the Epstein cloning stuff? I already said what I think they should all be executed. I think everybody on the list should be executed. After a trial, of course. Okay, why is this not loading? Come on, Twitch tracker. What's going on, man? Load shit. Come on. Trying to make my point. I was kind of stuck at the 2K level. And Ethan Klein and his attempts to destroy me and call me an anti-Semite. And it was a sub 1K, yeah. Has resulted in utter defeat and total victory for us. So thank you, Ethan Klein, for being someone that was so easy to defeat.
Revelations, but he's always strenuously denied any wrongdoing.
John Studworth there. Well, the documents also include email correspondence between tech billionaire Elon Musk and Epstein. The new emails show that Musk, who's not been accused of any wrongdoing in the case, discussed travelling to Epstein's island on more than one occasion, including a 2012 trip where he asked Epstein, "What day/night will be the wildest party on your island?" There's no evidence that Mr. Musk ever did end up taking a trip to Epstein's island. Writing on X, he says, "No one pushed harder than me to have the Epstein files released, and I'm glad that has finally happened. I had very little correspondence with Epstein and declined repeated invitations to go to his island or fly on his Lolita Express, but was well aware that some email correspondence with him could be misinterpreted and used by detractors to smear my name." Well, Gloria Allred, a prominent civil rights attorney, represents many of Epstein's victims. She gave her reaction to the latest release of files.
Some of them are completely devastated by the fact that the Attorney General, the Department of Justice, was supposed to and indicated that they were redacting victims' names, the survivors' names. And yet, today, with the release of these more than 3 million files, many of the names of my clients who have been Jane Doe for many, many years were in fact published. And this is devastating to them. And we have to deal with that because, you know, they had little or no trust in the government. Now they have no trust in the government because the government has not earned that trust. And the Assistant Attorney General today Todd Blanche, in his press conference, said that he hopes that the release of the files will bring closure to the victims. This is ridiculous because they have devastated so many of these survivors by publicly releasing their names. At best, it was a sloppy job. At worst, smacks of a cover-up.
Gloria Allred there. Well, with me is our correspondent, John Sudworth. John, a number of questions from this. But first of all, the administration indicating this is the final batch. Is that likely to be the case?
That's what they're saying, that they have complied with the law, which was that they release all relevant files, except for a few exceptions for legal reasons or to protect the identities of the victims. But they say this is pretty much it. What's interesting, Geeta, I think in some ways this story is now playing bigger in the UK than it is in the US. Some US news sites I noticed not even leading on this story this morning.
Isn't that fucking weird? Wow, it's so weird how the American media is not covering this. That's so weird. Isn't that fucking weird? That's so odd. Huh. That's so odd. See, chat? I was stuck in this like 2K Andy category right here, you know? And then Ethan Klein tried to fight with me and he just rejuvenated my career and he helped me almost double. Thank you, Ethan Klein. Wow. This is the one time somebody tried to bot my channel. So you could see like the botting happened and then they were removed. So it bot followed. Typically they were trying to bot follow you so they could like spam a bunch of like shit in your chat that would be like racial slurs and things like that. So we always made sure to try to remove any botted followers because that's usually a prelude to some sort of attack. As Hassan's YouTube stream have you considering dual streaming? Yes. Oh yeah. Are we talking about the hot tub stream? Oh, it's we're working on it, Chad. It's cooking.
And I think that's, of course, because of the involvement of people like Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor.
Wait, what the fuck? Matite Marit, the crown princess of Norway, was allegedly pregnant with Epstein's child? What happened with Meat now? She wants to carry your kid? Meat is a mess. Just done with DARPA meeting. Jesus Christ.
Peter Mandelson, etc. There are, of course, other high-profile American figures caught up in this latest batch of documents. The Microsoft founder Bill Gates, for example, in what looks like an email that wasn't sent, written by Jeffrey Epstein. The suggestion in these files is that Bill Gates caught a sexually transmitted disease. He has called that suggestion absurd and false, and like everybody involved in this, all strenuously denying any involvement in anything, certainly anything wrong, and very definitely nothing criminal. And actually, these files bear that out. We heard Todd Blanche, Donald Trump's personal lawyer and Deputy Attorney General, sort of releasing these latest batch of documents, saying that there is no evidence here of co-conspirators. If there was, he said, we would be prosecuting those individuals. The trouble with all of this, of course, we were told last year that there were a potential 6 million documents they were looking at. Now we're told they have finished with the release of 3.5 million of them. So somewhere 2.5 million haven't been released. For the Justice Department, they will say that's because they're irrelevant or legally confidential or need to be redacted to protect victims. For those who see conspiracy in that, in any of this, they will say they're being withheld precisely for that reason, to continue the cover-up. And so, of course, I think as much as the Justice Department, as much as the Trump administration wants to draw a line, I think this is very unlikely to do so.
Yeah, we've seen Gloria Allred there saying that, in fact, identities have been released also for the first time, and a call from a lot of those people also for just more material to come out. Do you know whether there's any legal route for them to do that?
Well, you're right, as well as claiming that an insufficient amount of material has been released, they are also complaining that in the material that has been released, despite the Justice Department saying that it's been very careful and has withheld information precisely to protect their identities, it has gone ahead and done so. I haven't myself seen any documents where their identities have been revealed, but they are very unhappy about that. Legal avenues, very difficult. Ultimately, the law seemed to give the discretion to the Department of Justice to make those decisions about confidentiality and legal issues. But politically, at least, we can be absolutely certain this story isn't over.
John Sudworth, thank you very much indeed for being with us.
All righty, chat. We are still here. Now, remember, chat, there is also DSA meeting today at 2. All right? Don't forget, it goes from 2 to 5, so you have a minute. But it's the monthly DSA meeting. If you're new to DSA and you're in Los Angeles, you should head over. You know? If you're late, it's okay. But there is an organizing open house, and you're going to see a bunch of socialist candidates. So it's pretty exciting stuff. You know who's not in the Epstein files? AOC. Hold your breath, okay? Hold your fucking breath. Don't be too convinced, all right? I don't know who's in this files at this point. All right, chat. There is a video from Rebecca Watson, and I think Rebecca Watson is going batshit awesome, dark woke. She made a video called Scott Adams, Too Dumb to Live. And I want to reward this type of behavior.
Straight into the topic of the video, but obviously today I need to start with some personal news. I've gone back to my natural color. Yes, 2 years ago I decided to grow my hair out because I was curious to see how many grays
If you don't know who Rebecca Watson is, she's basically the person who successfully dynamited the fucking new atheist, fascist fucking like justification of the Iraq War and the War on Terror. And she confronted, who did she confront for being a sex pest? Fuck. She confronted one of the like new atheist freaks because they like hit on her in an elevator. And she was one of the key anti-Gamergators. She is a fucking badass and she rules. Now, I might be to her left, but I don't care. I don't give a shit about that. Fighting back against those scumbags is fucking awesome.
I might have earned at that point. And in the end, I was a little disappointed. There were like 2, 3. Also, I learned that I still have little to no interest in spending any time at all doing boring things like...
There is a 2-hour interview Epstein gave to Bannon as media prep that has been released from the... What the fuck? Have I watched the Hakeem Tiananmen Square video? Yes, I did, when it came out like years ago. Didn't it come out years ago? Or did they make a new one?
Like washing, drying, and styling long hair. Finally, I decided that even though I do not believe in the supernatural, maybe all of this fascism stuff happened because I changed my hairstyle. And so, as I joked over on Blue Sky, going back to my preferred color of both hair and wine should start to put things back to normal. Much to my surprise, it seems that I might have been right because as I left for the salon, I learned that Scott Adams, prolific racist MAGA weirdo, had died of prostate cancer. So I thought that it'd be fun if, you know, for my first video back with my old hair color, we talked a little bit about that. Particularly, I wanted to talk about how Scott Adams was absolutely completely out of his gourd. Whatever weird or distasteful thing you already know about Scott Adams, I assure you it's not even close to how weird and distasteful Scott Adams truly was. I'm going to start with the stuff more people probably already know and then work down to the really esoteric trivia Bert. That's what we Adams heads call little known facts about Scott Adams, trivia Berts. Anyway, Adams first got famous in the 1990s when his comic strip Dilbert got national syndication. Dilbert satirized the bland and mindless office culture at the time, which in retrospect didn't age very well. Like, yeah, cubicles suck, right? Having your own little room where you can work without people staring at you all the time. You know what sucks worse? Open office layouts where you don't even necessarily get a desk. Like, you just have to come in every day and fight for a...
Wait, Rebecca's in the Epstein files for calling out Epstein? Check 9 minutes? Oh my God. They were hating on her in the Epstein files?
Because I made them believe that women would be unsafe because we feature this or that man on the program. That said, most of the commenters seem to feel the same as me, expressing disappointment and disgust with Krause. He was extremely annoyed with this reaction, writing in the comments that he was actually disappointed in our lack of skepticality. He goes on to say, I have read numerous reports of orgies on Jeffrey's Island involving me and other scientists during our meetings. Orgies that never happened. I am very skeptical of other claims on his behavior. I found that really interesting because I didn't mention any reports of Krause being on Jeffrey's Island, let alone participating in orgies, because I had never heard of any reports like that. He just volunteered it, getting out ahead of it, I guess. Anyway, in one final clarifying comment, Krause wrote, I was not going to comment further, but a dear friend has asked me to make my position even clearer. He then restates that he doesn't think Epstein did anything wrong, ending his comment with, as some of you know, I just wrote a book about Richard Feynman, and as I thought about the derision on the web, I remember his statement, what do you care what other people think? I think he would have done the same thing I have done if he assessed the situation as I have. Now, at the time, I didn't think much of his continued hole digging. I certainly didn't wonder which dear friend asked him to make his position clearer. But now, after perusing the 20,000 previously unseen emails to and from Jeffrey Epstein, I kind of think that's the dear friend. Because that's how I ended up in a historic public document drop. Immediately after he replied to my emails, Lawrence Krause forwarded our conversation to the famous child sex trafficker himself, writing, just so you know, you can read from bottom up, you may be mad that I was blunt, haven't heard from you, hope all is well. No, it was appreciated, thanks, replied Jeffrey Epstein. In a reply that caused me unintentional full-body cringe, Lawrence Krause ass-kissed, beyond anything else, you are my friend. I hope we can both always remember that, no matter what. Are you coming this weekend at all? No, I am in Paris, thanks, replied the pedophile. In another email, Epstein complained, what evidence? No real sex. Where is she getting her so-called facts? For the record, I got my so-called facts from his Florida court case. Also, what exactly is real sex? Is that the kind you have with consenting adults? Because yeah, it doesn't sound like there was much real sex. Just rape. Anyway, Krause needed Epstein to know that he was a victim too. People are now throwing out my books, according to her blog. More nonsense. Poor guy. You know, come to think of it, he was right when he said probably everyone is a victim. Epstein, Trump, Krause, other rich white guys probably, they're all victims. He then writes, P.S. I have decided that Feynman would have done what I did, and I am therefore content, no matter what. Smiley face. So would I, replied the child sex trafficker. Krause concludes, I know. It is one of the reasons I respect you. Now, this exchange in particular has caused a bit of confusion online. In the skeptic comment he made at the same time, Krause does cite Feynman's quip, what do you care what other people think, or Feynman's wife's quip, whatever. But it was still unclear. What exactly did Krause do in this Epstein case that he thinks Feynman, a notorious ladies' man, and it's worth noting, wife beater, what would Feynman also have done in this situation? When someone recently asked Krause about it in a now deleted post on Blue Sky, Krause replied, defend an unpopular friend. He did it numerous times. He did not appear to reply to any of the many comments asking him to expand upon why Epstein was unpopular. Still, it got me to thinking, okay, maybe Krause really did mean that Feynman famously defended.
Okay, I didn't mean to keep watching this chat. I'm so sorry I got distracted. But she's a badass. That's the background of how cool she is. Let's go back to making fun of Scott Adams.
See, but okay, sure. Cubicle's bad, whatever.
Why were they so popular? Oh, okay, that's a good question. So in the early, like in the aughts, YouTube first came out and there was this big backlash happening to kind of like evangelical Protestants and they're like young earth creationism and anti-science bullshit, right? And so there started to be this like cultural backlash to that southern evangelical Protestant, but it was later captured and turned into a justification for genociding Muslims. And of course, who did it? Mostly Israel supporters. Krause to Epstein, let's do Men of the World Conference. Kevin Spacey, Bill Clinton, Al Franken, Woody Allen. Oh boy. Oh my God. No fucking way. What a first time chat. What an absolutely a baller. You join my community and then you hit one out of the park with that level of first time chat. Jesus Christ. We have the best chatters, folks. People come in here and they hit they throw a perfect game.
Immediately upon reaching celebrity status, Scott Adams pulled what's known in the comic strip world as a reverse Watterson. He sold Dilbert to anyone and everyone. There were books, calendars, a TV show, a flash game, and of course, a Dilburrito microwave meal, which came in flavors like Mexican and Indian. He also began venturing outside of office satire to talk about whatever else happened to pop into his little head, like how he thought he stopped getting promoted at his former office jobs because of black people, and how he thought the Dilbert TV show got canceled because of black people, and how he thought that black people are a hate group and white people should get the hell away from them. I guess that's why the Dilburrito never had an African flavor. Anyway, he was also questioning the Holocaust on his blog as early as 2006, saying that the 6 million Jews killed number may have just been pulled out of someone's ass, and it became true by repetition.
Why are people so... That's crazy, dude.
Adams was also known early on for hating women. In 2011, he wrote a blog post saying that the reality is that women are treated differently by society for exactly the same reason that children and the mentally handicapped are treated differently. It's just easier this way for everyone. You don't argue with a 4-year-old about why he shouldn't eat candy for dinner. You don't punch a mentally handicapped guy even if he punches you first. And you don't argue when a woman tells you she's only making 80 cents to your dollar. It's the path of least resistance. You save your energy for more important battles. Unsurprisingly, in 2015, Adams revealed that he was a huge Donald Trump fan, cheering on every racist, misogynistic thing Trump said. He hated Clinton because she was a woman, writing on his blog that watching her and Alicia Keys at the Democratic National Convention caused men's testosterone levels to drop all over the country, literally, not figuratively. Despite siding with the theocrats, much like Trump, Adams was not a believer. He claimed to be agnostic, and he wrote several fictional books centered around deism. This brings me to funny trivia Bert number 1. Scott Adams actually did one of those deathbed conversions that religious people always pretend smart atheists do when they're dying. Someone published a final message to Adams' shitter account after he died, in which he apparently wrote, "Many of my Christian friends have asked me to find Jesus before I go. I'm not a believer, but I have to admit the risk-reward calculation for doing so looks attractive. So here I go. I accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, and I look forward to spending an eternity with him. The part about me not being a believer should be quickly resolved if I wake up in heaven. I won't need any more convincing than that, and I hope I am still qualified for entry." Then he plugs his books and podcast. I am not kidding. His final wish was that you could all go check out Coffee with Scott Adams, where you can hear things like him calling black people a hate group. I'm just disappointed he didn't include like a coupon code for Ground News along with it, but whatever.
Just when I thought I couldn't like her, she throws a fucking quip in there that's even more fucking hilarious. I am such... God. You know what's cool about not being a misogynist? You could just like women's intellect. You should try it sometime. It's pretty sweet.
Anyway, the conversion, classic dumb thinking. That's called Pascal's wager. You have nothing else.
I couldn't like her even. That's what I thought. I couldn't like her more. She throws in. Honestly, can I say one thing about her? Maybe I'm being parasocial here, but I feel like her hate is pure. And it's so refreshing to see another content creator who hates these evil motherfuckers. We need more people that evince hatred of the elite scum.
To lose, so you may as well accept Jesus into your heart just in case. This, of course, assumes that Christianity is the only religion and that there is no alternative God who would get royally pissed at you for doing that. And also that the Christian God is a fucking moron who can't tell when somebody's just faking it. So yeah, that's an absolute on-brand way for Scott Adams to leave this world, doing something idiotic before plugging his shitty podcast. Okay, Trivia Bert number 2. Scott Adams died of prostate cancer, despite the fact that almost 100% of people diagnosed with prostate cancer survive past 5 years thanks to early screening and quick treatment, which are readily available, particularly to wealthy people. But Adams refused his doctor's suggested treatments, announcing last May that he had chosen to treat his cancer with ivermectin and other antiparasitics. This is how I learned that Scott Adams wasn't just a grifter who parroted everything MAGA idiots were saying in order to make money. He actually believed that ivermectin was some secret wonder drug that Big Pharma was hiding as a flea and tick treatment for your pets. He actually thought, no, ivermectin isn't just for dog Berts, it's also for COVID Berts, and yes, even cancer Berts. And so he dutifully ate his parasite paste as the cancer spread throughout his body. He even refused his doctor's recommended testosterone blockers until his pain became unbearable. Geez, if only a woman had beaten Trump in 2016 or 2024, maybe they would have naturally blocked his testosterone the way they did at the 2016 DNC, and he never would have had any pain at all. Anyway, I think that the best thing that Scott Adams will leave this world is a warning. Do your cancer screenings and listen to your doctor, or else you too might end up begging that sociopathic fascist dictator that you helped elect to please stop dismantling the country's healthcare system long enough to pull some strings with your insurance company to help you access last-ditch treatment options before you ultimately die painfully just 2 months later. Trivia Bert number 3. Scott Adams followed me on Twitter. Sorry, this is a Trivia Bert I literally just learned while researching this because I went to Shitter to get that screenshot of him groveling to Trump. And
God damn, this is terrible. Larry Summers did not like Pope Francis. Yeah, I know. I saw that.
What do you mean follow back? Wow, Shitter sure was a weird-ass place, wasn't it? Okay, Trivia Bert number 4. Scott Adams claimed to be a trained hypnotist and also claimed that he hypnotized himself with ChatGPT. I don't have much against hypnotists in that, you know, I think they can be skilled entertainers, and sure, maybe they can help particularly suggestive people to relax or cope with stress or something. That said, I have known a few professional hypnotists in my life, and every single one gave off serious date rapist vibes, and every single one claimed to have like actual magical power.
Damn! Nellie Bowles, Bari Weiss's wife, was emailing with Epstein directly. Here's like my general feeling. It's like, I'm ready to pick up the torches and pitchforks. I don't know about you guys. I don't know about you guys. I'm ready to pick up the torches and pitchforks. Not figurative, literal. Like, I'm ready to go. And it's just so frustrating because it's like, we know these people. They exist. They're not like orbs floating in space. We're never going to be in a period where it's easier. Like, this is the moment. This is it.
So basically, I am the prime audience to laugh at Scott Adams posting on Shitter. I taught ChatGPT hypnosis last night. Then I had it tested on me. You have no idea what is coming. No idea. And then a follow-up. No, I won't be sharing the prompts. Far too dangerous. Adams went on to describe his experience on his podcast, which is available now wherever podcasts are sold. He taught the WordBert weapons-grade persuasion techniques that gave him an experience that was beyond psychedelics, was basically that powerful, and it did it instantly, and it could do it as long as I wanted. That's so cool. I actually have the same thing. It's called a vibrator. It actually came pre-programmed, so I don't even need to come up with a prompt. Trivia Bert number 5. Scott Adams told an interviewer that his family never hugged him. I'll be honest, I forgot to get a screenshot of this while I was researching this video. I think it was in this Bloomberg profile, and now there's a subscription block, and I'll be damned if I'm paying Bloomberg money just to prove this, because you already know it in your heart. You know that Scott Adams' family did not hug him while growing up. So we'll just leave that there. Okay, the final trivia burt of today's video is this. In 2020, Adams predicted that if Joe Biden won the election, there's a good chance you will be dead within the year. In fact, we both survived. But when his man Donald Trump was elected in 2024, Adams was in fact dead within the year. Fascinating stuff. So that's it. RIP to a real one, by which I mean a real racist, misogynistic weirdo who I'm sure is now in heaven celebrating with Jesus and hoping the Lord doesn't realize he just got tricked, as illustrated by the many AI slop pictures and videos the Nazis on Shitter have been churning out.
It's so funny to have like Jesus Christ more white than me. You know what I mean? Like having that light brown hair. Like it's like, you know, I have dark hair, right? Like I've got this dark brown hair and they're pretending Jesus Christ, but I'm pink, you know, I have the white undertone, you know, like look at that. Oh my God, you know, and these motherfuckers pretend Jesus Christ is whiter than me. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Oh my God, she's amazing. Thank you, Mike, for introducing her. Of course. We love to promote.
On that note, I guess I shouldn't say rip. According to this image posted by far-right fascist Jack Pozabiec, I should say fee Irvis. So yeah, fee Irvis, Scott Burt. Fee Irvis. Hey everybody, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like. If you loved the video, please subscribe. And if you think the world could use more videos like this and you happen to have a few bucks laying around, head to patreon.com/Rebecca and join an awesome community of nerds like the people whose names you see on the screen right now. Thanks.
Well, chat, it's been a nice 7-hour stream. I want to thank you all for hanging out. We're going to be streaming tomorrow, normal time. So I've just been feeling rejuvenated. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more of this Epstein stuff. I'm going to keep cranking out streams. So Sunday stream tomorrow and then back to the regular week schedule. I had to make the final push, chat. I was so close to 100,000, and that was my goal for this month. Finally hit the 100,000 followers, and the 10,000 subs, that came out of nowhere. VO fucking blackmailed me into getting cats. Gah! I love cats, chat. I just worry about, you know, our schedule. So that's a double W because, you know, I've been in mourning since Romeo's passing, and I think it would be nice to get some new pets. We're getting bonded siblings. We're adopting them, of course. Most likely, I haven't met them yet. We're on the track. We're looking at them. I have dual kitten right now, and it's so fun. Oh, cool. So if you want to hear more about the cats, I'm gonna send guys, gals, non-binary pals over to VO, who is apparently doing goth VO today. Apparently VO's doing goth VO. So please consider hanging out. Tomorrow we'll be live, normal time. And socialism's gonna win, folks. Woke is back. Woke is back. And you're gonna have infinite mic. All right, everybody. I just dropped my mouse. Fell off the desk. Okay, I got it. All right, everybody. Stay safe. Solidarity forever, my friends. That's why socialism will win. Much love. Appreciate all the support. You guys are the best. Don't forget, we have a YouTube channel. My newest video is Tectoad is finished. Mike reveals Tectoad's career is over. Go check it out. We won. That's another W. Hustle, DSAL's in the chat, and I'll see you all tomorrow. All right, everybody, stay safe. Solidarity forever, my friends. Socialism will. All right, everybody, peace.